to start things off. Genji
hello.
putting into
hello,
players in
good
their
morning.
match last week. I think PRX maybe looking a little
looks like
vulnerable at
Patman's
the moment
playing.
as well. So for Boom, their run
So
still
Patman's
I'm waiting for them
playing
to take on one of these Titans of Pacific.
some
and if
maps.
PRX shows up in full
Maybe they're
form,
going
then
for a
that's,
full
you know,
six-person
kind of
roster.
The name brand that they have at the moment.
How is everyone doing?
I think they took down that Genji core. I think they're right there. I think saying it's easy opponents
No
downplays
Mind
the skill
Freak?
that
Yeah,
these
I
guys
find it
have.
odd
They've come out
because do they
2-0,
not just have the
2-0,
same?
dominant.
Yeah.
I can't root against them anymore.
Do they not just have the same issues in terms
well,
of
you know what? I think what's really interesting that Boom, our Ascension team that
in
was
terms of
our runner-up in Ascension,
roles?
if PRX beat them today,
I guess it's map
for Boom
dependent.
to be so good that if PRX beats them, will give us faith in PRX
I went
again.
for the
So
six-man
much
roster. Yeah,
about
dude,
Boom,
I've actually backed the six-man
but
roster.
Patman coming in, is
We've
this
gone
the
full
guy?
circle.
It's all the weight on his shoulders.
I mean, I like a change. I can understand why they want change necessary, and you know, Patman is an incredibly flexible player, so we know that he's able to kind of fill some of these other roles that might have been a problem for this PRX team before. So I quite like it overall. I really think it's nice. But this is the matchup we wanted to highlight. For me, the two duelists going head to head. Forsaken, we now see him almost always on that permanent duelist, and Famous on the other side.
It's
who, as
going
we
to
said, is
be
stepping up,
because
becoming a
Jing
lot
is going
more
to
consistent,
full-time smokes and Mind
especially
Freak
with that
doesn't have the
operator.
place
Yeah,
for
I
solo
think
controller.
Forsaken, I mean, I kind of really
Sure,
question
but like,
him being the primary duelist in PRX because they've got so many different
do
players that can play
we-
that role, especially with Mind Freak being the player
I guess
going out.
my
Is that
argument
something
would
they're
be
gonna
like,
continue, or is that
if
something
you did
they're
a
gonna move away
head-to-head
from? Because
between
for me,
Jing and
Forsaken
Mind
is the most
Freak
flexible
on
player
solo
on the
smokes.
team, and he can consistently play those
Are
roles.
we-
As we mentioned with Famous,
are
though,
we thinking
consistent series
Jing's
to
better?
series,
Because I think that's a
a
little
player
bit
that has
crazy.
been in the past notoriously consistent, maybe inflexible with his agent pool. I think he's really showing to be a very,
But I think
very
you're
good
right.
duelist
I think that is
inside
what
of
they're going
Pacific
for.
nowadays. And like I said, his op has been looking very fearsome, and he's been playing a lot of different duelists at the moment
You
as
think
well.
Jing is a better
Phoenix,
player?
which
I
we
agree with
haven't seen many
that.
other players
But for the
really
role,
adopt at the moment.
Very true. Now, we can't stop talking about Patman because PRX doesn't change their roster very often. The last major one was Monyet, and that was it for a moment. And before that, of course, something.
Yep.
So Patman coming in, like you
the
guys
Saboteur,
had mentioned,
thanks
this
so much
is
for the tier 1,
probably a
dude.
good change.
Appreciate all your
to have
support,
him in
Saboteur.
here.
Thank
And
you
it
so
seems
much,
like on
man.
the first release for today,
Thank you for the
he's
18 months.
playing, and
Thank
Mind
you for the
Freak will
gifted
not
as
be
well.
playing. So what's he gonna? What roles is he gonna play? We can see historically here he's an initiator.
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw Mind Freak move away from that smoke role.
They confirmed he's
towards the
playing,
end of
yeah.
his time,
They
right
confirmed he's
before
playing
we
at least the
saw
first
Jing
map.
take that over. So I would expect him to be playing these kind of, you know, supporty initiators. That seems to be where he's at his best, and I think
Dude, it's
that
cold
is
in
quite
my
a
house
natural
today.
fit. And, you know,
Feel
PRX were
sick.
missing
Gonna
that
jump around.
solid, supportive initiator play. You know, they can kind of flex around it. You can put something there and stuff, but I don't think it's quite the same as having somebody who's very experienced in these kind of roles.
Oh yes, get something off initiator. Like, I'm not a fan. I miss the something jet personally. And that's like my thing. The first time I saw something at jet, that was amazing. I want to see him back on it. All right, Veto's coming in here. Boom continues to ban split. Pearl coming back in. The last time we saw Pearl on PRX, it wasn't great.
Yeah, this is a bit of a head scratcher veto for me for PRX. They're going to ban Haven, which is a map that they have been playing a little bit, although
Kinda forgot I had one directly behind me.
The last time they played it, but that was because they changed
Wait,
around a whole lot
PRX
of
got
roles.
Pearl
Pearl's gonna
and
be their pick
Fracture?
after that game against DFM, and they've let Ascent in.
Yeah.
Fracture being the third map decider for PRX, though, I think is going to be very promising. It's been their best map in Pacific so far.
Dude,
Yeah,
I feel
I'm
alright.
very curious to what they've got cooked up on Ascent, because PRX have banned Ascent the last 2 games before this. Now they're deciding to let it through.
I
Boom,
feel alright about
immediately
this.
Take advantage of that and pick
Because I
it. So
thought
I'm very curious for that one.
this
But we
would
are
be here.
starting on Pearl, where I think have we seen?
I think
we've seen
Fracture is
Boom
their
play
best
this
map
one
so
time,
far.
right?
Twice, actually, and they lost that game against T1, and then they got stomped by NONGSHIM, but NONGSHIM are insane on
yes.
Pearl right now. Like,
Guys,
they
why is there
beat
so many
everyone on Pearl.
PRX believers?
Ooh, okay.
Hey, okay, so we're
There's-
50-50 split
There's
here,
more
and I
of
think
us.
that's a fair assessment of how today can go. Pearl, even though, yes, DFM 13 won them, that's sort of an unforgettable situation, but at the same time, PRX was like phenomenal on Pearl. They were unstoppable on Pearl for the longest time, so...
A long time ago. It's a new day and age now. If
Crippy,
you ask
hello,
me,
mate.
It's all different.
All right.
Crippy, why are
he
you
is
up so
full Boom
early?
today, and some of us are full PRX.
That's
We're going to
crazy.
send it down
Wait,
to
actually,
the
I
stage,
guess
'cause
it's
VCT
10 there
Pacific
for you, right?
starts right now.
Wake up at 9 every day? Oh my goodness. Change, man. You're a changed man. Barely recognize you these days. Wait, actually Crippy as well? That's kind of cool. They lose Pearl, they're cooked. I mean, yeah, Ascent has never been a good map for them. When you stop predicting, when you stop predicting PRX, it's because of you that they feel the pressure. Mate, I don't think it is. I guarantee there's people putting more pressure on them than me.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific.
Okay. Let's see him. There it is, 6-man roster.
VCT Pacific, this is the match to watch. PRX
There he is.
are on a lose streak in Stage
So,
1 right
no
now, but they have
Mind
finally
Freak
added
for
Patman
Pearl.
to this roster.
Yeah, and we'll see how he's going to go. Obviously, a big step up from him coming in from the Tier 2 scene and joining a Titan like PRX, but they need to turn around their 2025, and they've got almost no
I think they want to throw a curveball for
Now,
Boom
there is a
by
lot
picking
of
Pearl as
history
Boom as
between the two
basically
teams
an
that are playing
anti-team.
today. We got
Yeah, I
Boom
was saying the
Esports
Boom are
on
an
the other
anti-team on
side,
Plat
all
Chat.
the
I agree with you
Indonesian
heavily.
players, and the
I think they're kind of
coaches know each
proven
other
with a
for
demo they actually look
years at
really
this
good.
point. Now, Boom, this
'Cause
Ascension team was
you
the
might be right,
runner-up,
PRX got
and
wrecked
they
on
have
Pearl
been
before.
winning all
And then
their
they just
Stage 1
practiced
games.
heavy on a
the
map
other
that they
hand,
look bad at.
to have all these guys facing off
They don't
today,
historically
this is
look
gonna
bad
be
on this
huge.
map.
If they win today, they have qualified for
It could have
playoffs,
just
and they're
been a
going to be the
one-off.
first team to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, they shouldn't be here, really, but they are, and they've grasped the opportunity with both hands. Underdogs no more, a 2-0 start, yet to drop
How do you feel
a
about
map in
no
Stage
Mind
1.
Freak?
It's crazy. You asked me
let's
this
see
at
how
the start of the
Jing's
year, who I would have thought would be the favorite of
handling
this game, and I wouldn't be
smokes.
giving you the answer I'm giving you today.
I do
But
feel like,
these guys have been looking incredibly dominant, incredibly
Pearl-
smooth, and a win
I feel like
today
Pearl was one of
locks them
Mind
into
Freak's
that
best
playoffs,
maps.
which is what we're all aiming for.
And we see the coaches, we heard from them earlier, Alex and Six Fingers. Oh, it's Mind Freak! Coach Mind Freak, what's up?
I like
All
it.
right.
I like it.
I like this, yeah.
They know each other very well. They
Yeah,
know
they
each other.
do.
Look, he's leading the huddle now as well. Respect it. Alex is walking on as the assistant coach today. I've
Yeah.
been there. Got to do that little walk. Got to jog fast. Can't waste too much time. I like it. That's a power move.
I mean, I think it's an
Yeah, I'm interested for
it's
comms,
an
that's for
interesting
sure.
thing where it's like he is been put in as a 6-man at least in this game, and Patman's coming in and subbing in. It seems like he's still
No
being
Mind
involved
Freak
in the
at
discussion.
all.
He's still being involved in the team.
Alex
so
said-
hoping there's no bad blood there or anything
Alex
like
said
that.
Patman's
Looks like it's all still
playing
good with the
for
boys,
some
and
maps.
He's still going to be
So
involved in some capacity with the team and in this game in terms of giving his input. I mean, he's been a long-time core member of the team.
So Alex did mention in the interview that Patman will be playing some of the maps, so this does seem to imply Mind Freaks will still be involved
I'm a
in
maps
a lot of ways,
Jing, Mind
including as a
Freak.
player, but who really knows?
The 6-man roster.
Mind Freak
Hey.
for the
You
Can't
Astra
get rid
ones.
of it. T1 did it one time and everybody
Yeah,
copies.
I
That's how
kinda-
it goes.
I mean, it seems
I'd
like
been
it's very
tempted to lean
trendy
into
right
that,
now,
maybe.
as is, you know, just jamming double duelists and saying,
Well, honestly,
"My
I
guys
wouldn't
can
be
go
doing-
frag." That sounds like,
I wouldn't be
the-
doing any of
the
this, so who
generic
knows?
thing you've got at the moment. For PRX, I mean, at the end of the day, guys, they've taken out their long-time most stable role player of the controller, and now we're just going into chaos, I think, and we'll see what they're actually going to end up choosing to play and who's going to be playing what on which map. It's going to be back into big question marks, which is something that Boom might have to adapt for, and I think might be something that PRX can be more comfortable with. Here we go on
Okay,
Pearl.
Devise
they are
on
once again playing
smokes.
double duelists, similar to what they played against DFM, but this time it is the Phoenix and the Yoru. I like like the solo init fade whenever you do play it as a
Jing,
solo init, especially on maps that
Phoenix,
you need to be flexible
something
on, like
Yoru.
That's gonna really
Wait, this
help
is
them
what-
pressure doors and art and things like that.
And I like Jing and something back on Duelist on that
This
combo,
is-
I have to say. But across
This
on the
is
side
probably
of
what
room,
should have been
keeping it a lot
happening
more simple.
the whole
Teo,
year.
Teo, a very, very
And then we
standard,
got
almost old
Forsaken
school Pro comp.
Vice,
So this is a very new school
Jing,
versus
Phoenix,
old school battle on this map.
double
Defy
flash
on the
Yoru.
controller. So he's going to be the
Exactly.
And
Astra
then
player, and we'll see how consistent those roles are.
Patman
map to
goes
map
over
as we keep
towards
an eye on this new
FaZe,
Paper
which is
X.
nice.
Definitely. A lot of things are swapping around here. This is a
And then
very
Device
exciting way to
smokes.
start the first series of today, Boom versus Paper X. We're going to be sending it over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Dude,
in
every
what sweater are you
every
wearing?
week I'm like, what the
I love
hell's
it.
going on there?
Oh my God! Thank you very much. But yeah, do you love it? The whole thing is, I asked Wardrobe for something that would describe what I feel like if Paper X won. So
Okay.
yeah, fuzzy, comfy. I feel pretty warm right now.
Maybe I'm glad that sometimes I can't see color.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, in all honesty, but you know what? We do have to think about what the compositions look like. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Komodo. Any thoughts so far?
Look, got to address the buffs and nerfs that have come in as well. So whether or not they're going to have a little bit of a play in towards this specifically with the
Forsaken,
KO,
not
and
Yoru.
Fire,
I mean,
of
the
course,
Yoru
they're
makes a
coming
lot
on
of
both
sense
sides
if
on
something
Vice as
can
well with
get
those
up and
thorns.
down.
So I think that's something
Dude,
that we need to see.
if he
that's
can
gonna
get
have any
Yoru
real
down,
impact
it
coming in
actually, I
towards
honestly
this.
think
I
it
think
fixes
in terms
everything.
Of the Veto though, Quack, I don't think Boom would have seen this one coming. When you look back towards kickoff against DFM and you're getting smacked 13-1 as Paper X, are you coming into this and it's like, all right guys, we're getting Patman in the roster, that's a buff. Yeah, let's play Pearl.
That's definitely what you are hoping for. At least a lot of the Paper X faithfuls in the crowd are hoping for that.
But
as
if the
well.
Yoru's
Some
not
fans
good,
as
then
well. But we'll see how
the
it all
Yoru's not
fares
good,
off
then
because
we're in
these hungry
a lot of
beasts
trouble.
have been nipping at the heels. They're pouncing on that opportunity.
Trifek, thank you
to
so
lock
much.
in playoffs. Can
Trifek7C with the
Paper X
prime. I appreciate you, dude.
find
Thank you for
their
doing that.
Morgan,
Okay,
or will
Paper
they
X on
face
attack. Boom on
extinction?
defense.
What
Big
possibly
talking
could be
points.
that?
Patman's
And
in.
back right
Device
now,
on
we
smokes.
are off
Something's
with
on
Paper X
Yoru.
on the
Forsaken's on Vice.
Well, they need to
And
certainly bring
Jing's
something
back
into
on
the 1-4
the
record so far for them this year.
Phoenix.
Quite abysmal for
And
Paper X.
Boom,
So starting off with their
playing
own map pick, getting a pistol
pretty
is
normal
not going to
comp.
be a bad thing for them. Of course, Berserks has been stellar throughout the course of this.
Okay,
tourney so
question mark
far. He's not
created.
gonna be
Flash goes
tackled
in. They
within
know
mid,
100%
but
it's a
the other
question
guys
mark and there's
over
not
along
people
the
there,
wall.
so they should expect.
It's a bit of a duo stack as well. You've got Shiro right up at the back, but still at least a bit of a trade from Jing, and then to flash out.
I say they should be expecting some kind of pressure here,
Don't
just purely
necessarily need
because
to
this
see
was so
Paper X
free.
Keep on going with this one. You know, one of the approaches in running the double duelist is even though that they
Like
do
this
lose
as well, though,
something
they
here,
go
there's
pick up
still
the
gonna be
ult,
options for them.
especially on the
Can
Phoenix.
go
You
out
want to
with
get that ult
blaze
early.
as well.
This now
You know,
creates a
on
lot of
towards
pressure
what
over towards
Paper X
A
are running
main,
here, and we
especially
can
as they cut
potentially see some
sound.
parallels to the likes of 100 Thieves who will play
That's why we
Aston
start
on
droning
Neon
out, trying to
instead
get
of
info.
Phoenix here for Jing.
So those double duels definitely possibly coming in handy, but as well, this composition.
He doesn't want to
especially
stick on
Jing
it, by the way,
Phoenix,
just
is
purely
something that,
because this
Paper
could
X
be
are
happening,
really
right?
familiar with. Now doubling back in towards V-Link, but Famous gets ahead.
Yeah, Famous back on his jet. You know, it's one of those agents that you would usually
Ooh.
assume he's very capable with. This time
Okay,
looking
do
the
they
wrong
expect
way,
the
though,
second
and they'll pay
person on
the price.
site? Yes,
Pretty
they do.
interesting, isn't it? We've seen Famous on the Neon so far now, but
Dude,
back
Jing.
in Ascension last year on the jet.
Jing.
This time getting dicked out by Jing. A quad being picked up on the pistol.
Could be in for the ace to start off the affairs of Paper X here. NC Slasher though, salvos, and a ghost in hand. This is all going to come down to what angles he can isolate and what shots he might be able to hit.
Jing looking a lot more comfortable. He's online for the ace as well and receiving first contact spots.
Jing!
There it is!
Oh my
The
goodness,
ace
on the
just kicks
Phoenix
off
as well,
for
so you
Paper
get the
X.
ult early.
Well, if you want to see Paper X's
Oh, what a
current
round that
scoreline
is.
of being 0-2 start off to try and tackle in towards stage 1, get towards, Masters Toronto, back towards the international
Guess
stage.
you can't
where
get a better
we didn't
start
see them for the first time.
if you run
at
a
the previous
Phoenix.
Masters, right?
It is
Starting
the
off with
most
ace,
perfect
not
thing.
a bad idea.
Certainly a very welcome sight, especially for the Paper X fans.
Ooh, hit
possibly
some
in the chat
nice
as
shots,
well,
dude.
but it is still really early, Komodo.
Yep.
I have seen a lot of these advantages fumbled before.
I mean, for sure.
You can't really forget about that one, that's for sure.
Okay.
But also
It,
remember,
it looks like they might be
Boomer,
going for
the
a
team
relatively
currently
nice
have
anti-eco
individuals that
strat.
run some
They get
aces
the
before.
outlaw out,
And leading
and so if they want to get
statistics
info,
are
they have to
clutches,
peek. They got
kill
no
deaths as
armor,
well.
it's one
I mean,
shot.
you look towards DOS9 and Berserks, right? You gotta see them be consistent. If Famous
They
is
have
getting
the
out an
Phoenix
operator on
ult
this
if they
defensive
want
side
the
later on,
Phoenix
that's
ult.
something that you're gonna have to try and piece together.
Sorry,
as Paper
Marshall
X to
chat.
Shut that
Marshall,
one down.
Marshall.
This time though, up very quietly towards B long. and now they explode.
Stars might reveal their intention, so maybe Famous quite aware, but still getting taken out quickly by the sharpshooting from the PRX members. Now down to the last
Yeah,
three from Boom.
don't get too carried away, but
They are somewhere hovering nearby.
looking alright.
Yeah, of course, no one.
Not
really
that that's
close
getting
to
carried away,
any
but
ultimates, quite expensive ones on the side of Boom. See if they can get any shots out here, but the hunt is certainly on for PRX.
Jing,
Wow.
stop
Push
hunting.
them all the way
You have your
far
ult.
back into spawn.
Okay, there we go.
Prowlers revealing their location. Forsaken with the ghost, of course. He hears everything, and he will collect
Holy
everything as
bro,
well.
what is
Doesn't
going on?
fall, picks up the quad, and that's a lot of money going to the next round.
5k into
On point
4k.
today, that's for sure. I mean, you're talking
They're
about
gonna
some
have
avenues
Phoenix
to
ult, and then
potentially
if
pick up a
they
bonus round,
want
right?
to,
having the run it back for
they could pick
Jing,
up the
getting
orb, they
close
could let him
towards
plant, and they
Forsaken
could
on the
have
Steel Garden as
Visal.
well. I mean, you're certainly seeing the right players go for the right hunt, right pathing as well. The flawless round to come out on the second. So now I'll shift my eyes over towards Boom, right? What do we start to see with this composition? What setups can Shiro really try and position for the team?
At least for now, he's positioning himself closer towards Art, possibly hinting at
Dude, I think they're gonna do that.
perhaps a bit of
I think they're keeping
mid-play.
it simple.
They do read the intentions from PRX
No
into the A site.
util over
Yeah, but
towards
0
A, so they
point, I
feel like they
believe,
got this one
only
for
spawning
free.
Pac-Man, right? So
Boom
when you
play
think
this
about
relatively
how many
far
players
back.
tagging up with that blade,
Like, they give him a
does
lot
one
of
player
space.
signify a full
Forsaken
shift in
does have
rotate?
spike.
Starts to. NC
Phoenix
Slasher
ult to
is
get up.
rotating over. First casualty is Jing. Forsaken falls too. That's an immediate shutdown on this bonus.
Okay,
back.
Phoenix ult for
Yeah,
next
PRX
round.
gonna have to head off to find another
Didn't wanna
opportunity
use it in
somewhere
this.
else on the map, but I can't imagine
Just tried to-
too much
just
going
tried
their
to
way
pop
right
over
now.
towards
Every
A.
single lane is being locked down.
And something not able to progress outside of club either, playing on that Marshall, so it's just dirty info for them at the moment that they'll try to recollect their forces together. Something I've been impressed with from
The Boom setup-
so
I mean, the Boom
far
setup was
throughout
good.
this stage is
They're
their
up against
decision-making and their patience,
multiple
right? Berserk's
flashes.
gonna
That's the
highlight-
crazy thing.
I'll highlight his
And
util positioning, and I think most
swing
importantly,
after the flash.
discipline has been gorgeous, but
Yes.
this time it's going to be NC Slasher and Famous here at B.
You know, if you would have told me that Boom would be a disciplined team or a control team,
Yeah, crazy, right?
2025, yeah, I would not have pictured that, but they are looking phenomenal right now. Famous holding the angle, spots out, gets the information for the team as well. Divide trying to make use of the angle, but getting gunned down. A bit of a wall bang. Double kill now, looking for the third, but Patman will be able to answer back, but of course, not before the rest
not
of
that
the team
much damage
descends
done, really.
upon
One
him.
gun.
So, Boom, able to answer back.
Surviving with 4 as well, you'll take Famous as
Okay,
the
we
only
won't get- we
casualty
won't-
in that round, not able to get out an
We'll give him this
operator
round.
just yet, of course. I think that's one of my things that I'm really going to be kind of waiting for in this series as well, right? To see if Famous is going to be able to keep on his #1 operator kill collection at the moment.
Not looking good right now
And
for
I think
PRX,
more
mate. They're in the
importantly,
best
PRX is going to,
position.
be battling
They
against
got,
them,
they
right?
got.
'Cause you're not
I mean,
seeing
obviously
any
they could have
Vipers or anything
got an
like
extra
that that can
kill
play with the
or done
walls.
maybe a little bit more
Gonna have to
damage.
try and flash him off the
They have
lines,
2
which, I mean,
ults
you look at
against
the
no
comp
ults in the
PRX
big
are
buy
running, they've got
rounds.
3 players that are going to be able
They're
to
in a
drop
good
in splashes
position, dude.
against him.
Relax.
That's exactly
Oops.
what they're looking
Well,
to do, at least for now.
Maybe not like that if you're flashing yourself, Jing.
I like this
Just
from
for a
Boom though.
tiny second, so
Had a little bit
at
of a
least for
play
now,
over
it's still
towards
not the
middle,
worst thing
use
in the
1
world.
KO
There
flash.
are a lot of Killjoy traps on the site itself.
Vice
Still got
ult to
an
get
in.
over towards the site. Phoenix ult to help as well. Berserk sits on
Trying
the
to get
site
that pinch on,
itself.
Trying to get the spike planted as soon as possible. Jing with a run it back will continue pushing down a single lane. Berserk still holds down Halls with
And
a
the Phoenix
lone
didn't
shorty.
manage to get a
Something
kill.
tries to deal with
That
it.
is
Will be able to
very
adjust that,
nice
but not
though.
before.
Got another.
Yeah, he took down a second player.
Dude, Berserk did
PRX now working at a
incredible.
numbers disadvantage, and
Phoenix
the site
ult,
is too
Vice
hot for
ult,
them to get the spike
and he
planted.
still got
Divide trying to
2
provide some
on his
assistance, but
own.
Smoke goes a little bit too deep. Shiro and Famous have already gone past the sidelines. It's just something left now. Fake gate crash as well, but the spike still down. The stealth drone has spotted him out. This round is quite possibly over unless a miracle is pulled out of the hat.
Yeah, you just don't want to see Boom give him individual jewels.
He's got no util as well, Komodo.
Very difficult.
And speaking of how disciplined Boom has been, look at this!
30 seconds left.
Yeah, dude, they're not giving him
No
much.
individual duels. Famous holding the angle, spots out the shoulder, headshot easily
okay.
found. 2-2.
Really good discipline, really good trading game from Boom in that. The positions that they're holding as well, the fact that Berserk is able to get away with 2.
Probably
he's just
with
been
what
so
went on would
consistent
have
throughout the games that
preferred
we've
the
been
Phoenix to
seeing,
go back
so far
elbow,
from Boom
but
in their 2-0 wins. And I mean, you look towards
Nah,
it
he
as
did
well,
incredible,
right? I saw
though.
a great haunt from Patman.
2
that tagged
ults
up
down,
Shiro
huge
over
win
at
for
Street.
Boom.
But the run-it-back wasn't able to get deep enough to be able to
Okay,
capitalize
Boom
on
can
anything
really
there. So
stabilize
something
now
that
as
you'll
well.
want to see PRX reel in a little bit later on, but the protocols are certainly there
They
for
can-
them. I mean,
they can
I've
start
seen
getting
them
the big
sneak up
ults
towards
online
me,
as well.
right, with all the Killjoy utility that Berserk has down, and they're trying to break in, but It's the trading, it's the right angles from Boom. Very aware of their strengths on this map so far, which, I mean, it'll be further accentuated now that they've got the guns and PRX do not.
Absolutely. I do imagine, this is a composition that Boom is quite familiar with, having, studied PRX in the past, possibly. Of course, their most recent matchup was like 3 years ago.
I mean, talk about study. How much study can you get from a 13-1?
It's been a while.
No
but,
way.
They are, both.
Oh my God, that's a nice wall as well.
Indonesian players both sides. At least right now, though, Forsaken trying to create a little bit of pressure, feeling some heat himself, getting taken out. Meanwhile, the site getting fired back as well.
Solid
Forsaken,
off
though,
angle. Hey, this was kind of cool. They smoked off the turret, dude. I think it's they smoke off the turret. Most common turret in the corner. Sneak through. They don't really feel like he's got the timing. Created pressure up at the same point. Kind of did a pinch over towards this area, so this guy felt really uncomfy.
Phantom, Vandal. We've seen Forsaken really be picking up the Phantom lately, and how damaging he's going to be able to be with that one. So this might be a bit of a thrifty to come through PRX's way.
Well, at least they haven't quite sussed out.
Everyone gets one shot by this gun.
Possibly, but he has to be very careful as well. The Nebula blocking so much of it off. DOS9 arriving right on time as well. Famous clears the angle, spots out Jing, has to back off.
Needed that shot, honestly. Time to be
Yeah, I mean, he didn't need to hit that shot.
Okay. Can DOS9 pull a rabbit out of the hat? Not quite.
12.
Defy with the sheriff shot instead. Famous now goes for the peak, but
Okay, didn't get any shots out on them as well, and they get so many upgrades for this round. Hey, this was nice from PRX though. Smoke off of the turret, pinch over towards this guy, got the good timing. He felt uncomfy. Just caught him as he's falling back. Insta wall. And then they knew about this guy.
See that the decision making from them is wise at the moment.
We've seen Boom, getting a bit of a read for how PRX might play, especially with the run it back from Jing in the previous round. But PRX also showing that they have a lot of cards up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, when Devi's picking up this Astra, I mean, it's not an agent that we usually associate with him whatsoever.
It's an important round for all the teams. Oh my goodness.
Pop flash as well. So now PRX looking to exploit the mid lanes.
It was just Berserks though, and he
Damn,
did have the sheriff.
the util is kind of nice at the moment though. This was a good. This was nice. Dude, they actually put a lot of time into this pal.
Would have to. Famous currently leading with 19.
Wait, this is really
right now,
nice.
But instantly dealt with by something. Look at how he pilots
This was a nice B split.
Gate crashes all the way towards the back and throws the off sight lines.
I wouldn't be
So
surprised
flash.
if they want to just grab that operator and go for
Yeah,
a
I think they got to
save.
save. They go Vice Flash. Fawn's deep here, so if someone isn't here early, they can't really peek into the angle. Then they got Flash close with a Prowler. Then once they've cleared it, they double clear over towards here. Use the walls, so they don't have to worry about people going behind them. And then they got a TP out while they pinch over towards B. I didn't see where the Fade Eye went, but I imagine it made sense.
Pretty just ordinary. Couple of shots and the round's done.
This is exactly how you would want to play this agent composition, right? With the flashes, gate crashes towards the back.
And any kills that they can find on the hunt here are going to be quite damaging.
The Fade Eye went B for the Euro TP.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to find anything though, so well done for PRX.
The Euro TP. Dude, that was a nice round though.
For PRX as well, but we shall see a bit of a second opportunity.
Yeah, I mean they got to hold door a little bit better.
Something with this up.
I think with what's going on, if they wanted to do,
are we gonna have pseudo coach Mind Freak?
Who's doing it as well yesterday? C9 was doing it heavy.
Right, sitting with Alex.
Yes.
Just where you like really fight the sides with like 3.
Yes, absolutely.
And they could definitely start
Always
doing
excited
that
to see
on
what
defense.
strategies he's able to cook up, and especially when Boom are running this Team Heretics comp as well. There's going to be a little bit of tape that they can kind of work back towards, and what strength there's going to be. So far, not seeing too much, in terms of the KO buff, if you want to call it a buff that comes through on those flash drives. And
Is something Euro the
as well,
solution
right?
because Forsaken's value is so much higher as a flex? I think it's just the solution as well because first of all, the agent's incredibly meta right now. Second of all, on defense, you pretty much op every single time, and that's kind of what something from the outside wants to do, from what I can tell.
The camera's closer to him, right? So does that make him in the actual coach slot? Like, is that what we're seeing here?
So Alex is the assistant coach
Alex
today.
Is the assistant, he can just chill. No desks to be broken today.
I don't think Team Secret will fare against T1.
Well, we have 6 big booms. He does.
I mean, I
have
think they're
that
going to get wrecked a
somewhere,
little
but
bit.
At least right now, I have to imagine this timeout has to be called for Boom to reinforce mid a little bit more. PRX
Honestly,
has
though,
been
having an
exploiting
extra
that in the
coach
past
for
few
PRX
rounds.
would help them a
So there
lot.
it is, a couple of pings on the map.
It's just the 6th man, if they're actually like fully involved, could be good.
Big test for
Dude,
Shiro
there's
right
so
now.
much door pressure right now.
Holds the angle, but he is pretty much pinned down. Ooh, something. Tries to get
This
ahead
felt
with a bit of
odd
a gate crash, but it's gonna be a
because
double for Shiro right now.
the
Pop
flash
flash as well.
hit and there was like
The
no
fragments to
protocol in terms of
deter PRX from pushing
the
any
flashes hit.
further. Forsaken just repeaking
I like
it,
this from
though.
Boom, right?
Spotted out by the drone, wanted to try and
Been a
bring
lot of pressure over
something
towards
back
door.
into a workable scenario for PRX, but at this point in time, some aggression dealt with by Shiro very nicely. And it's kind of just going to really stop PRX here. The spike is down at doors. You've got an operator looking after that as well. I like the timing on NC Slasher getting out that drone, by the way, just to really put Forsaken in a spot of bother. And something that I was kind of wondering as well, right? When was DOS9 going to kind of be brought into the fray for
Like
Boom
you
here?
applying for a
It was
job for
great
PRX?
defensive
God no,
utility
man. This would be incredibly stressful.
to assist Shiro.
Adjustments back into the B side as well.
I'll leave it to Alex, man.
Fame is holding the line with this op, but Divide, well, recalls the star.
But there's 30 seconds, right? You need to really
Nice
be
shot.
heroics at the moment. Famous with the operator is extending his kill lead with that gun. And now Jing, name of the game is damage, because the credits, I mean, they're not too flashy for Boom.
Spotted him out as well.
Yep. And now you got the operator back on the line again.
So Boom, incredibly aware. I
He
mean,
shouldn't
that's exactly
really
what I
be
was saying,
saving here. He
especially
should
with
be
an
going
op
for
down.
duels.
You have to imagine Device somewhere nearby, especially with that star being recalled. So Famous very much playing the game right now.
Especially as he's on a
I look towards
Phoenix,
him as well, and I'm
especially as they
thinking to
have this
myself,
much
all right,
money.
you've got a couple of flashes on Jing, on something.
Okay,
If Famous
well,
is gonna
Boom
be
will
holding
take
these
this,
really
for
tight
sure.
lines, he needs to either play on a little bit of luck,
Did feel a little bit
maybe
weird,
stop
this guy got hit by
blinded
the
to get
flash.
shot, or go for the lucky blind shot, right? So
As in
I'd be
the,
kinda interested to see
he's in
how
the Vice
he's
flash, they knew he was there.
be around the map, because that's going to be one
Damn.
of Boom's strengths, right? It's on this defensive side, really repositioning
Nice watch by
where
him.
he's going to be, how they're leaning around this map, what tells that PRX are going to come out with.
Huge home crowd watch party cheering out for Boom as well. In Jakarta, where Ascension was held last year, but back into this.
You've got the operator on this A site, and you've got all of Berserk's utility at the moment. So
Damn, here we go, another round where they use a lot of
They're going to
ults.
really try and go with this one. Cosmic Divide invested, but the utility is going to stall them out.
Okay, gets out into the corner and do 3 ults used into this one.
Famous just firing off warning shots, but not quite finding anything with pot shots. He
And
does
Famous
find one
still
all of a
manages to
sudden.
get the kill.
With the Cosmic Divide now,
Boss
so a bit of a
Flood
pop flash
goes in.
Possibly, they're trying to play around the smokes. Malcolm just does keep them at bay for the time being. PRX trying to hold on to the current positions. Pop flash sent through, and there it is. Bounced off the wall. Something gives himself a bit of an escape route. Blaze wall just by further time for PRX. Do they go back into A main? Still not quite safe. Boom are suppressing
This is
them
chaos,
with a lot
man.
of stray bullets. Something holds the angle. Famous in with a shorty. Something tries to go for the flank, but gunned down by Berserk as well. The Forsaken flank not quite there. Tries to hold it off right around stairs, but
Dude, they played
Famous spots
so
the angle,
heavy on
sprays him down.
site,
A
and it
triple
just
found
did
in the
not
round,
look
and
that
boom, to tie
comfy.
things up.
Yeah, Divide
Okay,
loses
I feel like
life first,
every,
and PRX
correct me if
still
I'm
wanna
wrong,
try
chap,
and get
every
this
round
fight
they've
down
used
and
an
protect
ult
it
they've
when
lost
Shiro's
at the
Null
moment,
Command
I
is in the
think.
mix. I saw the Blaze Wall come up from Jing,
terms of
but a missed
PRX.
taunt from Patman. Dodged at the right time for the Boom members, not highlighting anybody.
This one,
makes that extremely
Fatal,
difficult for PRX to kind of win
Your
any
ult,
of the duels
Astra
there. I
ult,
mean, the shorties are being
and they lost the
played well.
Vice in
fact
the,
that Famous finds that first one whilst blind, I mean,
the Phoenix ult.
really does hurt out
I
PRX,
really
but
didn't
really
like
have to
their
say,
afterplan here.
maybe they press the issue a little bit too hard when something's
Like, I would love them to actually leave the site. Like, I'm seeing
you
something
know the
TP
operator's
out of
when
there.
spotting out Berserks,
I
you
would
know the
kind of
killjoy
leave that
utility
one
is gonna be
planter
around
and
the
just
site.
play heavy
They
off the
invested a
plant and then
lot
just play
to
off
try
his
and
contact.
bully
Not like they were
bully
playing
Boom
against an
out of that
Astro or
site,
anything.
and Boom, once upon a time,
Dude,
they
Famous
might
to
have
get this
conceded
shot
the
is
site.
wild,
They might
though.
have been a little bit
Famous
scared,
did
but
incredible.
This Boom that we're seeing right now, Quack, are a team that has come through Ascension in the slot that they didn't think they'd be here when they lost to NONGSHIM, right? They are 2-0
Okay, it's an
up.
instant
They are contending
timeout
with
after he's
PRX
seen
in the
something
early
worrying,
stages
so
of this map.
maybe just talking about the fact that
And they're not
when they get the
conceding.
plant down, you have
So
the Euro,
far,
you can
not
TP,
yielding
you
the
had 2 of
site.
towards that,
We
you could
heard it
easily
from
play the
coach's
afterplant.
interview way before, on the pre-show, Six Fingers mentioning that the players are incredibly driven. This is a very hungry team. Like we've mentioned, they win this and they are pretty much locked in for playoffs.
Yeah.
PRX, on the other hand,
I mean, are they gonna make it to another international event? That's the question for me.
they might not even make playoffs at this point, Dion.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah, dude's getting really far ahead of himself. Like, if they lose this, they're probably not making playoffs.
13-1 over towards PRX. We've got a lot of players in the circle.
My guy's
again.
talking about Masters and
That's why
champs.
I'm like, ooh, fracture. Yeah. It's gonna be the last map. That was the last time these guys played each other. That's a bit spicy.
Bit of familiarity for sure, but still
2.5 years ago. I don't know how much you'd read into that.
We gotta rear our sights back into this current matchup where things are starting to heat up, very much so.
Molly into the corner,
Positions, though,
smoke
with the
deep,
utility.
Prowler out.
Okay.
Dude, that
Positions
one
over
nade
into this mid-con area.
just got
You
rid
see the
of
hot hands
4
going out
bits of
from
util.
Jing. It cleared where DOS is playing.
Suppression blade,
Yeah,
though,
and they
spots
felt like
everything
they
out.
cleared
Good little
here.
flash, but is it gonna be enough? They know where DOS9 is. Patman will go in for the pinch. A little bit of utility as well, just to push NG Slasher
Famous
off.
with a kill, maybe?
Still trying to force it
Yeah.
through. Famous will find a bit of a trade as he takes someone down up B long.
But now there's a gap in the map, right? Berserks has to fall back a little bit, play on the back of his utility that is still active. That turret, it's not spotting out anything, so he can absolutely play comfortable at this right lane. And Patman, oh Patman, the gun barrel, I think it was just spotted. I'm not 100% sure, but it doesn't matter, because now it's all on Forsaken.
Oh, there's the spike.
This is the worst spot for the spike to be dropped in.
Yeah, it's a
Now
really
right?
rough
30 seconds
spot.
to go. The turret has been recalled. Forsaken's going to get in towards the site. There's a nano to buy time.
That's exactly what I mean. And all he's got is just this sheer wall where currently placed. Might just give
Famous
us
is
some
here pretty
information.
fast and
Arco's
art.
back in, repositions, and now that's where he gets
Dude,
spotted
Famous
out
is
by Famous from the
playing
back. I mean, even
incredible.
if Famous wasn't there, Berserks was up by dugout.
I do like the response from PRX and their approach to be able to take mid though, right? When they're lining up for this combo of utility to try and take out Shiro's position where he got that double kill in the round previously, right? You're seeing these little adjustments come out from PRX, but again from Boom, they themselves are adjusting around the map really nicely as well. Famous didn't get too hungry pushing up through B long, by the way. Very disconnected from the rest of the team. He still got a kill, so it was really important that those kills in amongst the street went, you know, which either team's way to bring some stability, but in the 2 versus 2, I mean, Berserks, again, he's just coming up with, you know, not the most clutch play in the round to be able to win it, but the fact that he converts that very easily into the 2 versus 1 team is gorgeous.
That's
Alex as well. I mean, starting to feel a lot
let's
of
keep it on the
pressure
money
right
here.
now.
Big rounds.
It's Boom recognizing PRX playing this double duelist composition, trying to work around B-Link as well, but now back into it. A bit of B-Long pressure. Famous back
Great
in
shot.
with the
Man, this guy is playing incredible. Oh my god.
A second one going through. A bit of a repeat, slightly whisked right past by.
Bro, there's a close shot as well. I thought he had it.
But still pinned down around this pillar.
I don't know if they spotted DOS getting in towards the corner. They can't really flush him out, though, unless you want to try and invest a hot hands and play along the line.
I don't know. I don't think...
So far, though, Famous, his damage is done, right? 2 opening kills, a creep up behind the Nebula.
Oh, man. Still trying to go in off of it. At least the Blaze kind of healing him back up for just a bit, but Famous instantly deals with it using the shorty. Shira off towards
God, they're stabilizing.
every single lane.
They're really
No
stabilizing. They're
at
looking
all
good.
for PRX in this round.
Flawless round to come through from Boom. Every duel won, and Famous is on 30 HP, man. He's not scared to go in for it when, you know, you got the Blaze
Yeah,
wall
when we
coming
get
up
into
from
like
Jing.
the actual
Why
buy
would you
rounds
expect
as well,
a
they
player
just
who's
like
on 30 HP
keeps
to
it
just
better.
challenge him with the shorty. You kind of don't, right? But that's what sometimes just the gusto from him to go in.
The morale boost from the previous rounds.
Yeah, well,
Famous.
Boom are on a
15 to
hot
5.
streak, and this guy's
Dude,
leading with
DOS9 hasn't even had to
15
do
kills
much.
right now.
One
what did I
to
talk about
5.
though, Quack? When Famous gets the
Okay, they managed
operator
to-
in
wait.
his hand, he is looking like a demon.
Force? They force. They force double stinger.
Oh, he's ready
2
for the
right.
double trigger.
Oh,
It's a
big
collapse.
goals.
Instantly shuts down that running back from Jing.
Dude,
Plays
he's
out as well.
must feel like
PRX
he's
continuing
everywhere
to
though.
look to bully their way through into it. Famous will be able to pull out the blades, but here comes that storm. Back into it with the shorty as well. NC
Oh,
Slasher
God, he
holds
got
down the
Patman at the
line.
back as
Berserks to
well.
clean things up. Boom.
No
with
matter where
7
they
rounds
go,
in their pockets right now.
Man,
no matter where they go,
absolute
Famous
river
is
of
there and
a
he's
run.
killing
They
at
five in a
least
row to
2.
The last round of this half now, that was a complete shutdown. The collateral that comes out, maybe an overheat with the next one. Technically the collateral on the runner back, right? So
God,
Jing is not able to find some
to
further
have
positioning.
pistol
That kill from Devi, I mean,
and then to
you'll
have
shut
your
down Famous,
Phoenix
but the
ult
moment NC
in the
Slasher
second
gets free out of
rounds.
here, I mean, He's
And then
hot
to
potato
only
in
get
all the
4
different weaponry.
rounds.
Berserks, he does not cave under the pressure around that A site that he has
I'm
made
not sure that
his
should be
home.
happening in
This
2025,
defensive
really.
side of Boom at the moment really coming up a treat. And now for PRX.
Teams should be better at snowballing than
Challenge
this.
in towards the A site nice and early. Remember, the dimensional drift last time, they went into the site really early to force the plant. This time, Boom, give them a bit of this respect deep.
A little bit more. It is the last round of the first half, and Boom sitting on couple, well, close to a couple of ultimates.
But why?
They're happy to possibly go for it, go for the retake. I mean, you've got the lockdown as well. Something in with the judge though, trying to buy more time
feel like
and
they
spacing.
do they use
Steel Guard and
use all of their
are
ults?
now all hovering around.
They take a little bit of space
site.
with it. They scared about the Killjoy ult.
Shiro in to create some space around Art. Bit of pressure as well with the flash, and that allows for Famous to go for it for peak. Jumping judge, and he
They're
finds
so
the double.
bad with
and that's the
ults.
lockdown. PRX has to evacuate the site. Petman unfortunately dug in a little bit too deep, and it's just a Vi off to A main, and they know exactly where he is. Shiro.
Jesus. And they lost every
painted
single
in all
round where they
white,
had
and that's
ults, by the
gonna
way.
be Boom to
Like
pick up
legit, the
the
rounds that they the rounds the rounds that they didn't have ults look better than the rounds when they had ults.
They allow PRX to get in. They're going to be confident in their retake.
So just Yoru cleared everything. Insta fade ult when they basically just cleared it. People could have maybe stepped into the first like 2 waves of it. And then after the fade ult gets nothing, they vice ult even though they know that the fade ult just got nothing. Like surely save the vice ult. Should have saved the vice ult for the Killjoy ult. And then when you've done 1 for 1, then fade ult in the afterplant, like when they tap the Spain. Oh my goodness. Damn, dude, these are sick.
It's gonna have to be key.
3 of them. 3
Timing
slugs.
and getting a read for the rotations. PRX have only been
Oh,
showing this
sick.
single look throughout this first half, repeatedly pushing, repeatedly trying to bully their way through, and Boom have readily dealt with it.
You got to remember as well, I don't know how many people would have expected Pearl to be the pick coming in towards this series from PRX. You look at the history, it ain't that crash hot this year, of course.
Boom's most recent Pearl play as well, back in kickoffs against NONGSHIM. That was a bit of a loss.
I know, it's
but
cool.
now, looking this way, 8-4 from the first half, they are happy to take this win.
You got to remember though as well, there was that match against T1 where they did lose at 11-13, right? There's question marks around that series as a whole.
Okay,
you know,
PRX.
Kind of could have won that
Need
in my
another
eyes,
pistol.
but they didn't. But yeah, I mean,
Let's
we've seen a little bit of help
see if
from
they
them
can
as
win
well.
some
Didn't
rounds
look
with
the
some
greatest
ults.
against NONGSHIM, who just had a really good idea on their defensive style.
Revenge of the
I'll be honest
Beefsteak,
with
thank you so
And
much
that's the
again
sort
on
of,
YouTube,
you know,
appreciate
questions
that.
I'm posing to PRX right now. How is their
Assuming
defense
Boom don't
really
collapse
going
the
to
series,
look?
is
It's a
Boom a
1-4
favorite to
split,
make
more
Toronto?
structure to the A side,
I put them in
and
like a
Boom,
similar
if they
spot
had the idea that this is
to
gonna be the positions of PRX
like a
here,
NONGSHIM, I
they've
guess.
well,
Like one of the
they've run it right.
Certainly
teams
able
that is
to
most likely to be
see a
fighting
lot
for
across the
third.
map. You've got that double initiator, and
Which
right
is
now,
awesome
just
for them, 'cause
clear
I didn't think I'd
outfielder
be saying that at
using
the
a
beginning of the
little
year.
more confidence in pushing down V-Link. Something though. Now, absolutely needing to get Crash the heck out of there. Okay.
Yeah. But time can be bought as well, right? You've got the Sheer that'll eventually be popped by Forsaken. He doesn't need to really rotate currently. And PRX, they're investing what they can around this A site, thinking there might be a rotate back over there. But, I mean,
Okay.
this
Nice
idea
though.
for PRX is
Fast
not it.
25
Like,
seconds, got
there's
the
3 players
wall out
still
of them over
surrounding the A
towards
side,
B.
drones coming in from Boom. You
No
spotted out 3
info
players
elsewhere on the
fired
map
that
for
long earlier
PRX.
as something. You had to call for the rotations earlier.
Yeah, at this point you're going in for that full retake game, and it's not going to be the easiest.
And it's the good
0
plan
points
as well.
to ensure that for something's still right around the corners.
And honestly, he could have turned around a
having
little bit
everything
more,
all
but
blocked off by the smokes. Oh, and here comes the salvos as well. Something continuing to try to sneak something through.
Which means you don't have them for the full post now.
Or at least
Astra Star on the spike. He got 2 trying to hold the site to delay. You got salvos that are waiting for recharge. You got Astra. Whoa, dude,
where is he
laggy.
going? Here comes Shiro though, able to find a bit of a double. And PRX able to answer back.
They
as
still haven't
well.
tapped the spikes,
Now,
guys,
Jin
and had
looking
to
tap
use
the
Astra
spike.
Suck yet.
DOS9's
And he's gone for the
positioning,
round the
opening it off
world,
his
and
feet.
he's here now
Might be
early.
able to surprise
Ooh, Jing's kind of
PRX.
on top
They
of
might
it.
have heard a peep as well though. Now getting off the hand, but oh, in with the classic taps.
Oh,
Instant
God.
frag onto
Dude, they
Petman
both
before
got
taking
hit by
down
the
Jing.
double
What is this
damage
from
of the
Boom?
Astra
Yeah,
Suck.
that's really nice timing from DOS9. The approximate millisecond before the spike gets halved as well, and then they get vulnerable up by it. Famous just trying to dance around the site. The timing from Shiro within the nebulas as well, that is absolutely gorgeous to come out from him. a well-structured pistol to come through from Boom. A good idea at the beginning, the middle of the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Even when
really
they're trying to
nice.
establish the
It's a
plan,
really,
right?
really
Just
nice
getting
one.
those salvos down to buy a little bit of extra time.
Why didn't they pick Fractures their first
Really well
map?
done
I
from
mean, they
them
must have thought
to
that they were going to
continue
get it
this
for
run
third
from the
map.
tail end of their
Like, they must have been
defensive
really
side.
confident that this was going to happen. So, like, in theory, they actually approached the best of three right. Right, they heavy prepped a map that was maybe like a bit of a curveball. And then you win this map. Ascent, let's be honest, never been good for them. Probably going to lose it. And then they have Fracture. Like this way, they're like more control into what the maps are. But they are getting actually wrecked on this map,
bonus
though.
round is going to be a bit of a do-or-die situation for PRX to start off as well. If they drop this one, well, makes it really difficult to come on back. But of course, it's not over until it's over.
But it is now or never, Komodo.
Yeah, and on the defensive side as well, right? So you've got to see, are they going to play this 1-4 again? Are they going to get a little bit more proactive up through A? Because currently they're spreading a little default around the map. It's not the worst idea when you're going up against the lesser weaponry, but for Boom, they've got a bit of an A play.
And we have already seen Boom deal with the B site, quite effectively, especially with the 0 point as well. Now back
Okay,
into
KO get in the orb as well, so
clears out the
even if
positions.
they lose this one,
Juro went away from the null command as well, so if anyone gives him a peek and they lose their
he will
life,
have ult into
that's
next
gonna be
rounds. He does have the
huge
spike on this,
for a
so
post
they're
lane
kind of
if
wanting to
he doesn't
get
get
that
a
ult early.
spike.
Use the use the smoke against them to try here if they have the wall.
Instantly sprayed down by Petman and gang. So Boom having to respect a bit of this space now.
Yep. Creep on up, as saying the shear can protect them in art. You've got the Thorns as well. Whilst nerfed, will still buy a little bit of time. Straight out of the wall, there's the Thorns. So it really comes down to this 50 seconds for Boom. Do they stay and wait to explode out onto this A site? Not the worst idea, and they're going to go for it.
Will PRX be able to hold Petman in with the off angle? Tries to hold towards stairs as well. Bit of burst through, and that's going to be that.
Whoa.
Petman in with the quad.
Okay.
What a debut.
That was
back in
lovely
from
shots,
Naos
dude.
Into this game onto PRX, his first day.
Yep, had to see something big come up from
Third,
PRX
fourth is
in
really
that
nice.
round there as well, and just being able to bunker down on that site, disregard, the utility at that point in time. That might be a bit of a blessing for them as well, right? Because they can just be focused on their crosshairs. Patman, he had a really silent first half, not gonna lie, at the back of the pack time and time again, but this time taking the lead.
Okay, I like this from Famous though. No up on the defense, gets the up out on attack. Pretty close to some other ults, but they do have KO for this one.
Back into it. Oh, PRX pushing up.
This is old school, man. They used to do this in 2022 or whatever.
And what did I say earlier? If you're playing these
Did they
operator
roll
lines
back
as
this
Famous,
strat?
are you dodging the flashes or playing on a little bit of luck and timing? Well, the flash didn't meet its mark, unfortunately. Jing, a player that we've seen on Phoenix so often, gets the wrong timing.
Keep it in 2022.
Rather unfortunate for PRX, and look at how
Dude,
they're all struggling.
Famous
to
is
reposition right
really
now.
Yeah, there's going to be so much
killing them
emphasis
though.
on
Like,
Forsaken and what
the
he can
op
swap
looks
here.
fun
Of course,
against
the shear
PRX, really.
is not going to be available right now for him.
And you're 5 and 10. You kind of know that Boom.
Even though they
are
have-
down this B long position. What are the rest of the players?
What are we thinking?
doing?
4 flashes, 2 prowlers, and a
Gets bit
fade
of
eye.
a
I still
reveal.
feel like he gets free
It's all the
shots.
players from Boom looking to get out into the site. Patman, yeah, that was a bit ill-advised. Forsaken couldn't get any trades there.
Way far too exposed, and Boom are just surrounding this site. Shiro,
They have
holding down
no
all the rest of the team.
idea.
They have that
Shiro
tail
got back
play.
a sight.
Salvo's possibly coming back online at some point. Hall's not cleared. Hello?
Yeah, not even looking for him.
No, they're so
He had to cut
100%
a couple of
confident he didn't
corners there
cross.
as PRX, I guess. Like, I get the idea, but the fact that no one was just expecting him to play back holes. Now you got to call.
Okay, got
the
to save on
audible.
this one. Damn,
Guys,
Boom are
we've got to
wrecking
save
them.
here. We need weapons going into the next round if we want to try and stop Boom from getting onto map point. I got to give credit to Boom. Like, the ideas that they're coming out with here, Quack, are amazing. The fact
Kat,
that
what do you
they have
reckon
that
the
early
reason is that
engagement
this
they win,
happens?
they settle
When
down,
the-
PRX completely just, like,
When the
leave
Vice
site,
dies, you
Forsaken
get
to try and
this.
defend who's
Do you
spotting
reckon when
over a
they
screen.
originally
How
were
much space does that give Boom
like
to just wait
coding
for Salvos to
Vice,
come back online?
they had it
Wait
so
for them to
like
pop a
these
null
were
and go in
in a
together as
range.
team.
Or even just the opening pick with Famous on that off. You know, something that maybe PRX were somewhat anticipating.
Bug?
but
I mean, it's for sure a
didn't
bug,
hit its
but
mark.
Oh,
It
that's,
did?
so there's the timing.
Oh
That's
my
the luck.
God.
That's the luck factor. It's either he spots them before they're blinded, or he gets it on a little bit of luck and timing because Jing is holding W.
And that's when I would love to hear an interview from Famous where it's not luck, it's just pure skill.
For sure.
It's what is the lyric? It's 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will.
And let's just add in there, it's Famous with an operator. It's just bound to happen.
Currently still leading in the op statistics.
Yeah, I mean, my question again, I kind of think I want to harp on this issue at the moment. We know how powerful Famous is when he gets the operator in hand on the defense.
Am I ready for Talon's ascent today?
Right now
Yeah, I'm not sure I am.
This gun sing, and there's
I mean, it can't.
rhyme or reason as
It
to
can't be
why
worse than what
PRX
we saw.
aren't trying to drone him out, you know,
I
sniff
probably
him
would
out,
pick
get
it
some
against them though.
early positioning, early reads. You know, if you want to try and allow the operator to not get on these lines, you're gonna have to play a little bit deeper because they're not winning these contests up through B ramp. They're not taking aim and
So they
control,
still haven't
right?
won a
You gotta
round
play
where
with
they've
the
had
team. If
ults,
you're
right?
throwing in a haunt, you're throwing in some prowlers as well. You want to try and tackle some space, get in some flashes. They've got the flashes to do so.
They didn't have any ults here. They actually go a map where they don't win a round from ults. That's criminal. That is like worryingly bad.
Still on this op, and this time happy to lock down the angles towards mid.
I think Boom's top 3 in Pacific right now. I think they're very close to like a NONGSHIM. I think they could. I think they could scrape the third place for Toronto. I think it probably comes down to them and NONGSHIM at the moment.
Lockdown if they do decide to continue to push, not lockdown, sorry, it's going to be the alarm bot. So
Actually,
Paper can't quite push all the way through.
Gen.G.
While Boom.
If they
Gen.G
do
look kind of
continue to
nice.
this B site, time can be bought from Patman on the ult.
Oh, there are a lot of players on the other side though. The jump peak, can he sustain himself?
There's the ult, there's the C's.
Oh
as
no,
well,
not
so
the
time
ult.
to be bought, but
You know what that
can pull them
means.
in towards Jing.
Does he have it? It is Famous with the up, and he shuts Jing down again!
Yeah, he's on the dry line, just not expecting them to be positioned in connector when you 100% would have to assume so. It's dirty. You cannot just waltz out there as Jing, as a solo player, into a question-marked number. There could have been 5 Boom members at that spot.
No flash either, so it's really unfortunate, but at least Patman will be able to answer the Pat signal. Continues to hold the angle as well, but here it comes. It's going to be dueling
he looks kind of nice though.
I
don't think his util's great, but
around B long, but it's
damn, they won a round with a ult. Okay, okay.
Able to shut down Boom's onslaught.
Nicely done from Patman to hold that one down and really lock in Boom, I will say.
Dude, he did good though.
You know,
like
goes for
I
that
think
dry
his
duel,
fatal.
yes, but you got Forsaken still around the B side,
Like
you got his utility
didn't.
as well. So there's a couple of
It wasn't good,
backup
but
plans from PaperX in that spot. But
he
I'm
did
looking
so
at this
nice to be
scoreline,
calm
right,
here and
going
get
back,
another.
you know, it's 11 for Boom, right? You can't make many mistakes as PaperX on this defensive side.
Dude, divided nice as well, just sending it through the molly.
I have to imagine it's a really tough thing for Jing to deal with as well. You know,
Okay, force him down to an eco. They just got to deal with a judge, 4 sheriffs to go fast on this one. This is nice. They got a fast strat with a judge on attack.
They're not really
Guys are kind of drilled.
in this game so far. 0.53 in A main.
And the shear wall instantly tripped. Famous on a bit of a journey with this judge currently.
Yeah, do they expect him to be pushed through connector?
I mean, God no.
The Prowler goes into him, and the Prowler has just seen Famous, by the way, so they're very targeted on him here.
Run it back, sets out the judge, but here comes Patman as well. Now to hold the angle, Divine finds the frag against Famous, just Shiro left. In with a Sheriff.
Okay, nicely handled in the end as well. Phoenix ult used for the judge, but they got the trade.
4 more to go.
Yeah, you need those gimmies. If there's a lesser equipped round to come through from Boom, you need those ones, you know, in a flawless capacity, or, you know, 4 players surviving, which is exactly what they do there, and really good conditioning as well, right? That shear goes up, making sure as a team that they're covering the alleyway still. If Street is lost, they're making sure that Connector is prowled out if there's anyone close as well. So the ideas and the fundamentals of space clearing is at least still there for the team together as a unit.
Okay, Astro for Astro. Everyone can play retake if they want to. And
that was, you know, a bit of a
the first round, the something manages to get the op out on defense.
Back into A, they've started to read for how PaperX have been,
Boom.
getting that early
A
A
default.
presence.
Insert
And
one.
this was a quick A take from Boom as well. They could eventually have the gate crash over from something, which I believe
PaperX in
it's not gonna all
reaction
the way
want to
back
clear
into
middle.
spawn at the moment, but he does have the operator over at the B site, so you'd almost want to.
Prowler goes in, doesn't spot these two.
From B here.
All right, he does kind of crash towards the back for a bit. Boom hasn't made
Yeah, this is nice, dude. This is nice from Boom though.
This is
This is nice from Boom, but this is also nice from something.
Good pop flash as
Heard
well.
the drone pop.
But
Realized that
Forsaken
there's a
played it
question
safe.
mark here. Takes the angle,
Boom,
clears
a
the
minute
question
on the
mark.
clock still.
Three
They will have
person
to
can hold
bait out
strong
these
over
stars
towards
over at
A.
the side. That still has majority of PaperX's
Dude, they might
force here.
even
Yeah, and with
they might even
Forsaken
get the
Jim
vice
Reed,
pretty
he doesn't
close.
spot any more further down B link, so it's a bit of a read into
Whoa,
this
what is
A
this guy? You
site.
know the
Jing
hair.
trying to force
Oh
the
my
issue
goodness.
with the flashes, but now
Scary,
hidden
but the
in
molly
this
retake's pretty
current
cool.
position. And La Frenzy slash to find the double back in.
got
Jing
two?
only finding one. Defy now has to hold and anchor down the site. But in with the Armageddon as well, he feels a lot of pressure. The Cosmic Divide blocking every single sight line. Clones out, but instantly dealt with. Forsaken able to find a frag off of it. Steel Garden is
Oh my god, this guy's,
ready to hold.
this guy's
Just
on
something
them
left.
this round.
Lose this, and it's map point for Boom. He's got an op Komodo. Peeks the close angle, swaps to the shorty, finds NC Slasher, and swaps to a rifle. Has a chance.
You gotta tap it early, you know,
It's
after
two
sucks
players
happening.
holding up by stairs. He taps, creeps up front, not quite finding
Okay.
Berserks. It's Berserks who
5
slashes
chances
him with a
left.
giant sword,
Dude, this
and
is why
that's gonna
PaperX
be
are just
Boom
so weird,
reaching
right?
that crucial
Play the question
map
mark.
point.
You gotta remember when those
No
walls
pressure
are
over
up as
towards
well,
here.
your gun technically spotted
Go
first,
for the
so
rotate.
fact that NC
Got a
Slasher grabs that
1-1-3,
third kill on 5
and they
HP
decide to
is
go for their
absolutely
re-clear
ridiculous
when
to
they
come
know
on
they're
out. I was
re-clearing
thinking it was a
into
little bit claustrophobic
4,
around this side
maybe
at the moment. I mean,
5.
that shot is just absolutely brilliant from him, not gonna lie. Boom, they immediately answer back after the 2 that PaperX get.
It doesn't
Now
make
it's
sense.
5, right?
Most teams
5
here
map
will take that
points for Boom
info,
to close
good
out
after plant
Pearl here.
positions. You
PaperX
can
has picked
take a lot of, good,
Oh my
good,
god, and
oh my
PaperX
god, the tangle
decide to
splash.
push without stopping a single beat. The salvos will slow them
Good
down,
side
but
positions
Jing
even.
happy to fire back. Defy with the support as well, but what is the spray transfer from
You'd
Shiro?
have the Astra ult for
Bit
once
of
they
presence
actually
found
plant.
by Forsaken, but now smoked off around stairs. He continues to creep through though.
Oh god.
Position not quite found. Shiro lets him
Ooh.
slip. And Dawson
Wait,
will
this is
pay the
nice from
price.
Forsaken to
collects with the triple, finds a
have the
round for
presence of
PaperX to
mind
keep
that
them
if he
in the
carried on
game.
walking, he would
And
be
then there was
here.
4. Shiro. Nice plays off the flash drives, don't get me wrong. I thought he'd snuck in towards the site.
Dude, Boom
pretty
after
disciplined on
eco.
towards Forsaken, but in the 2 versus 2, the fact that Forsaken's able to at least bring that down into an advantageous position as well, right? There's a couple of these duels that go a little bit haywire. PaperX, how blinded were they in main when they first tried to take all of those duels, right?
Yeah, I feel like Haywire is putting it kindly at this point. This is a really dicey situation for PaperX to be in, and every round still cut so close.
Yep.
Boom now in with a bit of another half buy. Famous on the Bucky, Berserks on the Guardian. Everyone
waits for the
watching with
knife.
bated breath.
As is TP, this is the first time he's actually going to get some action on
well. Seen a
the
couple of
fence.
those lopsided shots from something.
Oh my goodness, how'd you
Good
miss the
flick.
first one but hit that?
And that deters
I'm so
more
confused.
peaks from Boom.
It's
further
not-
down
that
his
one's like
B
20
position.
times harder
Into
to
B link,
hit.
though, and that's where Petman takes a hit. Jing now has to come up huge. and
Very
he
nice
does.
from Jing.
The double picked up. Thorns instantly tripped. And he's going to look to top himself off with the hot hands. Forsaken for additional support. The spike on the ground. Famous looking to pick it up. Has the Bucky. And he fires off a shot. Pump action
Timing
indeed.
on that
He
is
wants one
crazy.
more. If he could get his blades up here, there's a
Yeah,
chance. if
damage
PaperX
is
give him
actually
all of
really
these
important.
1v1s.
Forsaken though with this angle. Really tight.
Does
It's
mean
not
more
gonna be
light armors.
doable for Famous, even if he does peek through.
He wants the other gun. He wants to
Okay.
get the sheriff, the sidearm. I don't know if he got it. I don't think he did.
Don't think so. So still with the Bucky, he tries again, but
Yeah,
shut
very nice
down
for
by
Jing on this
Defy,
one.
and PaperX
Great second shot from
still
something
hanging
as
by a
well.
thread, but
Boom
slowly
probably timeout here.
revealing themselves in.
Yeah, but these are the sort of
Getting a
rounds
little
where you've
bit
got a
too
lot of
close.
your ultimates available as well, right? So if you
that
want to try
one's
and
nuts,
navigate
though.
a retake back in towards a map, a bit of a comeback, you're going to have to rely on a couple of those pivotal ults.
Yeah, very much so. But I have to say, in this round, Jing redeeming himself with that little double, holds down the line for PaperX, has to keep that up for the rest of the map if they are to convert this into an overtime. This is PaperX's map pick.
So no timeout.
That is certainly the scary word
And
to be saying when we consider
there's
Boom.
good ults for PaperX.
But we'll see.
And I kind of like this. They go super aggro over towards A. They can clear this and they can take the TP. When teams do this, normally they have a TP like further.
The 1-4 setup again here for PRX, where
they want to set the Yoru up and then free everyone else. Which honestly with the ults makes a lot of sense.
At this B site either, some lurks over towards A. You've got Patman who's actually just prowled in the street to clear both sides.
Berserk's one away from an ult.
Positions around the map that Boom technically could have snuck into.
You gotta be very careful as well, though. I mean, you mentioned those ultimates from before, Komodo. PRX has a few, but Shiro has the null command.
Yeah, but it's the passive approach from Boom at the moment that if they do let the timer go down extremely low, those ults could essentially just win the round for PRX.
Shiro across the map as well. Boom trying to get a read for where PRX have set up.
The 0 point did just get something
looking for
on
the
this
wall.
deeper A line as well.
Something. Gotta be careful, buddy. He does have the op, so looks for an escape route again. And this is where Boom recollects themselves towards his
they
B
clear
side.
over towards A. That pulls the rotate off. That means the B's weaker. You gotta give it to Boom. Like they play their attack nice.
Here from Patman is going to be huge.
Boom keeping them split 3 and 2.
As soon as they use util, Patman uses ult. Fast flood in.
Jing in with a run it back as well. Defy.
Okay, this was a much better use of ults than we had seen in the first half, and even on the defense.
10 seconds and Boom looking for the save.
As I said,
PRX starting to look alive, starting to come alive, but Zero!
My goodness.
What is that? Microflix again. Divide answer back as well. NC Slasher to find a little bit more.
They really got to move that so it goes bottom of the screen normally.
Yeah, all the damage
I feel like we just missed 5 kills because this comes up in the middle of our screen. It should also go bottom. It's been like that for 3 years, right?
Discussion to be had here, that is for sure. What did I mention about the ultimates that are going to be there, right? As soon as that Nightfall comes down, that pretty much staves off Boom from being able to get in there. It doesn't matter that the null command goes in as well. When you're trying to just get in towards the site, you've got to give yourself a little bit of breathing room if you've not destroyed a lot of that.
I would say this timeout's,
I'm
I'm not saying it's too late, but it is late.
A little bit too passive from Boom.
He gave them a good go to try and do it on their own.
The final timeout of the match being
good news for Boom is they got the Fade ult and the Phoenix ult out of them, so it's just Astro ult now.
2 chances left, Komodo.
Yep.
And PRX have been starting to get a grasp of how Boom are looking to attack. They've been able to read some of the rotations across. Or maybe not even quite, just trying to read for how Boom are trying to work their way across the map.
Yeah, but any slip-ups on the PRX side, and you got to consider as well that that might be the map done and dusted, right? So I wonder how passive that actually makes PRX here.
This is going to be quite tricky for sure. I mean, the ultimates are already spent now.
On the brighter side for them, I guess, if you want to try and have a silver lining in the superstitious environment, they have lost their first maps in both of the series that they've played so far against TRX
and in
Gen
theory,
G, and then won the second
it's all
map.
about the next rounds.
Maybe that'll happen here too if they do lose.
Maybe they got to
this,
set strat with the knives.
Not a very superstitious guy myself, but we will see.
Knife goes in.
Have been known to be
he might.
But at least for now, needing to read the map incredibly
Something
well.
might
Divide
get wrecked
does have the Cosmic Divide. It is Boom on a bit of thrifty though.
If this round does go
Dude, PRX want to fight middle? Oh my goodness, against the eco? Guys, it's like the worst thing you can do.
Unless you want to try and get them.
Just so they can get that gun out of there, maybe.
Where you now have a player advantage.
The pistol kill.
This will push something off the line. They know that the operator is around this A site, but do they know
God,
the
they're heavy
being
fighting middle.
By PRX?
Toss as well. DOS9 low HP back in towards
Oh, they
mid
do invest the
window.
lockdown.
Spots out the next DOS9.
He saw Forsaken. He saw him as well.
And that's a lot of info. Lockdown investment might find its return right now. Armor getting pushed even further, and that's famous with the
TP'd out
blades.
into the open.
A lot of space being collected on by Boom. Just 2 players out from PRX to convert this entire round. Is it doable? Not quite! Justify left, and he's spotted out by the back.
I mean,
nicely
done from Boom. Nicely done for Boom.
The final score at this match, 13-10.
Dude, there's just too many mistakes from PRX to win games
Would you
like
have
this.
it any other way? A classic
Like, Boom are too good to make
PRX
this many
moment.
mistakes.
Unfortunately, I can't believe that has happened when you think that they should be gimmied the round, Quack. They make it difficult for themselves. DOS9 had a shocking start to this map.
Dude, Famous
but
had
the
a sick
timing
map
he
though.
has just found in that round for the 2 kills and the repositions for the rest of the team to explode out into that site, oh my.
We can feel a little bit critical right now as how the round has played out, but you gotta give credit where it's due. That entire round played masterfully by Boom. DOS9 with the positioning. DOS9 finding the second
And
kill as
Ascent is
well.
next.
Even the lockdown
Historically,
finding its value
dude,
because of that
historically
low
the
moment.
worst map for PRX,
Just a lot
maybe?
going the
I
wayside
think that's
for
fair to say.
PRX, and it doesn't feel good at all.
I mean, with that last round, what I talk about, right? If they can get the Armageddon in, they've got the lockdown, the blades that eventually come through from Famous as well. I mean, a couple of ultimates can certainly steer a map at some really pivotal swing round times. So PRX's map.
I think Boast's performance this week can partially be attributed to Crashy's getting more comfortable with the team, so it helps with the calls. Yeah, it could for sure be a thing. He can focus more on his own game.
If they want to get anything in this series.
Yeah, at least we did
Does
find
feel
a little
like
bit of
that.
a quad from Patman
Might
on
be
his
a thing.
debut match, but we'll need to see a lot more for the next one coming up. I mentioned it before, you know, these hungry beasts
PRX
are
and Silver
incredibly
maps.
hungry.
The good news is they
for
don't
their
have to play
playoffs
Silver on this map
position.
anymore.
How is the desk feeling, though, I wonder? I mean, Big Time Pilsky, they look pretty
I
hungry
watched the
themselves,
Fnatic
but
comms
how about
video,
you,
it's
Victoria?
hilarious. Nah, I'll have to add it to the list. Dude, I feel like I got like
I
6,
ate
7
lunch
comms videos
like
to
a
watch.
responsible person, so I'm not hungry. I feel a little sick, actually, personally, with this. But I have to say, Big Time and I were losing our minds throughout the course of
PRX
this map. I think it says a
just
lot
lost
about
in
both
attack,
these
though.
teams, but Boom
Like,
undeniably
having the pistol,
looked
having your
so
ult,
good.
I'm hungry
and
for some
then
more Boom gameplay.
it being a
Let's go up two.
4-8.
I don't need to break this down.
On
but
an
that-
attack-sided
honestly,
map.
Very impressed by Boom that game. Have to say, I feel
Yeah,
like when the
that's where it
round
went
breaks
wrong.
down, they have so much discipline.
Okay, chat, we'll be
the way
back in a
they
little bit. Let
train
me
each
get
other. I
the
mean,
VOD
this
uploaded.
is an incredibly solid
Let's
team
upload
from a
already.
macro
Okay, I'll be back in a
perspective.
bit.
I feel like this was an outclass, to be honest. If
Yeah.
you ask me.
Oh, 100%. I've watched Boom so many games, and there's one thing I can rely on is that Boom won't play well in the mid to late round at times, or they'll throw rounds away, or not really communicate with each other well. I feel like you didn't see any of that. They looked legitimately like a world-class team in some of those rounds there on Pearl. Famous is insane on the operator. Like, he's the best opper in Pacific right now. If you look at the numbers, he's getting so many op kills. They're getting such great usage out of it. He's an absolute force to be reckoned with, both on defense and attack there, but I think overall what impresses me so much about Boom in that game is the discipline and the structure, the way they played those XVXs in the mid to late round on attack. They're playing off each other well. They have these contact setups. They're not over peaking at all. No one's getting nervous. No one's getting antsy. Boom are playing with discipline and confidence right now, and the way that some of those rounds are structured, I really want to know what's going on behind the curtain. I want to know, like, because Boom, they've been this core that's been together for such a long time, guys. And, you know, it feels like they're unlocking a new level and they're fixing a lot of the issues, at least in some of these games, that have been holding them back for a long time.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I feel like this is a different Boom, even from what we saw at Ascension, right? I don't think their style was at all like this at
They
Ascension.
were all over the place at Ascension. They would smash one game, they would get smashed one game, they would throw rounds all the time, but, you know, I mean, they should have even won the Ascension Grand Final. They had like a 5v3.
Yeah.
On the A side of Bind. Like, that's the perfect Boom example round that lives rent-free in my mind.
This Boom don't lose that round, if you ask me. The way they're playing right now.
I don't think so. Totally agree.
I think it's really interesting. I mean, the main point here is that a lot of the squad has been together for a really long time, has been playing through Tier 2, has been playing in various tournaments, but we haven't been seeing it play at this level. And the question, of course, is what changed? We talked to Six Fingers about this. What do you bring here as the head coach? He didn't even want to be the head coach, but he's like one of those guys like forced into the leadership position, and those often make the greatest leaders.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that he wanted to do was keep the fundamentals of what Boom is really good at, which is just damn good aim. And they're really raw, really fearless, but then cleaning a lot of that up, and we see that come through today. And we were talking about this in the green room, just how impressive they are, and they belong like amongst the greatest right now. If they continue at this level,
oh, for sure,
this Boom looks fantastic.
It's a deserved playoff spot. Famous with the op, unreal in this game, both on attack and defense. always in the perfect spot at the perfect time, barely missed a shot, just disrupting the attack on defense and being a presence that you have to fear, and then being part of the overall attacking structure. He was fantastic to watch, but Shiro was great as well on the KO.
Yeah.
He had like 5 opening kills as well, and his util was so on point. I mean, it's an agent that just got a buff, and he's using it bloody beautifully right now. You can even see it in the calling structure on attack. Like, there was one round where they went B late round, but you can see he's like flashing the opposing op off the line before they even complete the round. Like, he's really thinking about the macro of the game, especially with your IGL on the KO, can be really, really powerful.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to highlight from this game really was more with PRX, and when we look at PRX's composition, we see big ultimates. We see the Yoru ult, we see the Phoenix ult, Vice ult. They have a lot of potential to be able to win these rounds, and for me, this was the problem in the first half. They only managed 4 rounds when they have such powerful ults. If you're cycling them, you're using them well, you should be able to win these rounds. We see the Steel Garden, and they lose a body before they even get into the site. So this has to be aggravating for PRX. A comp like this, your ult rounds are the most important rounds. They need to convert those, especially if they're playing a similar style across these next 2 maps, because you cannot be wasting the value that these massive ultimates provide.
I mean, they had a hot start. It's Pearl attack side, guys, and they're not even playing one of these crazy, like, triple Senti comps that you're seeing on Pearl at the moment with the Astra or whatever. I mean, the opping presence of Famous was very difficult for them to deal with, make no mistake about it, but with the start they got, I mean, Jin got a bloody ace on the pistol. You're playing a snowball duelist agent like Phoenix. You should be just chaining those run-it-backs together, back to back to back, and start running away with the attack side. And they just didn't. I don't think they got enough value out of the double duelist. Patman, by the way, welcome to VCT Pacific. He had an insane round holding the A site, and I think he did perfectly fine on the fade. And once again, Forsaken just continues to be the best player in PRX, no matter what bloody Asian or role you put him on.
I am really curious, speaking of Patman here, because we saw this happen with some of the other rookies that joined Pacific this year. A lot of the coaches have said, like TALON, for example, Killua was really nervous the first map. This is Pat's first time on Pacific, first time out of the country. So this must be a massive first map for him. This could be a bit of a hopium or copium, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that this is a trend for a lot of the teams. So good performance nonetheless.
I mean, it's a very different environment, right? So it does require different things. He's quite lucky in the sense that he has such experienced players down there with him who should be able to guide him through, settle him down into map 2. But his performance was good. I thought Patman was solid, but I felt like just as a team, they were not on the same level as Boom. I feel like Boom were like, you know, it's a liquid, it's flowing, they're one unit.
Yeah.
PRX, I didn't quite get that vibe.
They legitimately, at times, I felt like I was watching like a structured EU team. Like I was watching a team that plays on the world-class level, and they were punishing mistakes. They were making really good mid-round calls. They had this crazy opping presence. Like, I thought I was watching a really structured, really strong team, which, you know, I used to a lot of holes in the gameplay for Boom, but they are legitimately playing their way into maybe being like a really top-tier team in Pacific right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think at this point, when we were talking about, okay, Boom's here, this is really exciting. Now at this point, it's like, all right, Boom could be in the finals.
Yeah, I was copium in the pre-show before. I was like, they only played Gen G. They just changed players. Their last game, that map actually did kind of convince me a little bit.
A lot of things have changed with that. Now, Ascent's going to be the next map, and this is Boom's pick. PRX, the last time we saw them play Ascent was, I believe, in the off-season, where we saw them play the meta, the old Ascent meta for the very first time, and completely dominated and shocked everyone.
Boo.
Maybe disappointed some people were like, what, you were good with this meta the whole time?
I think it was off-season experimentation, and they were really playing around with the roles, because PRX for quite a long time has just been a little bit lost in terms of what they're doing. It's a map that historically they have not really played. They have been banning it. They've let it through in the Veto and chosen to ban Haven instead. When Boom have had a really good opening game on Ascent against Gen G, you can see it right there. They once again will have to start attack. Was not a problem for them against Gen G, although to be fair, they did kind of bully Suggest that game.
Yeah.
And I'm not, if Forsaken's on the Senti this time, I don't think you're going to be taking advantage of him this series.
The thing I worry about for Boom with this map too is that their Ascent isn't as flexible as something like the default comp is, right? When you swap out Phoenix for, you know, you take Jet out, put Phoenix in, you have a lot less options. So I'm a little bit worried that it could be readable. So PRX, this should be a kind of anti-stratable map, but we've seen PRX ban Ascent the last 2 weeks. So it clearly isn't a map that they love. I think they've left it in for a reason, so I think they'll have some kind of read, some kind of anti, but it's how good that is and how much Boom have been able to change since we saw it in week 1.
That does sum it up pretty nicely. We are in week 3 of stage 1, and we still don't know how this
They said if
is gonna
Patman's
go.
playing second
It's
map.
just, we haven't seen enough yet,
I'm
but we're
guessing
going to
he
find
is.
out a lot of answers today and how PaperX does on a map like Ascent. Personally, I'm not sad to see the Haven go, especially with Patman coming in. Mindfreak is not playing the Haven, and it looks like there was a lot
To the grind.
on it anyway.
Watching
So
Valorant
with
and playing
Ascent,
badly at
I
League.
don't know if it's going to be too crazy from PaperX. They've
Kidda
been
says
doing a
he
lot of crazy
is. Okay,
things,
thank you
but
for the info.
I mean, I would like them to
Will it change
still
up their
keep it
Ascent?
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
At the
Maybe.
same time, though, we'll see what we're going to get. Like we've said, it's not a map that they're super comfortable with. They are going to get to start defense first. I mean, that's always a bit of a comfort zone for Ascent. At the end of the day, let's see what we're going to get agent comp-wise, especially from
Okay, here we
PaperX.
go.
I don't think Boom have any reason to really change up what they were doing. It worked great against
What comps do they
Gen G.
do?
So for PaperX, especially the roles, we got to take a little bit of a look here. Jing back on the controller there. You're going to get Forsaken on the Fade. There's a lot of choices in terms
There's
of
a lot of
and they've chosen Fade KO with something
a lot of
back
old
on
school
Jet,
here.
and Devi's going to be on Senti. So they are just all
We've got
over the
4
place
old
with
school
roles
with a
right
little
now. Let's
bit
see how it's going to work for them.
a bit
So
of
we see Boom
2025.
sticking with that same comp. And I think if we talk about the Fade,
I mean,
think
both
the
comps
Fade
are
is
fine.
very strong in the
Boom
main.
had some really
From
cool
Prowler,
stuff
you have
to
a lot more
make
util in
the
a sense to create
solo
that kind of
Phoenix
enclosed space
work.
with your Prowlers.
Because normally
So
the
I
solo
think
Phoenix
they're gonna
doesn't
try and
work,
take it to the
but
Phoenix,
honestly
who's
they
trying to
do really
dominate
good
those
stuff with the
mains and control
salvos
the
to
orbs.
allow
This kind of seems like a deliberate
themselves like
anti-pick
through
of
the
a comp.
chokes.
Well, whoever it is you're cheering for today, I'm pretty sure all of us want a full series because we want to see more PaperX versus Boom. We're going to send it back to our casters Komodo and Quack.
Thank
How
you
confident
very
am
much,
I in
Victoria.
PaperX's
This is
Ascent?
definitely going to be one of those where we want to see a lot
They
more
don't-
from PaperX.
they just
not
don't
in
win
terms
this
of the
map.
maps being played
I think I've seen
either,
them win this
but
map
just the
like
fact that
twice.
you lose this, and this severely
Maybe 3
hurts your
times.
chances at making
They
it
won
into
sometimes with
playoffs.
that Harbor Rainer comp.
If you lose this one in this map as well, you're losing your first series in a 0-2 fashion, and as Boom, you're winning your third series in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, I don't think those words were going to be ever uttered in my mouth in Pacific. Boom, 3-2-0 games. Ridiculous.
You two
But
NRG
for PaperX
game
here,
worth a
we do
rewatch?
technically have something new to come
Not
out.
really,
It's
man.
back to
Not
the old,
really.
We're not playing
Just-
Meta Ascent comp, but it's also
just a
Devi,
stomp.
I believe, making his first appearance on
PaperX
the
on
device.
defense.
Yeah, we'll see how
Boom
that
on
works
attack.
for him at least. His Astra on Pearl wasn't too
And
shabby.
again, Boom have pretty cool stuff to
Ultimately,
enable the
overall, as a
Phoenix. Like
team,
if they're
we need
going
to
up
find
short, they'll
so
salvo
much more.
here to get through the choke.
Boom's
Like they're very
Phoenix
smart
comp
with the
working wonders
salvos.
against Gen G just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
PaperX go for a crunch over towards middle, and Berserks is absolutely wrecked. In reaction, they're going to take sight.
From PaperX, so you
Oh,
wait
they
out
can't
these
yet.
thorns, and then you just call it go time.
Thorn setup does buy time, allows
Dude,
for
Thorns
something to
are
find that
crazy
pinch through the
strong.
smokes. Though,
Crazy strong in a
Patman,
pistol.
A little bit of a tricky spot, but at least his teammates are right around the corner to bail him out. Famous trying to stay alive, trying to do as much damage as
Yeah,
possible.
very nice.
Holds
PaperX
out the
love a
curveball,
full
and
one
that's where
pistol,
something
but
bounces.
dude, I'm telling you, when you
Able
have
to pick up
the
pistol for
when you have the
PaperX.
Vice forms that
Well, we're
actually
here
just
big
like
time talking
stop
about the Prowlers out
the
through
fast
lanes.
reaction,
Let's just forget about that.
it's
and
so
let's just take
good.
some
Because if they
old-fashioned
disrespect
gunfights
this, they're
together
literally on
as a
like
team,
20
creeping up
HP,
mid.
10 HP.
And then back over towards the site where the team tries to go out a little bit earlier than the dark cover
Value
provides the
through the
vision
roof, yeah.
blocking, and well, you're just hitting your shots as PaperX. Nicely done.
That's the
It's a
PaperX
new
that
patch,
we
yeah it is.
would
So
love
they're
to see.
only
However,
6 seconds, I
maybe not
think,
wanting to let them get it too much into their heads.
instead
they
of
can
the
just
original 10.
gun their way out of every situation. That
Apparently
at
they
least
said in the patch notes it
appeared
was
to be
7,
what
but
they were
it's
trying
actually
to do
6
back
on the server.
Pearl. But right now, at least, a bit of an information play in towards this B main area. Smoked off, sheer wall tripped. And Boom, happy to hover around.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage something is going to be able to find in this one.
Wait.
He's got a bit of his teammates with him as well. Of course, so far, Mr. Quack, so
Dude,
good.
this could have
No
gone worse.
plant able either.
Yeah, a little bit of a duck hunt, especially the Marshall in play, but still, Famous able to fire back with that classic. Some damage being done to PaperX's economy. Forsaken
if
in with the ghost
Berserk's
again,
won
though.
that-
He had a quad from before. Can he find another one in this round? It's going to be Patman who does quite a bit of damage to Famous,
Oh,
but
dear
but
God.
he answers
Running
back
back.
still.
He has to use the runner back here if he favors his chances, right? He'd get his HP back off it.
Has to get into
Do
a
you use
good
the run
enough
it back
position to
though?
pop it off,
It's
though, at
such a weird
least.
position.
Yeah, I would gamble that
I
Boathouse is
wouldn't.
great.
Well,
45 seconds to play with.
I'd be
I'm
so
wondering where
tempted to
the
use it.
spike
I
is as
wouldn't
well.
use
Yeah,
it just
you'll
purely
know where the
because
spike is,
if
but
you
the
do the
problem
damage
is
in the next
holding
rounds.
onto that run it back. He's just
on
gonna
the
go
right
for
line.
peak.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
wrong
nicely done from
timing,
Patman. Pretty
though.
calm on that one.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
I respect
Incredible
it, not gonna
damage though,
lie, right?
considering
You
they
got a
brought
runner back
nothing into
available for
this.
your bonus rounds. Just can't help but wonder, right? Imagine a world in which he does technically use it to either take a first
could.
shot out with the
Prodigy, thank you so
Marshall,
much, dude. Thank you, thank
collects
you.
with the shot, he then loses it in the trade, and then he's, you know,
Appreciate the
pistol
gifted
pull out,
Prodigy.
he's
Thank you for
able
doing
to
that.
then potentially win it, you know. Individual confidence. I mean, you've got the 1 versus 3 where a lot of players might overheat and go quickly for the kill.
Run it back just to
but
do a hill.
2024 famous
Yeah, but I
Veto
think they've
settles
done
himself. Oh,
like
exactly
what
right,
they
yeah.
did, even in the
This
1v1.
2025.
Like
Something
even getting to the
operating
1v1
on
is
the
a
third round
giant
this
win for
bonus
Boom.
makes it not look like a bonus,
So-
and an opening kill. Well, he's still spotted out.
Then having the Phoenix ult for this round.
Shiro down first though.
Support from Forsaken
Wait,
as
that's
well.
nice
do have
though.
that
They go
Shiro
for
on
the
by B-main,
op
so
over
that
towards
looks to
here,
be
double hold over
PRX's
towards
entire game
middle.
plan. Push out on
Take
opposite
down the
lanes,
Sova,
and
the
divide
main
utility,
draw and the
block off
main
remaining
way that
ones.
actually get over towards the mains.
Not that instant pick. It's gonna be Prowler to confirm information right now.
I love this adjustment of the shear up through B, by the way.
Just winning
Unfortunate
Angels at
for
the
Dos that
moment.
He loses that kill. We
Times two.
saw in the game against Gen G how Boom wanted to just get up towards these choke points and kind of explode, right? That single shear kind of negates your ability to do that in the surprising fashion.
Yeah, Big Time mentioned that you know, this was
Yeah,
PRX's
the push for me is kind of crazy, but
Yeah.
intentionally leaving it open.
Well,
does
that's the
mean
thing,
that
right? If you're
dude, they're
gonna leave
saving by
this
the way.
map open,
Does
you're
mean
gonna
that
expect Boom to pick it, which means that
they
you
might be able to
probably
hunt a little
expect
bit better, seeing as he's just cleared all of this. Like right now they're 3
And I
positions.
do believe that is what we are witnessing. 30 seconds left on the clock for Boom to
We'll say though,
save every single weapon.
Paper X,
Taking a look at the
in my
positions as well,
opinion,
though, from Paper X,
should
Patman
just love the free money.
might be
not go
able
for it.
to snuff out a light. Spots out NC slash
Because
Elise
now
does
that's a
get taken
gun and
away.
an armor
The
rebuy.
rest of the team looking to hold on to their weapons given their current credits as well.
Yep. And I mean, this is a bonus round, remember? It ain't looking like the bonus. for
And you got to
PRX.
think of
One
like the
Guardian,
money for Boom,
the
right?
rest,
Everyone
you know, they're gonna be
surviving
able
is
to
gonna get
Operator
1,000.
taking over, all the Vandals and stuff. they'll build
Right, if they
on
die,
enemies,
they
so
get
PRX have put
2-9
themselves
as well,
in a
so it's
really
not
good
like you
position
take
here
too
on the
much
back
off of them.
this bonus.
You take a fair amount, but it's not
Incredibly
as much as it would be in
well
other
played and
rounds.
Well prepared by Paper X. We'll see if they continue to bring that consistency.
Incredible
to
start
the
for Paper
rest
X.
of the
It's like the
rounds.
best possible buy round. They're like the worst
Yeah, big emphasis
possible.
on mid control
Well,
at the moment from Paper X, right? If
they're
they are
pretty
feeling
bad
sharper at the moment and they want to
anti-eco,
individually
but
take the duels, certainly can't falter them if they
That's
are
also
going to
a
be winning
fact
them.
that they
also
are
I think the
doing
money's
it,
really
you know,
important
as
when
a
they play
team.
this
Again,
comp
you've got,
because it's
something
so
taking down Catwalk here,
op-reliant.
Forsaken coming out from bot mid.
that having a round like that
We'll
is
see.
great.
You know, losing this round might call for a timeout from Boom, but looking to pull out some answers of their own. DOS9 back on the Sheriff. but,
Oh my
something
God.
with a peek out.
Yeah, that's really aggressive and really nice as well because
Great
you've smashed
shot.
of DOS9.
Dude, his
How difficult
his
does
jump
Sentinel
peak
come
was
when you don't have smokes
actually
available?
perfect.
You've used your blaze, but you're now caught up in mid by the shear. I mean, you're not able to do absolutely anything there as Famous. This
Guys,
round
look
is
at
now
that.
very
That looks pretty
disconnected
shocking from
from
Boom.
And that's Berserks, one of the clutch kings of Pacific now.
He had a really good game last week, but right now with
10
Paper X
HP.
answering with force, we got 2 players staring down his barrel, so that's going to be a tough situation to fight out of.
If he won that, that would have turned this round absolutely upside down.
I still want to hold my breath, though. Paper X, we've seen them kind of
Something's on the
blunder
correct line.
before, you know. At least, yeah, something is able to watch the right line. But look at this little jiggle coming out from Shiro. Something fires back, re-peaks, updrafts away. NC Slasher still finding an attack. Special delivery at something
Nice
speed,
smoke.
but who's on the other side
Damn,
of that clock?
discipline.
It's Divide.
We're getting
Two
out of
narrow
there. We're not
focused on trying to
re-peaking.
find the kill on towards
My
something
goodness.
where you've got the trade potential to
Really
start
nice round
blowing
from
out.
something.
Always going to respect the idea in that one, but the 4-0 start from Paper X now. We need to see a little bit more early gameplay from Boom go their way. We've seen a lot of aggression from Paper X, but not, you know, kind of disrespectful aggression.
The
as
bar is
well.
so
Like,
low,
they're
I
setting
mean,
themselves up nicely with Patman
just-
assisting
it's
with
just
the
rare.
utility, with Forsaken as well.
It's just
playing
rare.
His own duels on these lanes, and if he needs to, he can Prowler, he can Haunt.
That's
Okay,
timeout.
incredible
Timeout
start
from
though.
Boom here. Actually getting contested a lot more in this map than the likes of what Gen G was giving them.
Gotta love that comms are flowing for PaperX as well. I mean, something continues to find picks like these, looking to contend against the likes of Buzz, Texture, and Famous for, top op kills.
I mean, you got to think as well, if something is going to continue to get on these aggressive
Okay,
lines,
well,
right, what
I'll tell you what is,
adjustments
tell
do to
you what is
try
very
and
hard
take
at the
advantage
moment
of
for
those lines
Boom
well.
is
You can
their
play on the back
comp.
of some flashes, you
So
can try
the
and
comp
drone
really
them out, you can
struggles
put
to get
drones
through
available
just
on
the
those
choke points,
initiators, you
right,
can
in terms
try
of just
and,
B and
you know,
A.
even molly 'em out
You
with
normally have to
salvos.
split and take
There's
middle,
options, don't get me
which means you
wrong,
kind of have to default a
but
little
that's
bit.
not all that we're seeing,
And that's
right?
pretty
We're
hard
not
against
just
an AWP.
seeing,
You got to be
the operator go in from
very
something,
good
find
with
the
your
kill, and
jump
the round's
peaks
done,
and your
right?
util
Everybody on
usage.
PaperX is still maneuvering around the map nicely.
And they
putting
don't
right
have the
utilities down at the moment,
best
adjusting
team
their
for pushing
setups
off an
around the map
AWP.
as well.
They got double
And then we'll
drone, I
look
guess.
towards how this A site now is going to be defended by Devi.
Meanwhile, PaperX still looking to possibly abuse this mid control.
Ishiki, thank you so
Ult's
much for
starting to
the
cycle now.
14 months, dude. Appreciate the tier 1.
Shiro's top mid with that dart.
It's somewhat smoked off, and something's going to play happily around that dark cover.
Is this expected though? Quack, that's the problem with jump spot.
Okay, but now
You don't know that Forsaken's tucked
now
in.
Forsaken's tucked in, but he does give him
Alright.
full info.
But Boom,
And they can see that the turret's off, so he's going to think that... Oh no, because the knife hit, right?
From mid before, they're not going to challenge that currently.
Ah,
Forsaken
dude,
has
this is
found
really
optimal
nice.
timing in this
Wait,
round
this is
to
really, really nice.
absolutely
And they got so much
destroy what
delay
Boom
here
are
in
trying
terms
to
of the
set up. And
wall.
yes, I know it's a bit of a savvy eco, but this could be huge for padding stats.
Does DOS9 turn around? Not quite.
DOS dead first again.
Dink sees Prowler. Forsaken
Might just be
looking
giving
to
him a gun here,
parkour his
though,
way
but-
in towards a multi-kill. It's going to be a double at least. Maybe a bit of a weapon handed over onto Boom, but Famous now looking to create more pressure onto the site. The blaze
Nice
wall
shot.
flashes, but something answers. Shorty in hand, repositions to a closer angle. Meanwhile, across the map.
Yeah, I was going to say, meanwhile, Berserk's has actually just walked all the way over towards B.
Where you could potentially,
It's a
find the winning
4v2 and they're
timing,
playing like
yeah,
the spikes
amazing.
down over towards
You
A.
can't really do anything now that you've been spotted out by Patman.
Damn, nice little double swing
but
though.
You could not find any space for NC Slasher here.
Fair enough, just to build more points towards that ult, but PaperX locking down these angles and sight
Chad.
lines, finding
They're
their
playing...
fifth in this scoreline.
Yeah, and on
They're
the back of
playing
timeout,
together.
converting either for
We've seen
Boom,
double
but
swing
you would
over towards
assume it
B,
was
we've seen
more
double
of a
swing over
conversation for
towards
this round
top
than
A
just
heaven
one round,
for B.
and how you want to
We've
try and
seen
pivot
the
and find
smoke,
an
sorry, we've seen
advantage,
the
'cause really at the moment it's Boom, right?
something
We're
go
not
over
seeing
towards
them
middle,
be able to get into
Forsaken,
these
make sure he's
advantages.
holding his extra angle.
Fights, they're losing space
Everything's
around
covered
the
at
map.
the moment.
Meanwhile,
Frosty
this is the
CYT, thank you so
PaperX
much,
that
dude. Thank you
everyone has
for
been
that.
wanting to see. Can they keep it up still? Boom now. in
Many
with the
times, thank you
ultimates,
so much,
looking
dude.
to possibly just explode. Not even the quiet creep up.
Yeah, but look who's on the line. It's something.
Bro, how
He's
did he
already
do
found one
this,
kill.
man?
At
That's
least there's
nuts.
a trade, I will admit, but
It's a 180 quick scope.
settling
It's a nice
down.
shot.
Yes.
Devi
Dude, he
is
takes
at
down the
B
Phoenix.
site.
He has all. Like, that's
One
rough.
down, Devi to anchor. Forsaken to check as well. The 0 point will call it clear. Well, that was an across the map 0 point from Patman.
Yep.
I don't know what Shiro's doing
the
here.
line up around tree. So Cat is being blocked off now. Does Boom come back in to challenge?
Big duel for the newcomer to PaperX to win there, and he wants more.
Underhand toss, he tops in.
Dude,
Jing
again,
the
with
additional
another
support.
person.
That is very lovely coming out from PaperX. Well called. The spike down on the ground. DOS9 to try to do some damage, but Jing not letting him through.
Yeah, it's like we were seeing from Jing when he brought out the Brimstone, right?
Looks-
Sometimes if you've got
Chat,
no
looks
smokes
good.
available, just have your gun up and get ready. In all
Through
your
why you
experience,
type in fight, he
timing,
knows.
Where you think in that certain position DOS9 might be coming out from. They don't necessarily need to complicate things. I like the mid-round call from, well, maybe I would expect Patman to bring his teammate with him to re-aggress up through Catalog.
They started
because we're
8-0
not
during
seeing initiative
DRX.
from
I'm
Boom
gonna
in
start
that
believing
situation,
when
right?
there's
Their players
13
down,
next to
they're still
Paper
creeping
X's
up.
name.
Really
During
good grasp
fracture.
on this defensive side at the moment. PaperX.
Okay,
And
Almonds
Quack,
Brown
every
with the tier
single
1.
round,
Thank you
they're
so much,
changing up
dude.
how
Thank you,
they're
thank you.
playing the early round of these defenses as well, and it hurts Boom because they're not investing these drones really early on, or they're forced to invest all this early utility, and PaperX are going to be extremely happy.
Oh,
if that
chill,
happens.
you guys
They're
don't
gonna
need to do
contend
this.
with it for the eventual site hit.
Okay, they
You
didn't.
do
Whoa,
kinda
they
wanna
didn't send
watch
it
for
through the
PaperX.
smoke.
They begin to overcook a little bit though. They did leave B a little bit open, but happy to refill back in. Now continuing to hold off mid in case anyone crosses.
He's a
It's
beast.
something. Double found. Continuing to hold the angle
Oops.
again. Forsaken to re-peek back.
Still,
towards
though,
B
looked
main,
like a nice flash
confirms
from
Boom's
Patman to set him up.
Smoked off
Timing
once
the
again.
nade's incredible.
Fragment at his feet.
Nice. Spam in
Shot
case
through
they're
the
dodging
smoke.
it. Hold up, hey, chat. They're looking great.
And now NC Slash up.
They actually practice this map loads.
Flashed and flushed over to the other position. Now slicing the angle. Patman finds him. The stray bullet catching his helmet. It's going to be PRX with 7 straight rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is the winningest that we've seen from PRX.
This is the problem with you PRX fans.
Really
you can't celebrate the small wins. This is a huge win right now.
Dancing around on this duelist, wasn't really able to do it too much over on Pearl, I will admit, in the early stages especially. But here,
you gotta celebrate the small wins.
In his hand, and we're not seeing a way in which that
you guys are all waiting for it to go wrong right now.
He's just getting really hungry for these duels. What was I saying last time we got to cast PRX? I was kind of like, I'm waiting to see Patman on this KO, because when I watch him, I think that it's his
Banana
best agent
CYU with the tier
position
1.
and
Thank you
all
so
of
much,
his
dude. Thank you, thank you.
And while, he doesn't have too many
Because the small wins haven't been equaling the big wins. Yeah, but that's why you got to celebrate the small wins.
Really well done.
Reading the positions as well. I mean, he has.
It's a good push behind on this one. Took down the ult instantly. Oh, he's so done for. Oh, he tried to ult, and I think it counted. It did. He hasn't got his ult anymore.
Their way through. Not quite happening. Devi watching the flank this time. Okay, but Famous able to answer. That's a Phantom picked up. Spike down as well. A possible round for Boom in our midst.
Oh, spotted. Needs assistance though. He's the only one here.
Jing is alone as well. Something to hold the angles, but ooh! Shoulder spotted. Not quite the angle to hold. It's all down to Jing as he spins around on a swivel looking for the frags, but DOS9 able to snuff out that light.
Sure.
Yeah, finally.
And that chat is why you celebrate the small wins, because they never last forever.
From Famous when he rips out that run it back, and he gets instantly shut down from Patman, who.
It's all my fault. No, because you guys weren't even celebrating. You guys were already this doomsday before the round happened.
Wrong timing before it became activated. I like the crunch idea from PRX as well. Just a couple of these angles though, finally going Boom's way. I did get nervous though at the end there. This 1 versus 3, Jing had 3 individual 1v1s he could have isolated, but just not able to do it there. So the light for Boom is that they're
doing it again.
And DOS9, oh, you are lucky that you were able to escape that one, because something was
knife hit. Well, they set one up early. We definitely gotta look at the money a little bit here, because we had some rebuys. 2 people that can't buy next. Patman is crazy confident. It's a nice setup at the moment for PRX, really.
He's just being such a deterrent though here, isn't he?
Still though, both teams
it's a great flash. It's absolutely sends
it. Now back in towards mid. The sheer wall tripped.
Forsaken went for a madness.
He tried to get some information spotting on top of it if anyone was close towards mid.
Dude, I think he wanted to fight.
Careful though, because if Boom susses out that he is alone, they might be able to find an opportunity into the B side.
You're gonna have full info over towards A.
And you have to know that A main is dirty territory. You have to know that something has been pushing here every so often. You've got to watch for it, and they kind of do with Famous taking that position, but he loses.
It is over towards A again, locked in towards site. Kind of means that they need to push somewhere. Chemayuki, thank you so much, bro.
As well here, Quack. 1 away from Steel Garden.
Wait, Chemayuki, did you just try what I think you tried?
Something still back into the sight lines. Boom cannot give up their current positions. Meanwhile, the rest of the PRX B squad, they have to break through the door. Devi finds the first, but Berserk's answers back. Now hopping off through, Forsaken will be able to find a collapsing shot. Berserk's to answer back as well.
That was non-stop, bro. It's like an emotional roller coaster within 1 round. Okay, nice trades. They forced them down. They got an eco. 2 of them can't buy. Chemayuki, thank you so much. Okay, you gifted 7 and then you gifted 1. I thought you were gifting 7 and then trying to hide it with the 1 gifted. Chemayuki, thank you so much with the 7, 1 gifted. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 8 gifted.
More importantly, just very aware for
he's making the new meta. I see. He's a trend. It's a trend star.
Distract them around the site. We have, an option.
Yuki, appreciate you. Chat, you know what to do. Get that oil slug going.
That's a bit of
get the spam going in for the 8 gifted. Thank you so much. Okay, not that great a buy.
Oh my God.
And they're kind of far away from most of the ults apart from the Phoenix ult. And it looks like Boom might want to just keep it simple. This guy can't be ulting with a frenzy though, right?
In amongst the site, in front of the sheer.
Oh, that's a bold play.
Not quite found just yet. And that's what
Dude,
the
they knew that he
exploited. Berserk's
TP'd.
hands are back.
They knew that he went for it.
Now
Berserk
something.
survives on 10 HP.
Find something close range with the shorty. Meanwhile, the rest of the team looking to waterfall off. It's the Odin
Patman
spam
has
from
no
Forsaken.
flashes left.
The double found. Patman dropping down as well. DOS 9 now to hold inside of Hell. Can he drag them down with him? The spike not planted. And he's pretty much pinned down. Something looking for the shorty kill, and DOS 9 knows it. Oh,
what the hell is that? Why is he playing it like
something
that?
to close that one. I saw a world in which DOS 9 finds that kill, gets from the shadows.
I see a
and is
world
maybe
where
able
DOS
to get
9
out
wins
to get
that
himself
for
time,
sure.
But the spike would have been in a very untenable situation. Unfortunate, but in the beginning as well, right?
Did
Famous
Dragon
getting
no
in front of
scoped or
the
did
shield, the rest of
he
his team is not
scope?
able to get into
I would
help
say
him at
quick
that point in
scope,
time,
but-
unfortunately. He has to try and cook for himself around there where he does find that first kill, but again, it's just
God,
the
it's a
trade
full
game.
no scope.
That's unfortunate for that.
Quick scope.
It's really the trade
An
game at the
actual-
moment. It's coming up for PRX. They're ahead of it. They're going
That's
in
a
quick,
fight
they're going in
crazy.
slow. They're really keeping Boom guessing with every single round being different to the positions and the first looks.
This is a PRX that is flowing, you know, just double keying. They're finding info lines. They're happy to retake. They're happy to go for these fights.
They're in the flow state.
Boom looking to explode right back, though. They've had a bit of success into the A site, now looking to create some of it on towards B, especially with this run at back,
imagine
but
it.
now
Look at
slowed
him.
down by that Seize Forsaken alongside Petman. Both initiators around the site. Odin spam through as well, but nothing found just yet.
Steel Garden can actually be pretty impactful for Devi here.
He is in position. And he
Doesn't get too many of them.
Still down,
It's
though.
not.
And with that Steel
I don't
Garden
think the
in play,
Visol's
the
great
primary's
here.
jammed up. PRX looking to push through. However,
Sometimes you gotta
Boathouse
think of the
not quite
Visol like the
affected by
Killjoy
it.
ult.
Shiro will
If you
be
wouldn't use a
able to hold it
Killjoy
off.
there, you shouldn't use a Visol
Still, though.
there. In terms of just radius.
Now Patman trying to push in. Spotted out by Berserks. PRX's number is starting to fall down now. And it's just something left. Looks to try to save that off,
Like
and
imagine a
does
Killjoy
manage
with
to get
that.
away, and that will be
We'd
another
flame the
round
hell
for
out of
Boom
the
picked up.
Killjoy.
He's going to skedaddle
You're
on out
free
of there to
here
save
and
that
here.
gun because the money is still a bit of a fickle thing for PRX here. But for Boom, that's another round on the board on this attacking side. Some nice repositioning from Famers as well, who once again can't
They should
really
treat it the
find
same where they
anything
gotta
with
take
the runner
this
back. He
map
didn't
control,
immediately
then they
die,
all
but he got
both.
seized pretty much straight away getting in towards the site. So the only thing he was able to achieve was shutting the market door where one of his teammates was seen and tickled down a little bit, right? Grand scheme of things, doesn't really matter because Boom managed to get on the board. But the best thing that they can hope for at the tail end of this half, I mean, it's going to be the 9-3, right?
That's definitely what PRX has for them at least, but still we'll see if Boom will indeed turn this into a 3. Shiro with the Odin now. And PRX for the first time in a long while, not quite pushing out aggressively.
Yeah. We have Devi with the Stinger, of course, an operator to be heard for something who can challenge around this site. The Flash gonna work a treat for Famers.
Goes in for the swing. Something. Bit of a whiff as well. Now spots out Famous, but look at the movements!
Famous is insane.
Himself into the site. PRX,
Didn't
the rest of them look to arrive
really
on the scene. Patman alongside
love the way
Forsaken,
Devi
trying
played
to
it, but
spam their
somehow
way through.
Patman's doing it.
Hunt sent out as well. No, it's
Oh, the
Seize.
tether,
So the tethers reveal positions.
Damn, the
and
tether's
Patman
incredible, bro.
finds the quad.
Holy shit, that was sick.
I am Patman.
Knew exactly where he was.
Sent in on the end there.
Dude, Patman
to
did
clean
great
up
on this
the crew
round.
of Boom, and it's done nicely. A very quick retake to come on through, not enabling Boom to establish any seniority in the round, any stability at all. That haunt, absolutely immaculate to come on through from Forsaken, and then I mean, it's not understated to say that Patman just coming up very, very crispy looking on this map.
He's got his patarangs.
Dude, that was probably the best defense I've ever seen from PRX on
Batman,
SM.
yep, okay.
There we go.
No, doors that way.
Thank you.
2 to 10 makes it very difficult for Boom here if they're not able to pick up the pistol round to start off the affairs, which, to be fair, they've been pretty
Probably.
successful.
I mean, I'm trying to remember if they had something better with like the Harbor
The first one on this
Reyna comp that they used, but I don't think so.
On the first map as well.
Doable for Boom. It is doable for Boom. Their comps are really good on defense. It's very good at fighting mains. Like incredible at fighting mains.
At least looking to make this a quick map so far. We still have a third one left and unanswered.
Yeah, Fracture if we get there.
Don't want to get too ahead of myself, though, at least.
Yeah, question mark for me, not going to lie. I mean, that's the one where Boom had the choice of Lotus instead. Of course, we'll get to hear a little bit more from the desk if we do get there in terms of the third map, because we are still in the second. We've still got space to see if Boom are going to be able to kind of bring some stuff back for us.
But at least so far, this series has been absolutely delivering on both ends as well. Boom, from the first map of Pearl, we're looking to disrupt PRX's attacks. This time, PRX disrupting Boom's attacks. We'll see how it all fares out on towards PRX's attack on their own.
Yeah, just not giving Boom the light of day in the early stage to creep on up to the choke points and then explode on out, right?
Oh, dude, imagine that knife hit the killjoy. It would have stopped this whole setup.
Shiro happy to collect on some
He's
information.
incredibly close. Pop flash looks good. Does the molly wreck him? Oh my god. I caught him with a flash out.
Straight in towards Famous. The dive bomb exploding.
Dude, Shiro has to kill too.
Happily. Shiro in with the shock dart as well. Tries to track his head across, but
Oh
something
my god, look at him go.
continues to flick.
Yeah.
Looks for the quad, but shut down right now.
He maybe gave him a chance, but he did win the round from him. Morpheus United with the tier 1. Thank you for the 23
Spike
months.
will happily go down as well. Not much in terms
Thank
of
you, mate.
utility for Boom. Just a paranoia as well as a dark cover. Market being blocked up as well. Not much can be done. NC Slasher for a bit of a trade. That should pretty much be it. DOS9 still trying to find as much as he can, though, but Divide will happily tap away.
Damn, dude,
Right,
2-0.
pistols go to PRX.
2-0 on the
something
pistols.
To start off as well. You know, your old classic, if you want to take some market control.
They got a
when,
force
when
on
KO was,
defense.
you know, kind of first introduced, we did see it a good idea to get some blades, or you try to get some flashes and some mollies in towards market and send your teammate in. Change things
something's
up as
looking
well.
great.
Nice self-sufficient play to come out from something to just dash himself into his own smoke and go for the challenges. You know, you're kind of looking towards PRX to really just catch Boom off guard here. In that round, you're going to force Boom up. They need a leg to stand on. Got to go toe-to-toe somehow. Try to upgrade some weapons. Get absolutely overrun on this A site.
Especially with all that utility. Needing to respect the
Nice
space that is being claimed by PRX. Fragment now.
Nice util to make
Just
sure
allow
the
them
spike
to
can
shut
get
down
across.
that door in Boom spaces. Oh, look at that. Still
Something again.
spamming through.
Something for the opener once more.
Looking like shades of his old self. Still back in the site. Knowing that the door is broken, they're looking to re-peek back into it. Look at the dive in with Famous.
My.
Okay.
Oh,
Strays
boy.
away with that stinger shot. Now Shiro back
Oh,
in.
God.
NC Slasher answering back as well. Now just down
was
to
nuts,
Jing.
though.
Tries to reposition into the smoke, but is that going to be enough? The stinger
Well,
sprays not quite favoring him.
They had it, and then they
Famous
decided
instead.
to all send it through door.
Well,
It was a
not
classic
gonna say map
PRX
point for
round.
PRX at the moment. That stinger. I mean, something.
I mean,
about
that was
the
nuts
Stingers
from
doing
Famous.
Things that they shouldn't. TLN bullet able to find the double there for him, but hey, we're gonna see Boom at least hold
Like,
on
here
and
you
stave
chill.
off that map point. Most
But
importantly,
instead,
I think the questions are really gonna be, you know,
we
the
full-person
depth at which
push
they're gonna
door
be able
in a
to
5v3.
potentially gather consecutive rounds, right?
When you know they
7 in a
forced and they
row
have
from
Stinger
PRX to
into the
start off this
crossfire,
map. You
when it would
cannot
never be a
forget
crossfire over towards
dominance
site.
in the scoreline like that.
Still good. Still good unless they
Definite
lose, then that was the
chances
big
for
round
Boom to answer
which made it
back. I
happen.
do believe there was, you know, a 10-2 comeback for one of the teams in the other regions.
Yeah,
previously.
if you went to bed at the 10-0 mark, yeah, and then you come back and they lost that, yeah.
So not impossible for Boom.
I was one of those that went to bed at the 10-0 mark.
I mean, how could you not? But still, you know, we are in Pacific after all time zones. You know, it is what it is. But Boom happy to find as much as possible. Holding B main down back into its catwalk as well. The drone coming out. Nothing spotted. So just Famous to listen for those pistols clanking through.
I
He
love
flashes and he's looking for kills because Berserk's is right up around the back. He's got the blazes to heal himself off as well.
They played anti for that flash. They expected it, but trades available for Boom. And now Jing. Damage. Just some cheeky damage here. Not going to be able to find it.
Okay.
Famous will have the run it back going.
Who's got
into the next
ults?
round,
Famous
where
has his
we're gonna
ult.
get a look
Something has
onto
his ult.
PRX's attacking side when they've got the weaponry, they've got the blade storm available. If something, you know, just wants to kind of jive in quickly, cut them down a size.
And this is where You know, if you are PRX, you need to recognize what Boom can possibly pull off.
Yeah, I think
recognize the trade protocols.
I think momentum-wise, right now though, for PRX is they're really feeling how they're playing this map.
Phoenix got the worst gun.
Weaknesses are currently the slower pace game that they had on that attacking side, but they are pulling out a play of PRX's, going for the early control. They don't have an operator, but they've got assistance to gain some win control over at A. Send the rest of the team to look back at the deeper sides of spawn and B.
And that does keep, you know, a single player from PRX invested in towards this.
Okay, well, it's a lot of map control.
So
they take mid in return for A main.
Across the other portions of the map.
Yeah, those salvos as well.
Insta drone over towards B, because this as well. So at the moment, Boom have incredible info. They also just peeked and saw the KO again. And Famous use one flash. Clear it.
PRX continue to rotate everywhere.
Dude, these two have been dueling for like the last 40 seconds.
Berserks is holding the angle though. Finds the first. And continues to burst his way through, down to 9 HP, hit by the Paranoia now. But Jing looks towards the back.
No, the turret finished him off as well.
That's
oh boy.
Possibly got to be the worst thing to happen right now, and that's just Devi left. Might be able to get his way into the site, but you're 1 against 5, buddy.
But let me tell you the story.
Don't want to overreact, but I would time out if I'm PRX after this one.
I got the plan and was caught with his knife out, and Shiro took him down.
The end.
The end. No, not the end here. Boom, though. A flawless round to find against PRX's first gun round here, where Famous commands a lot of space over at A.
Right?
I'm thinking that there is a heavy investment in utility, as you were talking about, right? Salvo's deep in, shot darts used early in towards tree, a dark cover, a blaze as well, really trying to navigate them down in through towards mid, where there is a bit of a crossfire here, right? Berserk's an NC Slasher, very aware, dodging a lot of the utility as well. The fact that the flash comes a little bit late from Patman and the Paranoia doesn't take NC Slasher there. You know, a couple of differences, right, that could have completely turned the round on its head. But for Boom, those are the sort of things we need to be seeing.
Timeout. Let's see what someone can do as knives. They want to go for last B.
A lot of it as well. Famous still sitting on that run it back. PRX this time on a bit of a half buy.
No.
Something does have the blades though.
Shearwall's going to keep some respect over at B main as well for them.
Okay, wall goes in, so they get to see if they re-clear over towards B.
Wouldn't mind the idea if Boom want to
looking like a double orb default to make sure they have Veto into next round.
It is the less equipped round from PRX too, right? But Famous is pushed very far up.
Something that is completely unexpected for PRX, and Famous goes on a tear.
Okay.
Flashes back in just to check even more as well. The spike has been picked up.
Now he can settle.
Again, I don't recommend it against an eco, but
5 versus 2. These are the sort of rounds for Boom that you just need confidence to win it cleanly from here. You don't want to see anyone overheat.
Haven't quite done too much of that, especially not from the previous map either. Boom looking to be a very controlled version of themselves. Something though, blades will whiz right by.
Yep. Now the dart has to be dodged from Devi, who is once again in a 1 versus 5.
30 seconds left.
What's the story this time?
Oh, he gets one. I didn't see that.
He's gonna find more kills, right?
Nah, probably not.
Straying back in.
Oh my goodness.
Looking for more sprays. He does.
Oh my god.
Oh, bro. I'm talking.
He ended up doing so much damage.
From Boom, the turret that spots out a player in B main.
Gets us all the one away from Veto. Do they time out? Yes. Alex is getting involved. Could be relatively simple plan. Time to get an orb and Veto. Or they could just use Visor. Visor over towards B, super strong.
He just comes out with that. He's on 4 HP, and he gets him out with the stick. Like, man.
A Yeehaw classic boy.
Yeehaw classic boy. Hey, our Ascension teams will get their classics soon, all right? Maybe that would be the buff that Boom won.
Very much so. You got to keep your eyes open for that Boom bundle. But yeah, you know, still around for Boom nonetheless. But I gotta love it when Komodo absolutely
these are the moments that if you're watching this game can infuriate you a little bit because they shouldn't happen.
Oh, I've already like, I was already infuriated by yesterday's
Happy Bear to
Japanese
1776. Thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 14 months,
They
mate.
lost off of a bit of a half buy against Boom in that previous map.
Stinger, yeah, the
last
Stinger's
round,
so
Less
strong.
thrifty to end it. I mean,
Again,
Now
people
we're
are just
back into
getting
this where
better with it.
maybe starting to go off the flop side again. It's currently Boom with 4 straight rounds in a row.
It's not the 7 that PRX
His
started
mind free
off with,
consistent
but
coach, he's definitely
with
helping the
PRX
team
hitting
out.
the pistol and the fact that Boom forced up, they get the second round.
there
they
to give
start
his
build
input.
a little bit of character on
Not
this
a-
defense side of their own.
I mean, it's a good
Maybe there
idea.
is a world. Famous has the operator in play. He's got to run it back as well. He's currently on 22 kills. I mean, he's putting up numbers.
Okay.
DOS9, though, again.
PaperX for
a little
sure
bit
regretting their
absent
decision to
today.
push short here. This is just a
For now,
good
it's just
overall example
providing
of like
value with
how
the
one
utility for the
mistake
team. He's a controller
can
after
really,
all.
really
Famous
cost you.
finding his off
And then
back
you got to
in
think when they
against
have
PaperX,
multiple
that's a
mistakes
double.
on
Needs
maps.
to heal, though, 30
That's the
HP.
reason that they're
At
not
least it is
winning
an
maps.
operator, so he can go for another
But at
challenge
the
where
moment, it's only
PaperX
really
will go
been
quickly
like
now into the
one
side.
super costly mistake.
Okay. Shrouded steps past the door. Forsaken B hops in, gets the door.
Okay, you can see
Yeah,
Famous
when
switch
You
guns,
could
get ready
use
to ult
Famous on
in.
this run it back as a
Wait.
glorified
He's
drone.
ulting with the...
That's exactly what he's looking to do in
Oh, no
alongside the
way.
rest of the
Oh my
team as well.
God.
But even as a sort of a drone, he finds a kill with a frenzy. Op shots fired back in. They know exactly where Jing is. And Jing looks to survive inside of hell. Smokes out.
It
looks
is
to
smart
peek
by him.
through, does find the first.
Oh, it's
but
unlucky.
the
It was really smart
sortie
by him.
Makes
Realized he
quick
could
work of
isolate
Jing,
the
and
one
Boom
jewel
will
because
be
of his
going
smoke.
on with another win. That's 5 in a row now.
Tried
It's
to have
getting
some options with the
really
dark cover
scary
to
for them.
dance around a little bit, didn't he? Here's the reload of the shorty. You're going to get the idea that you want to go for that pick. But then
JJ7
DOS9,
Rays with the prime. Thank you
Maybe
with the
just
3
needed to
months,
hear
dude.
me.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Get mad at him, call him out. I don't know.
Sure
Great
enough.
start for Boom. Again, on this operator from Famous, it feels like he's got the magic touch at the moment when that gun is in his hand.
But I do want to question this, Komodo. Maybe if I could pose it to you.
Go for it.
PaperX's attack looking
This guy's
a little
going
bit lackadaisical.
crazy.
We saw that on
25 to
Pearl. They
12. He had a
continue to
really
try to
insane
believe
first
their
map
way
as well.
into sights. They're
Black
trying
with the
to-
prime as
it
well. Thank you
appears
so
like
much for
they're
the
doing
10
that
months also,
again
dude. Thank you for the
on
prime.
towards Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, like,
What happened to the
we
jackets?
know
Prime has
PaperX
got hot.
proficient on attack. Seen it on Fracture, for example.
I'll be cold in
We
a
also
bit.
know, like, a map like Lotus, for example, Boom are pretty good on attack too, right? So coming in towards Ascent right now, where they're also looking pretty hot for this comeback, they're putting up their defenses. NC Slasher starting us off for 2.
Op still continuing to sing as well.
Did the Omen ult
PaperX.
hidden here as well? Yeah.
At some point, you gotta find
The bunny's
other
about to
solutions.
eat the
How do you get
internet
Pac-Man
cable.
up?
Give me 2
Molly.
seconds.
You can't.
It goes a bit deep, and now it's done. 5 versus 3. 2-player advantage for Boom. An exit if they need. 2 ultimates that they can invest here. A lockdown, an Armageddon. But at this point in time, Quack, there's a minute that you're going to let PaperX just simmer in the fact that this round might be unachievable. It might be the 6th round in a row for Boom.
I feel like it would be.
Yeah.
PaperX looking to save right now.
Now you can
Definitely
just
need
Okay,
a
almost a
time
disaster.
to discuss things
Real
over.
good.
shift into podcast mode for a minute, you know. The fact is, though, in
Margaret
these sort of
Watches, thank you
situations
so much for the
PaperX,
prime as well.
long as
Appreciate the 2
they're
months.
protecting their guns,
30
they can
seconds
use
left.
this as
Dude, they
a bit of
decided
a
to
talk
save
time
as well?
to
Okay, I didn't miss
right?
anything.
And most importantly, how are they going to get this next round on the board?
Why they
Device
need
got a
internet
steel
cables?
guard,
They're
and
like
you can
on top
pop
of the
that for
sofa.
a bit
They're,
of an
they're
explosion
tucked
for somebody
away.
to get in towards the site, maybe
And
gain a bit of an
yeah, I
advantage
mean, they just
duel.
decided to explore there. Oh, great.
Possibly for the next
Might have to
round,
move
and that's
them.
gonna be
Might have to
this round's episode of
might
Flex
have to
Chat.
hide them a little bit better.
Welcome.
Oh, we
Justin
missed it.
Rowe with the prime.
PRX,
Thank you, the
PRX,
13
their first one.
months. Appreciate it.
That's when that would have come out.
Still though, definitely needing to find some answer to possibly the early round aggression coming out from Boom or the op in the hands of Famous. Currently sitting on top.
Are they
of
zowing about the
25
bunnies?
kills.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
He was putting up huge numbers in that first
Exploring.
half, even though Boom was still
Or you talk about the cables.
shaking a little bit on their attack.
Certainly having a map for him, that's for
Um,
sure. You know, we got a lot of these
man.
teams in our region that sometimes you've got players that are very consistent in the mid-range. You've got players that just have these absolutely brilliant maps. You know, Famous is having one of those ones at the moment.
They could keep this simple. They got the
time position in a
Vice
safer
ult.
position
It's
off of
really
the
good over
timeout.
towards B.
Possibly anticipating some kind of a burst coming out from PaperX. PaperX, though, slowing
Info
things
drone
down a
over
little bit.
towards middle. The bunny's getting along a lot better recently.
Famous
actually
trying to
seeing
do his best
progress.
Yugotan impression, leading by example. Different agents and such, but They did go against each other previously, remember? And
Okay,
28
I'm
kills,
very
so
worried that they're going to Vice
see if
ult
Famous is gonna be
here,
able to put up those
and then
numbers.
you're going to see his
At least currently
tail
still
that
on
goes
the A
like
side,
this,
so
from left to
PRX
right.
trying to cut noise.
And then they're going to have to force through
PRX
whatever
loaded into
util's
the
here.
B-side. Oh, it's going to be an Odin.
Yeah, it's not going to reach its mark though.
Especially with the map
Yeah,
changes
there it
currently,
is.
but
Oh, he does it the
Armageddon will
other
feel
way
smart.
rounds
Really
to
nicely done.
force
Steel
them
Garden
back
is
to
gonna
delay
essentially be
time.
countered by the Armageddon.
Sure.
You've got the lockdown if you need.
Oh.
Times
Salvos
to be
go in
bought
as
by
well.
those
It's an
salvos.
ult for an
Sheer,
ult.
I mean,
The
yeah,
drone
Dwight
spots
hasn't played a full
one.
flank, of course,
The
but
Fawns
40
go
seconds,
in,
a lot of
but
this input
NC
utility.
Slasher
Well, the Batman finds NC Slasher in
commits.
out
Got
in
a
the open.
Killjoy
Spectre.
ult. They got 5
Shiro
seconds
digs
to...
himself deep, tries to
Oh
spray
god,
through
4
with the
seconds.
Odin, not quite finding its
3
mark. It's gonna
seconds.
be Berserks now after the
Damn,
other
they actually
end.
handled it pretty well. It's a
Still,
4v2.
Forsaken continues to push through. Famous now looking to find a pick off.
Do you want to go for this? There is a Vandal on the floor.
And possibly going to pick that up. Support from Ross9 as well.
I didn't
has been put on the
really
clutch.
like NC Slasher went for an
At
insanely
least to
bold
create a little bit
play
more space.
to like
Will
go
they
help
make their
his
way
mates
to
through the vines.
lanes or from stairs.
And honestly,
Split
him
pushes more
spamming
short, but
probably
something
would have been the
can be
best
betrayed.
move.
Off to the other end as
Okay,
well. That's
4
gonna be trying to clean up
chances.
PRX. Finally.
They did
We're
this
reaching
with,
towards
well,
midpoint.
did they do this with ults?
Well, that's what they were waiting
really?
for, right? The 6 rounds in a row that we did see from Boom. This time, they hold off all that early utility.
Yeah, because like
They
that's
can't
just
get
a...
in towards it when they
It's
invest
just an
the Steel
individual
Garden,
duel
but that
there. He's
lockdown
just playing on his
not
own.
able to be protected by Berserks. You highlighted that Famous was on the other side of the map. They had to run a marathon to get towards this B site, and it was a little bit too late. And this is credit towards the space that PRX gave
Okay,
themselves.
something
in
picks up the
first
op as
half,
well,
right?
so op v op battle.
All they need is just one more round, but still 4 chances for Boom to try to really push this all the way through to overtime. Well, I mean, 0 chances actually, but still. Okay. DOS9 digs himself deep into Wine. NC Slasher with the op this time. Will be able to block off Catwalk.
Something smoke didn't go far enough.
Shiro though onto Forsaken as
Wait.
well. Jing able to at least
But why?
establish one, but no trade.
my goodness.
So Boom will hold player advantage ×2. And they just have to make sure that they don't drop this one from here. Good
Do a little
crossfire
money
into
check-in,
mid on the back
and
of
we
the
can kind of
Alava.
see that these two need to save.
Discipline and positions still. Pop flashed over. Shiro
Or-
peeks.
Or
And Devi and Patman
Free site?
happy to take this B site. Spike
2v4?
down now.
Two
Soon enough.
very nicely calculated 2v1 duels there, by the way.
And NC Slasher could possibly swap the weapon over onto a rifle if they aren't to go for this retake, but Devi
bro, no
happy to
way.
read, pushing further on through as well.
The Shear's
And they
just
have
gonna
the
give up all
wall.
the information. You know the flank is where it's coming from, and you're just going to play protected.
And you know it was
Back
open
at the
last
site.
time you saw
Time
him.
is your friend now as PRX.
Fragment 2. So Salvos block off
They
stairs,
got a
special
solid
delivery,
flash
and he's
as well.
looking to find a bit more space, maybe
Just
looking
flash
to pick them
double
off.
swing.
PRX cannot make a single mistake.
Oh boy.
Devi with the peek out though.
Can't miss
Did they
a shot
forget
here.
he had an
Now
op?
on a one-on-one. Patman holding, listening for the drop. The op still a very lethal threat. Hops on over with the shorty, and Patman
Really nice from
creates more
Patman. He's
space
gonna
in
get the
between him and his
shorty out.
opponent just to
Okay,
bring the scoreline
PRX win
over
an
the
ascent,
finishing
and they
line.
made
Scoreline is
they
gonna
made
be
everyone sweat
13-8,
because of that
and
second
PRX will push us into
round
a
spot.
map number 3.
Well,
say
we're
second
kind
round.
of questioning what
The
is this
14th round.
set map going to look like for PRX when they haven't played it in quite some time, right? Burning it out most recently, of course. Boom. They look pretty good on it against Gen G, but they weren't able to, you know, kind of exploit any weak links on the side of PRX here.
let's get
Really
this photo.
strong to start off the map.
I don't know if I would say exactly that, though. I mean, the second half definitely did look a little
The
bit
descent
that's
look
true,
more
that's true.
defense-sided.
But,
It's
you know,
mostly down
10
to the
half,
comms
right? You
at
gotta,
the moment.
I mean, you got to remember that they just did not give themselves enough rope there.
That is definitely true. Something that PRX can pull off when they are in that flow state, finding a lot
Dude,
of
and
these open
PRX have
picks
Fracture
and
next,
pushing
which
together
looks
as
like
a
their
team,
best map.
blocking off a lot of these
But
lanes,
Boom
preventing
historically
Boom truly from mounting an
are
attack.
incredible.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that we get
at
to see
anteing
Fracture before
with
it
demos.
does get deleted again.
You saw him against
And that's where we go
T1 on
for our
Bind,
third
where they
back of
like
this series back.
13
Yeah,
fought
that's
them or
definitely
something
what we are
in
looking
kickoff.
forward to at the
And
very
then we
least.
had
Very
GE,
explosive map,
where they
for sure
13
between
won
both
them on
teams that can
Lotus.
play very
I think that's right.
fast-paced Valorant as well. But currently, at least, a lot for the teams and the desk to talk over because Boom definitely are not backing down from this fight. Again, looking for that playoff spot. Meanwhile, PRX trying to stay afloat in the entire group. At the same time, yeah, we'll just toss it right over onto the desk to break this entire map down before we head over to our very beloved Fracture.
Okay, usual stuff, chat. Back in a bit.
Ugh, this series is giving so much from Boom and PRX. PRX, who doubted their Ascent? Aren't they? They look like they're pretty good at Ascent.
I think everyone. I thought Alex was supposed to be on Fraud Watch. I thought we needed a coach to come in and teach us how to play Ascent. I don't know, that defense game plan looked pretty good to me. At the same time, though, Boom had already shown a lot of what they were going to do on attack versus Gen G last week, and it really felt, I mean, you talked about it comp-wise. As soon as we saw the comp stat, you felt like it was a little bit of like a counter strat or a soft read in terms of compositional choice. And I think definitely when I saw how it unfolded in the way they played, knowing how Boom likes to play their attack, they like to be very direct. They were bullying Suggest on Gen G last week. They were hitting the mains hard a lot of the time, or playing like map control into hard site execs. And PRX just did not let them do any of that. Something got on the op right from the bonus. Both the KO and the Fade were just getting in their face with basic util. They were always active and taking something and contesting Boom before they could really get off their execute.
Yeah, those are the three things for me that make me kind of feel like this is a deliberate sort of anti-strat. Number one, something in mid with the op all the time. Never gave them the mid space for free, which is exactly what you want to do against this Phoenix comp. Number two, they have the Fade to counter in the mains. And number three, they have the Vice, whose wall can't be destroyed by Sova or Teo util. So I feel like they had every answer, especially in that first half. You know, things sort of flipped on their head as we got in that second half. But, you know, as Komodo kept saying, is I feel like the gap was just too big after that first half.
Can I just say, we know that Jet isn't really being used that much anymore. We saw her on the last map, and I am so glad to see something back on the Jet instead of Breach or, you know, something else.
Yeah, I don't care what's better. Just put them on comfort agents. Let them be comfortable. Let them play what they want to play. PRX has never been a conventional team and doesn't need to be. Famous, again, put on a bloody clinic, and I was a certified classic from something initially. Started to fall off a little bit towards the end, and in fact, that attack looked like they were running into some issues. Boom's defense was looking really, really good. I like the second round that they brought to us. They cut a corner, being very far behind, and then they started to come back into the game on the defense. But PRX, for me, really got that game done at the end of the day on their attack, on their defense, rather.
Yeah, for sure. You know, as we say, it's all about their defense. But even then, you know, Boom were making that comeback. That last round was a 4v2. 4v2 for Boom, and then you break your cross batters.
I was just, as soon as I was praising them, they never lose these man advantage situations. They're looking really clean today, and then we saw that round. I was like, oh dear.
I think that's a little bit of the nerves.
Yeah,
a little bit of the nerves creeping in, but you know, they just have to settle it down. But I think something for me was the highlight of this defense. I mean, seeing him back on Jet, it's old school. I mean, you're telling me this is your Breach? This is you see him and go, yeah, I think this guy's great with a fault line.
Yeah, 3 words. Too many buttons. Stop with all the buttons. I mean, that was a pretty nice play. Got right in there. I love the updraft light armor, updraft dash light armor purchase on the pistol, just getting into market. It's not a play that you see very often on the pistol. And there you go, round 4, I think even round 3, right from the bonus, this guy got on the op. Like straight away, no messing around. And that can be very risky. Because realistically, guys, you lose that bonus round where you buy the op, and you've got to go down onto a judge. You're handing the op over to Famous, who might be the best opper in Pacific right now. I mean, looking at the numbers. And
something is contesting that, though.
He was certainly trying to this game.
One map. Let's calm down.
I don't know. I'm just going to say something's probably hands down, one of my favorite Jets in the world.
Definitely entertaining.
So I'm very happy to see them and playing it on Ascent, of all things. So I think we're going into map 3 now.
Sure.
Which we originally didn't think was going to happen, or at least some of us didn't think was going to happen. And Patman being our MVP, first time on the VCT Pacific stage, getting MVP on map 2.
Both games, he's been great. He's been very consistent. I think PRX need another consistent player who could just play his role. He's just playing the init role. He's doing what he should be doing. I really liked, even on attack, you could see the cogs turning a little bit. KO on Ascent attack, you need to be sometimes an agent that can keep the other team in check to some extent. Your utility can very much, like I was talking about Shiro on Pearl side attack for Boom, you can be an agent that if you're reading the game, you understand what the other team's doing and what space they're taking in mains and stuff like that. You don't even really need teammates to hard take the control. You can KO knife, you can KO flash the defense off the line and deny them a lot of information if you're reading the game well. And you could see Patman doing a little bit of that. So even without as much experience on the big stage, you can tell that he's played a lot. You know, he understands the game and what the other team's trying to do. So
Fracture being the next map, PRX, we know this is the one map they're good at, really good at. And this was without Patman. So I'm curious to see now with Patman coming into this mix. I can already see a little bit of change coming from PRX from the first map and the second map here. A lot more communication happening on less of that hive mind and actually just playing like a team that talks to each other.
Yeah,
so
I have to say I'm nervous for Boom heading into map 3. Fracture is naturally a map that fits PRX style. We just saw on that Ascent how aggressive they were on their defense. And Fracture necessitates you to be aggressive on your defense.
100%.
So it's a very natural fit. We also previously saw Jing move across to the Brimstone, where he was able to have a much stronger performance than he could on Omen. So I would expect to see that again, expect to see an uptake in his performance. And, you know, it's a map that's stylistically great for them. So I think Boom do have their work cut out in this map 3.
Yeah, this is just stage 1 data. In kickoff, they won it twice as well. They were picking it. This is a map PRX usually goes to. So the fact that Boom, especially after the Lotus game that we just saw from them last week, they could have played Lotus. They were left down to Lotus, Fracture, and they said, we're going to play Fracture against PRX as the decider. They might be regretting that decision.
Okay, but to play devil's advocate on the other side, we just talked about how great this anti-strat might have just been from PRX, but we've always talked about how good Boom's anti-strats have been able to be. So they've been able to watch a lot of PRX's Fracture. You know, they've just recently played it in stage 1, so I think they might be trying to take a similar approach that PRX took in map 2 and trying to be a little bit more focused on the counter necessarily than what your own players are best of.
They've had some maps where they've had insane like reads and insane prep, like that last Lotus game that they played against GE. They were all over that. That was an insane defense that we saw from them. So we'll see what they're going to be bringing today. And not to mention, Fracture is not a map Boom's uncomfortable with. I mean, we've only seen them play it once in Pacific, which was against T1. They had a closed first half, and then unfortunately, it was the third map decider, and in the second half, they just let it slip away. And that was the game that kicked off kickoff. Literally, it was the game where I was like, is T1 going to get upset by Boom? And then, unfortunately, they couldn't close the game and the series out, which is always my concern for Boom.
So I'm curious now how they're going to do this. So Patman coming into the mix does change things up. Boom hasn't shown stage 1 Fracture yet. Are they going to keep their comp? So far, based on what they both played, it's a very similar comp with the Neon. I think only the Sentinel was the main difference between the two with the Vice. And the Cypher. So I wonder if they're going to change it up. You're right. They have a lot of material, as in Boom has a lot of material to go off of to work on PRX.
But then I suppose if I'm PRX knowing that and I'm bringing in an extra player and I'm able to swap things, we saw, you know, how they were able to show their Pearl and, you know, the kind of double duelist approach. So I think if they want to kind of knock Boom's prep and, you know, try and take it to them, I also think double duelist is very effective. We've seen how great Jing is on Raze, so that's always going to be there, always going to be a pocket pick that they can bring back if they so choose.
That was T1's old comp. You know, they were playing like Neon Raze, things like that, so definitely could be something that's on the cards. You're probably not going to see something on Breach, so what is he going to play? Because I'm assuming Patman is here to play Breach on Fracture. That's my assumption.
Yeah, I would kind of hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So Jing, I don't see any reason to not put Jing on the Brimstone. He was great last time. That's totally fine.
Oh yes, the Stim Beacon.
Yeah, it loves a Stim Beacon.
And then
Jing on the Stim.
Who's playing the Senti? I mean, it could be Devi or Forsaken. I do actually like Forsaken on things like Sky and on the Teo when we saw it in kickoff. I really like positionally how he plays that Enit sometimes.
Sky?
So
what's Sky? Is that a new agent?
Yeah.
I think it's from some island somewhere, like Fiji maybe, or like New Zealand, Tasmania perhaps.
Well, we are going to be going into the third map of the series, and this is exactly what we wanted as fans, as audience of VCT Pacific, and the agent comps looks like has much changed. Guys, take it away.
Not too much has changed here, at least for PRX compositionally, but role-wise, something is going to be on the Teo, so this is going to be a bit of a head-scratcher. Forsaken back on the Duelist, and Patman is on the Breach.
Boom, nothing different here, exactly as we
the thing is,
Famous sticking
some
with
things
that
Breach actually look good on this map.
And of course, running that Brimstone on Dust9. Dust9 needs to get himself into this game, if you ask me, and I think Brimstone is a perfect way to do that, because he's not been at his maximum capacity, but Brimstone can simplify that, so I'm really expecting big things here. Very, very similar comps, only the Sentinel difference. Pure head-to-head Valorant.
It's an old
Berserk's going to keep things old school on the
odd
kill
move
choice.
on this
so
one.
I think, you know, Boom have comfort roles. PaperX have once
Let's
again
see how they
changed
look.
things up in the third map side.
Still lots to do in a small amount of time though, changing the roles on this map.
Well, let's see if things go.
They did have pretty cool
right
stuff on
for
this,
one
though.
of these teams. This is
They were
the
very,
last
very
map of the
aggro on
series.
defense
Does Boom go to playoffs?
in terms of
Or
PaperX.
does PaperX finally get a tick in the win zone? We're gonna go back to our casters Komodo and Kwai.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Oh, hell yeah. I am so fired up for this
go
final map
NONGSHIM.
because it is
Pretty good.
definitely very much so
Okay,
pure
Boom
heads-up
on
Valorant.
attack.
Famous versus Forsaken
PaperX on
the Neon.
defense.
But what do
Bit
you
of a
think
change
about
up
this, the old school
for the
versus new
roles
school
on
in terms of
PaperX, well, at least on this map, something
Well,
from the
Killjoy
breach
is
to the
quite the rare
tail.
pick when it does come to Fracture these days.
Tail.
Of course, you know, we're seeing
To
it
the
with
breach
Control
for
back, like Global
Ironman.
and RRQ from memory running it like last times, but still really rare. Comfort pick for Berserk.
Boom go for the classic B
Already
split.
starting to clear out Arcade, getting up towards Tower. Something dispatched of. First casualty.
And pulls the rotations completely over. Still though, oh, this is two players now
my
stuck
goodness,
inside
what
of
the hell
tower, but
happened?
quickly dealt with as Famous tries to slide his way through. Now Jing answering back from Canteen, but at the same time,
got
NC Slasher
both
with
with a
that
classic in
finds
heaven.
the right clicks.
Oh
DOS
my
9
goodness,
just finding
well,
frags as well. Boom to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, getting activated nice and early. DOS 9 this time as well.
Chat, where the hell are we?
Shiro
Jingle
for
pistol,
one
jingle
and a
thing.
bit of
It's
utility
3-2.
too. You asked about Famous and Forsaken on this Neon. They had a bit of a smooch in the tower just then, but Forsaken wins that one. What I wanted to highlight though again is a lot of these different role changes that come back in towards this one, right? The buyback on the Vice, like that we saw on Ascent. I thought he was really proficient in how he was playing those sheer walls, timing on the Thorns as well. Patman, I'm going to be interested to see how his breach really looks here, because, you know, when you think of Patman, you do think most recently Flash in it.
Dude,
right?
NC Slasher did
His,
insane on this
KO,
round.
His breach here is something that he's hopefully going to be quite proficient on.
Specifically Breach.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie.
Most played agent in recent history.
In reaction,
but
they
still,
push
that
out.
remains to be seen as PaperX tries to rotate their way over. Of course, though, Berserk's happy to lock down this entire
Oh my
lane
God,
with his
bro.
Marshall online for the ace
The
now.
freebies.
But something is still nowhere to be found. In fact, just hiding up around Canteen in a little corner behind the sky smoke. But
Ace,
oh,
ace. You
seems
seen?
just making a bit of noise.
He was seen.
Mini-map at least. Famous trying to give him the ace, and there it is! Berserks to collect on it.
Hey,
well,
round of
very, very nice.
applause. 2-0 up for Boom, an ace
Against
to come in
the
there. Some
eco,
great shots out of the
got the best
Marshall
gun for it.
Away for the lockdown.
Berserks. What I want to also say though, we have had two extremely high kill performance maps from Famous, right? Map number 1, Pearl, dropped 27 kills. If you can remember back to Pearl. Map 2, Ascent, just then, 25, right? So he's over 50 kills. No one on his team
Famous
is over
is just
30
dodging the whole
for
time.
the series in 2 maps.
The
So are we
speed.
going to get a lot of more consistency
Okay,
from
the
him, or
bonus
is it
is
time
good.
for someone
The
else
bonus is
to
very
step
good
up?
against the buy round there.
Conversely, over on PaperX's side, more kind of cohesive.
Is it true
as a
that Chet had
team,
some of the
spreading
best
kills.
pistols for his team?
But this is their bonus round, right? This is the one where PaperX have the better weaponry. This
I mean,
is
they
the
had
one
okay
that they should be winning.
pistols.
Could even be
Nothing
both,
stand
but at
out
least
from what I
PaperX
can remember.
currently pushing out tree, spotted that everything is clear, now has to hold in towards the B site. Jing as well as Patman able to anchor in towards Arcade though, pushing past the smoke. Jing with the stimmy. He's still going on a bit of a tear until he drops down. Forsaken
Hey,
to
very,
collect
very
from
nice on
Tower.
this.
PaperX able to find a lot of aggression of their own.
I mean, honestly, I was coaching most of the time.
Still
He
just running away from Jing's fight.
had like
Didn't
his
look up the
main.
gun to take that
Well,
one on the
I
side,
guess
but
I
hey,
was
PaperX, they
watching
are on
after.
the board nice and early,
I don't
so
know. I
don't
missed a
have
lot
any
of his stuff,
teams
I guess,
here
at the beginning,
really
just 'cause I was
established,
focusing
you
on my
know,
own team.
a huge lead, like the 7-0 that we did see from PaperX over on the first map. And then how Boom, you know, over on Pearl as well, kind of ended the first half. That one, I guess you could still say is plausible for both teams here. But a lot of fracture as well.
Okay, they got 2 kills though, so we got a big buy round. We got 3 can't buy, 2 that can't buy next, and they pretty much just spamming B hits at the moment. Fast big, 5v buy, and PaperX decide to clear top side, and oh my god, that's a nice shot, bro. I was gonna say they don't know, but now they know. And this is a good run from PaperX, right? They know that the Killjoy is gonna go underpass, so they decide to clear here so they can pinch from like multiple avenues.
Crossbench, Famous keeping them
I just don't think they
invested.
thought the Famous was going to be here
Lanes
so
through as
fast.
Well, PRX needs to try to sneak past.
Yeah.
Has to keep their eyes trained down into
Damn,
its tunnel
he's
as
a
well
solo
still,
on
because
this round.
Famous continuing to poke and prod.
He's done his job though.
Yeah, that's just going to buy a lot of time away from the spike. Now Jing trying to fire back, will be able to refrag, but Berserks instantly refills that position. Now you got Tower
Yeah,
as
and this
well.
after plant
NC
util is just
Slasher
gonna be way too
holding
good.
that down like nobody's business. Something though. Okay, able to flick back towards it, but yeah, I mean that's the round already.
Yeah,
Come on.
the 1 versus 4 is not going to come out from something, unfortunately. Famous did his job, right? He bought so much time to keep them all occupied around bench, around arcade, making sure that they weren't going to be able to get in, destroy the lockdown. You got to respect that one. Everybody hitting their shots on Boom where needed as well. You got a good trade out there from Berserks, but more importantly, the amount of time that Boom was just able to buy themselves.
Famous? Yeah, no, he's playing
brings
great.
in more time to use these post-plant abilities, right? When you're going to get your salvos back online, you're expecting that DOS is going to
You're still coaching for the second
lineups
Reykjavik.
gonna
Were
be
you gone by then?
incendiary, or at
I
least
was
repositioning
there,
himself,
but
that he can kind of rip that out where needed. The difference now that we're
I
also
knew
gonna
I was
see
quitting
for
after.
PRX to contend with is, you don't, as I mentioned, you don't see many Killjoys be played on Fracture anymore, right? So they also have to contend with these nanos that are going to come on out from Berserks.
Especially on the attack, possible post plants being found, at least right now. Interesting bit of an eco buy. The outlaw in the hand of Berserks, PRX also, you know, going off some cheap plays of their own. Forsaken on the Bucky. He's just positioned up towards a main now, picking up the alt orb.
Yeah, overdrive available if needed. You could see something sneaky. With
even if we won the event,
ready.
we were
Forsaken
never
fall
going to win that
over on
event.
That one. And it is going to come on out.
Oh, shoulder
It's a great
jiggle.
trap. We've seen this before.
Yeah, it's the
I think we
Fnatic.
saw 2 casualties.
Alt combos and the stealth drone out towards Tree as well now. Here comes Forsaken with the overdrive, but he's shut down by DOS9. Berserk's finding
they
a frag
love an
in towards
overheat,
the B
though.
side as well. So
They love like
it's
getting the
just
first
Divide
kill and then just
trying to
overextending
hold
like
the off
mad.
angle. He's been smoked off. Does have an arc rose to play with, and that's the
Oh,
fight.
he flashed himself.
As well. Oh, what a blunder! Something has to come up huge. 1 on 3. He takes down the first. Does have some utility to work off of, but not quite a lot of health. Holds and hugs the wall.
Oh, they've snuck out, haven't they?
Sneaks in, and the stun reveals his positioning. You don't quite have the position to pull off the salvos either now, so you're flushed out. But he
Oh
finds the
my
sniper!
God,
What
what
is
is
that?
that?
from something? 1 apiece,
What the
and he
hell
gets the
is
triple
that?
to
That is
collect the round
nuts,
up for
dude.
PRX. Don't forget to defuse though, please. Okay, there it
Oh
is.
my god, that's so
One
sick.
tap, 2 tap.
That's
Give me
insanely
more. He's
calm,
risen
bro.
From his seat. That
The
is a
calm
round that I
tap
thought
tap.
that PRX were going to be out of in the 2 versus 3. Devi flashes himself, but for
Jesus.
something there, I mean,
What a clutch.
he gets mollied out, right? Salvoed out.
It's a
He's got
1v3 at its peak.
little small window of timing to find that first duel, but the second sharp shot, just the adjustment of the aim to come on out there. That is, we need to see this one back. You ready for it? 1, 2.
Oh my.
Absolutely gorgeous.
In a second.
That's the stuff you can't teach.
Can't teach that.
That's just an easy.
God, that's a crazy round. Okay, another big buy round that forces whoever loses down to an eco.
Needing to find the
And
information
PRX get in
necessary.
aggro again.
So
Drone
pushing out
goes
Tree
in.
along with the
They haven't
drone.
heard the drone yet,
Should
now
be
they hear the
hearing this.
drone. So
Well,
do they
the
turn back or
contact
do
up
they
today,
continue the
and we're gonna have to
push?
call the audible engineering
They continue the
force.
push.
All
Devi,
the
you got a lot to do,
responsibility
mate.
falling on towards Devi's shoulders now. He's being hit with a lot of utility. The salvo flushes him out of position where he's not quite able to recenter himself. Forsaken, though, arriving on the site. Will be able to find a single frag, but Rolling Thunder now collapses through. Needs to hold out around a main where the door gets pushed upon by Famous. Jing, though, happy to push into the smoke to just find a bit more
Surely
space.
not another.
Second frag found.
We've got a
Now
1v3 into
1-on-2.
1v4? Surely not.
Not much in terms of
He
the
does have
utility
smoke. He
department.
can isolate
Just
this
a smoke,
1v1.
an incendiary,
He knows where 1 is now.
and he has to
He's gonna
really
smoke
suss out
close
these
to himself
positions.
right
So
here. Yeah.
maybe a bit of smoke for cover just to allow him to deal with the site. So isolating angles at least for now. Oh, he actually pushes through. But DOS9 respecting it, does have the incendiary as well. So this is a really tough spot for Jing to be in. Flashes, dodged. Jing still strafing
Dude,
alongside.
NC Slasher managed to
Everything's
delay
being found.
all
NC
of this
Slasher
time.
just
Oh my
toying with
goodness,
his
that was
prey.
impressive.
He knows as long as he's positioning
That's
himself around
insane
that
from
pillar
him.
nicely, that time will be won. because
Okay,
DOS still
PRX
has the
have to go down to an
incendiary to be able
eco.
to throw in, and he's just not giving him the fight, right? The way that Boom lose that one is if DOS9
Devi's
continues to play for the
getting
fight closely
wrecked.
and allows him to just dance around.
Two
the
rounds.
smoke. Yeah, I mean,
First round he
DOS9
flashed
throws the
himself,
orbital
second
strike,
round
in towards
salvos are on
A-main
him
as
and
well,
he's
later in the
trying to
round
use
make
the
sure that those
knife to
flanks
dodge
be able
it,
to
but they're
come
just
out as well.
swinging him.
Technically, you could call that a bit
Like
of
he's got to
noise
tank
developing,
like one
understanding
hit
the
and
behind it.
have the gun out.
Yeah, a lot of
Or he's
trades
got to push
come
A
on
main there
out.
with
I
what's
like
going
that
on,
Boom
really.
really did speed it up quickly, recognizing the PaperX were coming from behind quick. And now they give themselves a little bit of a breathe room, right? They can take a solo round if they want to. They can do it fast as well if they need to. It is the lesser weaponry for PaperX.
Wait.
And this is where I'm not gonna lie,
Wait.
it does get quite chaotic for PaperX.
I
to
just
try and
watched
read
Berserks think
possible
that this
plays
rope is the
because
one that
this
goes
is pressure
here.
after all. And you just have Famous and NC Slasher bursting into the site.
Set yourselves up a good post plant here, not drop any more weapons.
You've got Armageddon as well, and this is how the ultimates are beginning to cycle for Boom, but not even needed for now at least.
Oh.
NC Slasher
Which duel do I take?
trying to pull off his best something impression, but it's not quite happening just yet. So Arc Rose now being tossed over by Divide to create a little bit more space, but can he really do it all? Not too much, at least just to pick up a weapon until his teammate falls. Boom, all happy to hold the positions and the angles. Simple shot found.
Okay, do you want time up before this next buy? It's getting a little bit out of control.
Utility, not seeing anything on it, and then speeding up a little bit. So I'm going to be expecting PaperX to do something a little bit different coming towards this next round. You're getting into this half as well, where you're 4-2 down. Do you want to?
I just feel like the PaperX all rounds are really letting them down. Like I know they won the round, but it's because of the something 1v3. Like they still.
This round, the next round as well.
They still don't actually convert a lot of the alt rounds they have.
I mean, this is where you really, really need to find your way across the map. Utility,
Yeah, to sweat for the rounds that they won. Yeah, you're not wrong.
So key for a map that we're about to say goodbye to.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to think in the grand scheme of things what this does mean. Boom, the Ascended team that, you know, they lost Ascension, but they still got a promotion in towards it. Didn't have the greatest start over in kickoff. Now 2-0 up, looking for a 3-0. You know, we're seeing Ascension team really do some damage here in Pacific. I mean, you think to the likes of Americas, where you've got G2 really doing some damage, right? But apart from that,
and it's very, very possible, Komodo. This is, you know, leaps and bounds ahead from.
Okay, do they stop the aggro on defense? Do they do it late?
Yeah.
Do they keep on doing it?
I mean, this almost feels like
Do they have a set
full
plan with the
challenge
breach
against
short?
PaperX, like playing really similar compositions, similar roles in terms of the players as well.
Yeah.
And kind of currently outdoing PaperX
Okay,
in
Boom
terms of the macro
looking like they want to go over towards
Well,
A,
we're
at least for the
definitely
default.
gonna
They
need
got
to
the
see
turret to
adjustment
spot if there's a
from
push
PaperX
over
here, who are gonna
towards
gather
there.
some A main control
Okay, and
nice
they
and
start on
early.
the
The
salvo
investment
to
of the
set up
salvos.
the
Gonna play the 4-1.
neon. So they got one inserted and now they're going to hit heavy with 4. This is nice.
Standard sort of wall in, overdrive can throw a bit of a spanner into the works of this one, and hope that you don't undo the wrong bolt at the moment.
Okay, well, at least PaperX going for that pinch again, and it's going to be a bit of an anti-position played by
Oh boy.
Boom. They try to flash themselves back into play, but something
They
barrels
keep going,
through.
you got the
trade
advantage. You can
protocols
chill
are
if you
there
want
for
to.
PaperX, and it's just
Keep an eye on
stuck
Famous,
up.
pushes all the way over towards site in A main at the moment.
He tried to do everything there, but the counter
Oh,
neon
that duel
in
is...
Famous is what I'm trying to highlight here, and it's just a little bit too
Yeah,
late
a little bit
for him.
shy in terms of the timing, but still not undoable. Does pick up the frag and the spike. Has an opportunity to find his way into a site. The question is, which one is it going to be?
I like that Devi and Jin recognize that it's a 2 versus 1, and you can
Yeah,
play
gotta
to the
stick together,
strengths.
gotta
You
push.
go towards the B site because Famous, well, if he goes towards B,
Why do they always go forward?
utility, but more
Yeah, they
importantly,
I mean,
Quack, it's
they
the
always W
numbers
key.
game.
Yes.
You play to the percentages, which is what
30
PaperX
seconds
need.
left.
I love that you highlight that, Komodo, but I am also very much so reminded of a very similar scenario that we saw last week against Munchkin. They had numbers. It also kind of fell by the wayside. Can PaperX prove everyone wrong this time? Spike will go down.
This ain't no Haven though, Quack. That's the thing. No dark cover. Fame is 1 versus 2. Only his gun and his sprint.
Oh, I'm a little bit...
Still positioned up top.
Timing.
PaperX creeping forward, now spotted. Famous knows exactly where to look. The spike
Ooh, okay.
will get defused.
Yeah,
as
stuck
PaperX
together.
smokes
Devi gets the
themselves
kill,
off, goes
gets
in
the
for
ult
peak, and picks up
with the
round.
Playing to the
defuse.
percentages. Nicely done at the end there. Dividing
It's still another... Wait, can they buy?
So
1-9 loss bonus. Yeah, they can drop.
Though, Quack at the beginning of that
Yeah,
round,
really important round this though
W
for both
gaming in
teams.
that one to take advantage with the stuns, with a Boom caught off guard and not really able to retaliate. A lot of great flashes to come on through. Credit to Patman. I do believe in that one with the stun, with the flashes, and then just the advantage, making sure that you don't drop that one. So on the back of the timeout, answering nicely.
That there will be a play that Boom begins to respect. You know, every
We've
time
got
they try
3
to
on
push
each
into
team
Zane
that come by next.
PRX hits them with that utility if they are in a
Ult
position for it.
wise,
So
But the thing is, if they
Boom have the advantage.
PRX gather the full control in A main, they can quickly get a crunch down towards tree as well and make things quite awkward up towards this B side.
Yes, it's kind of nice for Boom though, a bit of map control in reaction to losing over towards Arcade. Or he should be dead. I was going to say, you can't do it that way. Dude, Berserks is having an absolute nightmare on the ropes at the moment. He tries to take the wrong rope when they pushed, when he thought they were pushing over towards topside. And then he takes the rope back here, but you can't take that rope here. You can only take it from topside to the other side. This, because they push through here, they're always going to have that jewel on you. Here, you normally get blocked by the whatever the hell's in the middle of the ropes. Dude, Forsaken's going for a madness.
Patman alone to hold. He does have Jing right by him.
Guys, chill. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
that's the big round though. It's going to be a close
Yeah, there were so many
half.
moments in that round of just different disconnected duels where you had to see some individual plays come through from Boom, right? And it wasn't really working. PRX, apart from that last duel that we really see, were always doing it together in numbers. You got Forsaken and Patman in the beginning. You got that one that we see there, but the trades. The name of the game, the trades, really for PRX, not overstepping too hard. Jing able to double down at the end there as well to start to look to equalize this map.
And that's what I really love now coming out from PRX.
4 ults against the low buy. Got Neon with their backup Bucky, and they're absolutely sending it over towards A main. Wait for the salvos, wait for the stun, and then they're going to go. This is nice from PRX, so they save the stun for their stun.
A bit of a half by now, bunching up towards A main.
Great shot.
Good kill. Interesting that the Killjoy peaks fast, so they think that there's not numbers behind it.
Salvos though, and Forsaken looking to meet.
Oh my god, dude, I didn't realize he ate that flash. I didn't realize just how blind he was. I like this from PRX though. They believe so heavy in the stuns, they know that they're going to get everyone. They save the stun for the hit. Even the idea from Boom wasn't too bad though. I'm not trying to give away the idea with the Killjoy peeking fast.
Catch Boom off guard. A lot of great shots to come out from them on this little lesser equipped round of Booms, and now as we do tie things up 5 apiece, right? I'm kind of questioning, are we going to get any decisions on the side of Boom, or
yeah, they didn't have to use any ults, but look at the ults. We've got 8 ults right now. 8 ults and we're 1 away from Dust9. Getting Brimble.
2 rounds left. You might imagine they're saving it.
Berserks might be absolutely wrecked here. Do they check it?
The remainder of this first half, and Boom happy to hold this time as PRX pushes out, completely punished.
The turret!
Jing though trading right back, and then the rest of the squad to head on over into the A site.
Berserks, the turret was shooting him, and he just wasn't able to find it in the full chaos around the tree. But now, a 2 versus 3.
Fairly chaotic.
Into the site, and look at the post-plant utility that Boom are going to have here. Salvos will come back online, an Armageddon. You got a Rolling Thunder and an Aftershock, and where you're planting it, you do set yourselves up for walls to be able to use a lot of that.
So a possible save for PRX, but something does have the Armageddon as well. If he's able to deploy it into the right
no matter what, they can just go for it money-wise.
They've got a lot of money, so you're definitely going for it.
So right now, coming out towards Dish and Drop. A little bit spotted out. Famous continuing to jiggle, looking for an opportunity. Rolling Thunder at the right time, though, does crunch into the players from PRX, but Jing saves something's life. And that's going to be now the stun.
Oh god, the shorty, man. The short is too strong. Nicely done from Boom, though. They handled this very, very well. I mean, Dust9 was just a beast. And they didn't really use any of their ults, so...
Time to kind of catch them none the wiser. The jewel in the tree. This time, we're crediting the trade game of Boom, right? Able to find the player advantages, swinging back over towards the other side. A little bit of an overheat from Famous. I will say that one there.
Oh my god.
Which team?
It's crazy over there.
Oh, yeah. Just completely erupting in rapture, but still, this half is not over yet, and we still have ultimates at play.
If something
Oh, it's
has
this
the
trap
Armageddon
play.
at the right spot,
The wall goes off and they tail all
towards the
behind them.
site on the back of the shear, that could have really hurt Boom if they wanted
Guys?
to go close. But sheer timing to reset.
Wait, would that not have been incredible?
There's 4 ults for Boom here.
That's right.
You
Oh,
could
they
just set
actually
up
would have
for a
got
lockdown.
4
You
of
could
it.
force out an Armageddon. You could try and force
The play would have
out
been
the
sick
Steel
though.
Gardens.
You can fill this all up with the tail.
And that's why they're positioned so defensively.
And then they would have been trapped
They've been
against the
pushing
wall.
out for
They
the
actually would have
past
got 4
few
kills.
rounds, and Boom read that in the previous one, being able to find those trades back in.
Oh,
Now all of a sudden, just a bit of utility, and that's a Rolling Thunder sent in towards Arcade. Boom reads this as the go signal into the A site.
Okay, now they do it once they commit. They have to full commit.
It's just Famous and
Yeah,
NC
they don't really get too much for it.
9 into smokes as well. Oh, Forsaken, Famous, he's trying to get ahead of it all. Brimstone ults all across the map. Lockdown in play as well. Forsaken able to hunt her down, but DOS9
Why is
for the
everyone
trade.
getting
That's a
multiple
bit more
shorty
space
kills?
in towards spawn now. The rest of the PRX squad all coming out from main.
Molly's gonna wreck them,
still
right?
got the Armageddon, remember.
Aftershock, Boom still happy to hold. They don't quite need to fight. They don't quite need to peek. And that's where the onus falls on the PRX.
Armageddon in 5 seconds till salvos.
Just holding, just waiting for it. PRX still trying to barrel their way through, but nothing much found. Just a bit of a frag. Jing takes down NC Slasher, but there's the utility. Goes in for the peek, tries to isolate more duels,
And that's it.
and that's a
Yeah,
salvo.
can't
The
do anything
time
with this one.
has been burnt.
Dude, definitely
Jing
PRX's
knows
biggest
it. The
enemy have been
round
themselves
is
with their ults
over.
at the moment.
7 to 5.
Dude, I thought this was gonna be a sick plan because you can definitely fill this up with the salvos, and then you can ult behind here. Like it's an awesome set strat where you would have all of this as fire. Like you for sure kill whoever triggers the wall. Like you get a kill for it. Because we can see it would have been 4. They don't know about that. And then the actual ult usage like wasn't great.
Get in towards the site. I mean, disregard Famous trying to take it all.
I also think he should be using his tail ult the other way around if it's only him on the site because you want to deter them instead of make them speed up.
Right, you've got all of those exit
I
strategies
don't know.
with the Armageddon, with the salvos, with the crossfires to come out as well.
Boom had a
NC
nice half
Slasher with
though.
the shorty. I mean, playing a couple of strengths there as Boom. But I want to know, right? Is 7 to 5 going to be enough for either of these teams on the switch up? Right? Are we going to get a really good
shorty?
lead out from
The shorty's crazy at the
We're going
moment.
to get a lot of backwards and forwards action, right? Because
It used to be way better than this as well,
when
and
you've
that's the
got these
thing.
4 different chokes that you can start things off on, you have a mistake at the very beginning, you could be pushed into an
think,
awkward save, and that's the sort of situation where coming
PRX
in
needing
towards a map
this-
like Fracture for the likes
needing
of
this
Boom,
pistol.
who haven't had that much play on it, right? Recently, at least. Could see them crumble a little bit.
Yeah, great cosplay from the fans at least, but you're absolutely right, Komodo. It's going to be tough to say who exactly could come up with the lead, but one thing we can say for sure is the fact that it all begins with that pistol. That's just top-tier analysis coming out from me anyway. But no, it's very much true because
Nothing
that
to show you would
dictates
make
the
you
pace for the
useless.
entire rest of
I
this
think you
half.
just do money.
And at least looking at statistics right now,
Yeah.
Boom leading very much more so, given PRX's recent losses. You got to be able to read the game as well, and Boom has, again, just been doing such a good
Okay,
job.
1-0.
It does look a little bit
3-2
more
for
comfortable
pistols.
from what I've seen so far for PRX as opposed to when they were playing Waylay. I will say that, but I feel like you've still got a couple of key people who are not really getting activated as best as I thought they might be.
So maybe now with Patman in the roster trying to launch something different.
Oh,
they
this is nice
actually
from
go-
Boom.
went
They
for
hear them
a
go
very
underpass,
specific
they
route
insta
through
drone
tunnel.
to clear
Boom
this.
kinda gets a
Problem is
sniff
they
of that, so
can't
with the
get
scout
like
drone,
too much
trying to
info, they
assess
don't
the
want to go
map,
into the
doesn't
crossfire.
see too much.
Yeah,
They do
Device
now have a
seeing
pretty good
nothing
double
in
setup.
A main, so there's a call here for the squad to come on over. You can contact.
But yeah, they
on
don't
up at the
clear enough
moment,
info
and
to
you
like
actually might be
allow
able
a
to
rotate at the
overwhelm
moment.
Berserks and not see NC
You got
Slasher be able to
little
activate.
2-1 holding
They
this.
are traps in of their own right as well, though. Berserks.
Surely they
and
checked the
NC
corner, right?
Slasher, they've been pretty darn
My
good
God,
so
this
far,
stun
and
was
that's gonna be that vault
insane.
line. NC Slasher coming in with the support.
Cool little
Trades
setup from these
found
two.
For Boom.
Oh,
But PRX finds their own trades as well.
Ooh, Jing
A
won
third
that one.
now as Shiro gets
Okay,
taken
Forsaken's
out.
really low.
going
Famous though.
before the flashes. A bit ill-advised.
This duel
Still a
is
little bit tough, but still
insanely
DOS9
important.
now,
Oh
trying to
boy,
get
I got
ahead of
spotted.
pressure. Does
Dude,
push
where's
them
my
out of
confidence
position.
though?
Low HP as Forsaken tries to hold the off angle, but now as he turns back around, that's another kill found for Boom. Jing,
Holy.
it's all down to you.
5 HP.
Low HP as well as he swings out. DOS9 to find
Dude, where's the
easy shot in
confidence
towards
from
center
Devi
mass.
here?
Yeah.
Boom
You
with
gotta,
the
you can't be
The
Can't be doing
stuns
that.
in main as well, right?
Give me
Both
some
sides
confidence.
getting
I get that he wants to
stunned
play
up.
with his
You got
teammate, but
salvos are waited for. You got a flash then going in for NC Slasher, but he gets spotted out just before it's able to fully activate and blind up Paper X. Again, the trade game and the patience from DOS9. You might have seen him look to really wide swing out in towards main against 2 members of the Paper X boys. You know, imagine if he falls there. It makes it very difficult for Famous to be able to try and close out the round or get down from drop. So the fact that DOS9 falls back just a little bit and then it goes into the 1 versus 1, HP advantage of that scenario for DOS9, and he's able to just dispatch of his enemy, which means here,
okay.
we got another
Boom
pistol
shit.
round.
Oh
Going away
boy.
at Boom.
Paper X go for it. And that's a sign that they feel like they have to win this round. Otherwise it's done. 3-3 for the Pistols. Last map is a 2-0.
Well, right? Finally feeling worth here.
And looking at this as well, I
And
mean, the Sky
the
Smokes
Outlaw
are
at the moment
block off
can't
aiming.
one-shot
Paper X
anyone.
thinking to
So it's a lot down to
explode
these
off of
stingers
it.
to
They
do a lot of
come into
damage.
this round with a force buy of their own.
Oh boy.
And this is buy that needs to
He
pay off
wanted to
dividends.
Vice flash the other
This round
side and
doesn't go
forgot
your
to
way,
right
maybe
click,
convincingly.
and so he just
Makes
put it
really
in the
awkward for
smoke.
PRX.
Famous
Lots of
sidestep the
stuns.
fault line.
Dude,
A
what the
relay
hell's
bomb
going
from
on? No one
Forsaken
can
as
use
well,
util.
just to push them back.
But it's balanced.
Still,
What's that
though,
even bounced
it's a
off of?
round where Paper X needs to find and seize some form of an initiative. And it's going to be Famous seizing that positioning instead.
Yeah.
Still, though, trades found right back.
Okay, well, now they know that they bought.
In that situation, unfortunately. So 4 versus 4 in towards the A site. You start to get on up.
4 versus 2 maybe if you're just talking about the Boom players on the site itself. But look,
Stun's
it's Zero
incredible.
stopping them in their tracks.
The stun
Completely
is so
halted as
good.
Paper X tries to push past the smokes. Can they find the frags? They don't. It's Devi who finds a single
Yeah, and I
one
think
before
it's done with that one because
Zero.
Paper X really
Just
needed
sets
to win it,
upon them
and
with
they
a
feel
full
like they needed to
Stinger
win it because they
magazine.
forced into it. When honestly, they could have been fine if they
I've been a little
just
bit hesitant to
ecoed.
say his name in this one so far because playing on this Teho, 1 assist, right?
Smokies, thank you so much for
successions really
the
coming out
Prime.
from the drone
Appreciate
for the
that.
team to
Thank you,
find
thank
any
you.
kills on the back of. No major salvo plays, no stun salvo traps as well to net him a kill, right? He had 2 kills in the first half. Now he's just doubled that one up coming in towards the second. He could be calling a masterful game behind the scenes, right? Very
The
well possibly
DOS
could,
9
which is where the
smoke
value will come from
really
here.
saved
But
this
if he
round.
can get his
Like this
self-confidence
one
into
here.
likewise with
If this
Devi
guy's
for
trying to
Paper
cross
X,
with no smoke here, he's
it
probably
could
done
be the
for.
missing factor for one team to really propel ahead here.
That's right.
Paper
that's what it
X.
is. You know, Shira as the IGN now beginning to step
Live and
up.
die
Meanwhile,
by the sword. It looks
Paper
like they
X
just forced
once
into this
again
one.
with a half buy now coming
At least
back
what?
in.
Wait, what's
It's
going
gonna
on?
be a little
Patman
bit tough
forces
as
the other
Boom are looking
save.
a lot more confident.
Oh.
The stun though will help out just a bit. Jing to answer back. And now the stun's coming through once again. It does give away in positioning though, but still Paper X not quite able to break past through these choke points.
And they're locked. They are locked in. They have to either fully disconnect here or they have to try and just win it. A single duel. That's all the info that Famous needed.
And more of the lines being locked down, especially with the Outlaw being reloaded. Just Stinger and Spectre, something at hand, trying to spray through, spray pass. It's not quite happening.
Okay, let's keep an eye on what
As Boom
Patman buys
splashes
because
Paper X with a bit of
they
cold
can
water.
buy.
Yeah, and that was another
But
bit of a force
he's
up for
gonna have
Paper X
to
in that round
Bulldog.
too, right? So now you're playing on the back of your loss bonus to
Bulldog
get you
light
these
armor and you
primary
miss some
rifles. You're
util.
still going to have Patman who's down on towards the
Spectre.
Spectre coming into this next round. Understandably so, right? His goal in this sort of round is going to be to get a good stun for his team, to get good flashes, to provide them the entryways in. But there really needs to be a different look towards Paper X at the moment, right? Because you dropped the pistol. Oh, why did they... Ooh.
That's the...
That's a rough one.
funny.
That is a
Peeking.
really rough one.
And it's a real question that we do have to ask, because right now, in this very round, if Paper X doesn't
That's
find a
so
round,
funny.
this could be it. Boom. Very much comfortable in their sights. A little bit of a flash out, though, and Forsaken tries to answer back.
Okay.
Sprays through the smokes and does find a double. A bit of an
What
opportunity
did
for
he
Paper
even
X
say?
to
He
answer
said,
back.
why did you buy again?
Bullets through smokes can be
That's what he
traced.
said.
2-player advantage for Paper X at the moment, and you know, Quack, the Boomer, gonna give this one a crack.
Happy to, but Patman, recognizing that as well, holds the position. Famous in with the Outlaw now, spots out Forsaken. DOS9 taking that opportunity to peek out. Famous now finding the trade, and both Neons kick things into high gear. Forsaken off towards the other line.
He's going for the
Expects and
shorty.
anticipates the slide out. Jing to support.
Tell you what though, I
and
think
Paper
Boom might be
X
happy
will
with the
be
2
able
kills
to
they got
save
here.
themselves.
Yeah, we really need some good macro decisions from Paper X at the moment on this attacking side, because it looks like that Boom is quite happy, you know, to try and find these isolated players. A little bit unfortunate at the beginning of this round that Berserks was caught off guard in the tower. You know, if he's able to lock down the site as the Sentinel himself, it would make it really, really awkward for Paper X. But hey, Forsaken sent in on the back of that drone.
Op.
Nicely done for them to get
Wait,
on the
we've got
board, and they've got a
everything.
couple of these key ults, right? Orbitals for both sides.
Do they
Forsaken
expect the
with
op?
overdrive.
Dude, if
Famous
he
on the
gets
op, though, this time.
That's it. That's the next thing.
Like, they can definitely overwhelm the op pretty well. You got drone into double stun.
He can be, and he's on the line.
Gotta be so
Or
careful.
we peek
But
before the drone.
unfortunately,
He wants more.
Forsaken will bite the dust. Stealth drone out, so they know exactly
Stun
where
him.
he is, but PRX looking to reach
Oh my
out.
gosh.
Famous now fully blinded, has to back off.
Yep, and you can reset here, right? Devi has got the shear over at A, so you know no one's gone for a proper flank from Boom, and they don't necessarily need to press the issue.
Okay, pick up the orb.
Player advantage.
They got
Still
all.
got a lot of this utility that they're yet to utilize.
And it's still a really tough game for PRX, and this is where I do kind of want to bring up a point of discussion. You know, I know people have talked about this before, but someone might need to step up in terms of leadership for the team.
Yeah.
We don't have
I said
drone.
a little bit
Chat, I
earlier,
don't know if
right?
you're trolling
And
me or not.
how do you
Literally
do that
drone.
in a round such as this, where your entryway and Forsaken is
peek
gone,
before.
right? A contact play up main. Boom happy enough to play probably retake here.
Yeah, Orbital in the hands
Full
of DOS9.
retake.
Famous still happy.
Chingy
to
stole his
repeat with a
smokes
lot
for
of these angles
the
as
commit
well.
over
At least
towards
PRX,
A.
though, doing their due diligence
So they
to try and
actually
block
get
them off.
gifted
Ready
a
for
free
stun
sight.
for NC Slasher to
Top of the
orbital strike
spikes, it's a
combine.
stun.
And
Oh,
that's red, and at least dodged on the
stun.
side.
Oh, they dodged
30
the
seconds
stun though.
left, and you're
Looked like
starting to
Patman was
feel
on
that
top of
pressure.
this.
Will PRX
Fast flood
crumble,
goes
or
in.
will they stand tall?
Damn, something
at
actually
least
handled that pretty well.
tries to
Patman
fend them
might
off.
need to
DOS9
ult at one point here.
Punch right back.
Rolling Thunder in a bit.
Yeah, but he is going to hit his teammate at the
Patman
moment in terms of Divine.
trying to get the best possible timing for it. Stunned and concussed up. He's just waiting for the go signal. There it goes. Unfortunately though, Boom, they've avoided most of it. Famous coming out from the A main position. Patman trying to slow him down. In with the sprays.
Whoa, they
Jing with
did
the
nice.
support,
The stun
and
was
it's
good.
PRX
Jinx savior on
being
this
able
one. Hey,
to
their idea was
collect
pretty good
around
though.
right back against Boom when they're feeling the
Oh,
hottest.
and then
Yeah,
you
just so much
push him
crucial
into
time
the
being bought from Devi on the thorns
Brim
as
ult,
well,
and they
right?
waited
Just
for the wall.
waiting for
I tell you what,
the flood
I tell you what was
retake
really
to start to
impressive.
come in from
Because
Boom.
it looked like Boom was
The
ready
rolling
for this.
thunder out
That they
there as
wall
well.
faked it and then
Just
went
the
heavy over
fact that
towards
something's able
main.
to find one kill.
Dude,
DOS9
Boom-
gets
Boom's
elevated
decision making is
dispatch
pretty
on,
cool.
and then you've got a little delayed crossfire.
They just
a
got
bit
wrecked by
later
the
on
stun
side
crossfire.
itself. Nicely done from Jing to close that one down again. You know, on this Brimstone, right? Doesn't necessarily need to always be caught out with the iPad. Some good timing on some smokes, and then he can really focus on that crosshair.
Still though, those rounds are far and few between. PRX back on the advance.
I'm a little bit surprised at how hesitant Boom are to use utility to clear over at main, having already seen Devi's shear. You want to pop that, throw a bit of hesitancy in it.
It is a round
Dude,
where
I hate
are
how they
sitting
handle
on
these
an eco,
ecos.
so
It's
be
like, in my
surprised
opinion,
PRX
if they want to
some
do
of the
this
positions they're
round, they got
holding.
the
Here
sickest
comes
gun
that
against the
sheriff shot.
ecos, right? Or the sickest ult against the ecos.
for a
You
bit
just
more.
don't buy the
Player
gun,
advantage, by
or you
the
have
way.
like a backup Bucky, and then you just ult
Stealth
into the
goes
site.
out
If
as
you die,
well.
they can't pick up a gun.
PRX looking for the spike plant, but it's entirely safe. There it goes.
This one's kind of scary. They should be okay,
Possibly
but
looking for exits right now. Salvos to flush them out of position. PRX throws back utility of their own, while Boom looks to close in the distance. Out by tower. DOS9 finds one. He finds two! Devi, though, able to hold it off. Needs a little bit more. He peeks in!
No salvos.
Zero answers
something,
back.
if he gets a kill,
Now
gets
it's
his
just a
ult, that
one-on-two.
molly means that he
Something
can't stop the
needs to
plant,
find
yeah.
all of it.
Oh,
he
guys.
feels the pressure of the spike being defused,
Why
and
do
he
they make
peeks
these
out.
decisions?
The molly burns at something's feet.
2 shots out of the Sheriff is going to stall you, then into the flames, and you will not carry on, unfortunately. A thrifty
Very
to
nice
come
from Boom,
here
though.
for
Gotta give him that.
Boom as they inch one step closer towards the series point.
And that's Armageddon for Shiro as well.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the Armageddon in the end there, and it was one away for kind of both of them, right?
Why does it feel like...
The fact that had the kill gone something's way, potentially could have used it for DOS9 to get off it, but yeah,
I don't
just the timing
understand.
of Molly to
Okay,
go-
this is
to
back-to-back
not necessarily
rounds.
go
Hopefully
for
there's a
kill,
timeout.
right? It's the
This is
scare
back-to-back
tactic to make sure
rounds
that
where
if he's
it
gonna take
looks
the kill, he's
like
gonna die.
the Boom bot.
This is a much needed
The Boom bot is the
Possibly
Neon's
dreaded
like
by the players as
emotional
well,
support
because,
animal
I
or
mean,
something.
the rounds have
Like
been
they turn every corner
Yep.
with
And
the
you gotta
Boom bot
remember
as they
well,
do with the
when
Neon.
Alex got really,
Like, it's like they're
I don't wanna
both
say
getting the
angry,
same info.
but it kind of looked at it, right? When you've got a force buy upon a force buy at the beginning of this half, you have essentially delayed your start towards this second half and given a round over towards Boom, where the scoreline, you know, if that didn't happen, it could have been 10-7.
It's
right?
wild.
It could have even had you in the lead and a change up because you start to get your
Okay, the
rounds
mood
early on,
diff
right?
is
We're not
so
in that universe
different,
right
man.
now, but it's an 11-7
We
where
were
this has to
smiling.
be an extremely
Everyone's looking nervous on
timeout to
Paper
have an
X.
immediate effect. This needs an immediate effect.
Goes down to this round. Now we use the ult against the Byrons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
But
Bucky,
they do
Spectre.
have, I mean, they have
You have the
insane
overdrive
ults and they could
Forsaken,
keep it
so if you
super
can somehow get him on
simple.
the right line
Like,
early
honestly,
on.
the Vice ult into a Neon sending it is
The
crazy
attack,
strong.
though. Still not the best winning percentage for Paper X.
I feel
currently.
like I'm watching
Boom,
Boom
on the other hand,
and they feel
still
way
got
too
that
comfy in heaven
Armageddon,
against a
one away
comp
from the
that
lockdown on
should never,
Berserks.
you should never
NC
be
Slasher close to the
able
Rolling
to
Thunder
play
as well.
heaven.
And look at this.
There's a change up over at the B side as well with where some of this utility is, right? Turret to play contact over towards the top side of the map where you've got the alarm bot and the nano.
It's like when still said red guards. Dude, that was still criminal. Okay, Vice ult goes in. Ult for the reaction if they're going to go away. So you push them into here. God, they're so bad with ults.
Bench, but nothing found. Can Forsaken find a little bit more to keep Paper X invested in the game? Tries to hold tower with the Bucky. That would be an optimal spot. Armageddon from Paper X as well. But still Famous, beginning to find an opening. The spike is down and Paper X needs to hold, but they're beginning to push out a little bit more. Trades found by NC Slasher. Now Famous looking to
What
take space,
the?
up by
That's
tower.
nuts
Trades
from
found
him.
by Jing once
Next
again.
duel is so
2-on-2,
important, and there it
Sunday
is.
Holding the exposed angle. Now it's a tough spot for Jing to fire through. Tries
Oh
to clutch
man,
it
nicely
out, but
handled from Boom.
Dust9
Nicely
finds it
handled.
Instead, Boom will
Dude, the only
reach
rounds Paper X
series
lose are these
points.
ult rounds.
Trades, man.
So
Paper X are looking so good
ult
in
rounds,
the trades, but
like-
it's just the difference in having
Ah, man,
one
this is what they
member
used to be
up or
good at.
down at a lot of these
They've been
points.
they've
I
been
mean,
focusing
the
so much
goal
on
for
everything
Famous to
else
just
that
jump on in through the
they don't have the good ult
in
rounds.
tower as well. Send it through there. Does get traded, but NC Slasher on the kill towards something. They already know where the last soldier in Jing is, and he's just burning up again. This is now series point for Boom Esports, who aren't going to win this in the
Everything
Tour
else, like,
fashion
is
if
kinda
they get
nice
it
from
here, by the
Paper
way.
X, but
it means that
when they get these ults,
qualify
I just
for
felt like the
playoffs.
idea is
right
just
on the cusp of it. And they
It could
feel
be
it
so
very
much
so.
better.
Paper X now.
okay.
Last
5
breath,
chances for Boom,
last
who've been
stand
playing
as
good
they
by the way.
buy up
Like they got great decision making.
Guardians. Bit of a Vandal for Divide, but still, as they try to push their way into the site, Orbital Strike at hand as well. Famous re-peaks with the Outlaw. Forsaken answer back, but now a lot of the site being smoked off. Something has to hold up towards the top, but
A nice shot from
Zero
him. Probably should have gone down
right
earlier.
back. Numbers advantage somewhat, but NC
on.
Slasher
God,
has
NC
an
Slasher, what a
angle.
kill that is.
Petman at least, the spike down, waiting for the fault line to come back alive. Forsaken has to play a very careful jiggle because he's pretty much sandwiched in,
They get
Flash
good
down.
damage here.
There's salvos now.
and a lot more as well. Tries to flush Patman out of position. Here comes that fault line. Forsaken springs, looks for the slide in, and that's the Guardian to keep Paper X alive.
I mean, I say it time and time again, stuns
Four
in this
chances.
game are pretty cosmetic when you can just still hit your shots like that as Forsaken. I thought that there was going to be, you know, the special delivery or the drone to go in a little bit earlier in to start to clear towards the site. That would have found Forsaken potentially in the 2 versus 2, and maybe it looks to be a little bit differently at the end there. But Shiro not opting to do that one, unfortunately, waiting for the salvos to come on up. More importantly, Paper X, they do hold on, right? So they need to navigate 4 more rounds to try and push us into overtime. There's going to be some ecos and some big
Double
old gun
Bucky.
rounds, and I'm waiting,
Oh, no.
right? I'm seeing for Boom. You take the knee in this one. You got an
Got a
orbital.
Bucky
you got a
set up
lockdown, you
over
get closer to
towards
an
A
overdrive.
main.
Not even taking full knee either.
Oh, it got
They're
close.
happy
My
going
HP is
for that
at
scuffle
8.
against
Gets
Paper
another
X.
one on 8
Forsaken, though,
HP.
looking to collect as much as possible.
8 HP, 2
He needs as much as
HP.
possible for the
Dude,
rest
look at these
of the
jewels,
map.
man. It could have easily gone the
See it
other
all
way.
written over his face and the previous player Cam. The situation is tense right now, Komodo.
Yeah. But it's okay. This is one of those rounds for Paper X that they should be winning with 5 alive.
Should be.
And
So
they
Boom-
may. Hey, they may.
Boom can pretty much
12-9 and Boom looking to
just make sure they
Hold
have
for
all of the
exits at
ults and they have
least.
that big round.
something beginning to peek out. We'll spot out Dust9.
Yep. And the thing is, it does more damage in these scenarios to PaperX than it would to Boom, right? Because they already have the ults for the players that are alive. There's one gun down. So one is the pass mark. You'll be able to re-get that in the next round. But, you know, it's 3 more rounds, right? It's just going to take one little misstep for PaperX here, and that could be the series. And I'm looking towards a couple of these ultimates, right? There's a reason they're called an ultimate. They can be round defining. In this one, they can be series defining in the current point that we're at.
Possibly playoffs defining as well. Not just for Boom, but for PaperX as well. Again, this loss will seriously affect their chances of possibly making it through. Currently sitting
3 chances and definitely one of the better goes at it for Boom. Do they want to save their ults?
Looking to push out a bit more information.
Oh, this is nice from them though. Lose arcade, but
towards the A side, and if you go there as PaperX, you're contending
is he
with
going to
a lot of
push through the
skills or
smoke?
utility. But it is on the quieter approach. You do have that alarm bot at drop first for Boom to get an idea. They've also, more importantly here, Quack, pushed out Tree and seen no contest from PaperX.
There's a small window where we've got a free sight here. Oh, this is nice. Can they find space? Oh, they had the smoke deep. This is pretty cool. I like this idea. They killed the Killjoy, and that was Killjoy.
Player up towards spawn. Jakey, main as well. PaperX has to hold it safe. Something playing into the drop position. Jing now pushing out. Davaya as well, but now Famous comes back in through
Oh, that's a massive kill.
No more Teho in play. Davaya to duke it all out.
Good plant for him.
1-on-1.
No matter what, I like the idea from PaperX on this round. It was good.
No Arcros though. After shocked out, an NC Slasher trying to clear as much as possible. Goes in for the tap to flash.
Oh, he's flashed himself again.
He bounced off of it, and that's the entire map. How did that just happen? NC Slasher clutching out the round for Boom. The final scoreline, 13-9.
I see that from Boom.
This team wasn't even really supposed to be here, but here they are.
Two really important rounds.
With a storm behind them, propelling them
forward.
Oh God! That is not a
if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Quack, but it is PaperX being shut down on the map 3, and all 3 of those maps had moments of brilliance from every single player, from the team collectively, but a couple of missed decisions from PaperX's side.
Yeah, they just make too many mistakes, but it's going to happen when they're switching roles so much.
And they, like my words, have fun.
I'm still at a loss for how that final kill went through. We've been mentioning how
switching roles, switching agents so much.
Flash,
they do. I feel like I say this every single time that I watch PaperX. They do just need like 2 months.
They've been great on the macro. They've been stopping PaperX in their tracks, and they're taking their very much well-deserved bow on the stage.
Dude, that ended in the silliest way, man.
We get to hear from
the idea was good though in the actual round.
You just have to know how excited they are with this win.
Truly ascending forwards and upwards inside of this Pacific group stage.
Okay, fun map though. Fun map, fun
a lot more
game.
as Jen steps onto the stage.
Boom, continuing their winning ways. Congratulations, guys. Now I'm gonna need Mr. Famous over here. 붐 e스포츠의 페이머즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 붐이 벌써 3연승 무패 행진을 기록하고 있습니다. 가장 먼저 최근 이런 좋은 흐름에 대해서는 선수들끼리 어떤 얘기를 하고 있는지부터 여쭤보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Famous. That's 3 wins in a row already. What are the talks and how are you guys enjoying this upward trajectory that you guys are on right now?
We just keep playing like in our scrims, and we just at least we need to have fun also.
Scrims looking good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. 그냥 스크림하고 경기하면서 즐겁게 무대를 즐기려고 하고 있는데 스크림 결과도 굉장히 좋다고 얘기를 하네요. 그리고 페이머즈 선수 스테이지 1 들어서 모든 선수들 통틀어서 지금 오퍼레이터 킬수 1위거든요. 오퍼수로서 스스로에 대한
Boom play well? No, they always
정도인지
play well at the
물어보고
moment.
싶네요. Now, I don't know if you know, but you are currently #1. You are leading in operator kills in Pacific. For stage
I think they're
1.
for sure in playoffs
so
now as well with this win,
how confident
right?
are you as the upper, right? Would you say you're maybe the best Pacific upper, or maybe one of the best in the world?
PaperX,
and what
no,
do
they
you think
improved.
makes you so good with this
It definitely
type of rifles?
improved.
Just keep holding angles. Like.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say you're one of the best or the best?
No, not yet.
아, 겸손하게
Damn,
아직까지
humble.
뭐 퍼시픽
But
최고는
it's still a good
아닌 것
example, even if you
같고,
look at Ascent, right? That second round where they pushed over towards short, or 14th round if you want to look at it. Like, that one mistake, one big mistake, like that results in like 6 rounds. And then you add them into other maps, like, you can't have 3 mistakes in a map. Like, you can't have these alt rounds.
연승 이어갈 각오
they've had.
한마디 부탁드리도록
They gotta convert those
하겠습니다. Now,
rounds.
I feel like next week it's going to be a big test for you guys. It's going to be DRX. 4 in a row, maybe?
I hope.
You hope?
I hope.
Alright. I mean, are we supposed to get famous? And then I got confused. NC Slasher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us and keep cheering for us.
Okay, keep slaying.
Yeah.
네. 재밌을 것 같고 4연승 이어가면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 NC 슬래셔 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, NC Slasher. See you next week.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's spam some ads while we wait for the next game.
Close this out,
And dude,
and
I'm
we
worried
are
for the next game as
officially
well because
qualified for
I don't know which
playoffs.
Talon we're gonna get.
Doing it on this fashion on Fracture, what a way to enter into playoffs.
So well deserved for this team. They've looked phenomenal the whole way through. They only dropped their first map today in week 3 and bounced right back in map 3. You would have told me that that's an Indo team, that's an SEA team. It's able to look so consistent, so composed. I wouldn't have believed you, but they proved everybody wrong. What a pleasure it's been to watch them.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't even
Yeah, the
famous doing the majority of
interview was
the
rough,
dirty
man.
work this game. You had
The
Dos
interview
Nine,
summed
who
up
had a
some of
very
the.
quiet series,
Honestly,
step up in the third
if the
map.
interview
NC
was
Slasher
around, it
fantastic,
was like a
and I think
Paper
Boom
X round with
overall
like 3
on that
ults where they
defense
lost.
being able to
That
close
was the
down
interview.
game.
That we-
Insane sheriff rounds
That's
to just
basically
show
what
you
happened,
how
man.
sharp some of these individual players, like
The
not only
interview
Dos
was,
Nine, but
kinda
Berserks
messed
as
up,
well.
but it's all good.
Even
It
hitting
happens
like
sometimes.
1 taps on a Neon, you know, bunny hopping at him and moving around absolutely everywhere.
Sometimes it
so
happens.
really nice stuff from Boom. Love what we
I
see
respect
from
him
them
just
this
answering the
season,
question,
and they
so-
close out another very tight game.
Especially the op
Similar
one.
to what we saw in like that Genji Haven game. You start to get a little bit nervy for Boom and you think, are they
God, look at those
gonna
fast
be able
kills
to
as
actually
well.
get this over the line? But they've
Post
done it
plants,
again.
4
Every
out of
time that I
8.
ask that question of them, they're able to
Clutches as
close
well,
it.
the
So
1v3.
especially given that second half was Paper X's attack on Fracture, which the last 3 games in a row
Paper
has
X,
been
I still think
stellar.
I still think it's
been
improvement.
3 great
Like Paper X at
attacking
this
sides for
point,
them in a row.
it has to be
Boom
stage
was able to
2.
put that away.
What do you
But
guys make of
is there
the-
2
I
months
think
until
we had a little
stage
bit
2?
of
There
different
is.
opinion here. Alex,
I
we
think-
could see the coach cam when he got
I think if they keep
furious
up
when they
the
lost 4
improvement,
spot twice in a row. But big
can
time,
they
you
get
think
top
that's
4?
not what went wrong.
It's not that crazy, right? So you buy the Stingers.
I wanna
you know,
say
you're trying
yeah.
to like steal the round, and if
I
that
wanna
doesn't
say I would
work, you
still
can
be
afford
believing.
Stingers again, and then a 4-buy. So you kind
I
of
would
like,
still be believing.
It's a
I
risk,
think
you
the
take a hit,
improvement is
but
there.
you know, it's not impossible. I think the problem will come in is if it's something they've not practiced, like if the
What
players
goes
aren't
out of the
good
map
with
pool?
Stingers and it's
Fracture?
not something they have
Well,
reps
that's
in,
one of their
then it can
better
be a
maps.
problem.
That's pretty
And,
rough.
You know, it's not the safest way
But they
to
used to
manage
like
your economy if
Sunset.
you're behind. It is a risk. So I can understand.
They're
them
not making
being, you know,
champs.
a little bit upset
I
by it.
agree.
It's not
At the
something that
moment
they
you
have
look at it,
prepared
it's very
idea.
unlikely.
But
But I
as
do
an
think
idea, I
week
don't
by
think it's
week
horrible.
you see
So that wasn't the
improvement.
problem then.
And this
I
was the
mean, I
most
don't think so.
improvement.
I think the problem is just they're not North American and they're
Yeah, they
buying
cut-
So I
Stingers
do,
so
I
much.
do hold out belief still.
The way
I
it
think
works
anyone
in
can
NA
turn
is
it
they
around in
practice with
stage
the
2.
Stingers.
That's
You
where
see
I'm
them
at.
do this again and again and again, and the other
That's
regions
so
don't
much
use it
time.
as
In
much,
2
so
months
when
you can
they
look
do
like
use
a
it,
new
they're not as
team.
good
Okay,
at it,
guys, Paper X is actually really good with stingers. I have to put that out there, but that definitely didn't happen because Boom held it down better. There was a little bit of a zipline situation, a little bit of a hark back to 2022. Boom, when Berserks went down on that
Fingers would
zipline,
have to
but
be
it
their
doesn't
version of
matter
the
because they end
DRX
up
last
closing
year,
out
missed the
this
first
map.
2
So
qualify
this
for
is gonna be
champs.
huge
Yeah,
for them.
yeah.
NC
So I think it's
Slasher,
going to
like you guys
work
were
well
talking
for them
about,
to miss out on this.
MVPing
Honestly,
on this
missing out on
Yeah, on the other side
playoffs
of
might
things,
even
I
be
mean,
worth as
G
well for
was
them.
fantastic, but
Doesn't
NC
matter about the
Slasher,
points
I mean,
anymore.
he is one of these players that's very up and down. Can
You're
go
not good
missing
enough to
in
get to
certain maps, and
Toronto.
of course he doesn't play
The
a
playoffs is
role on the team
pointless.
where he necessarily
I think
needs
2
to be
months of
fragging
prac
super
is
hard,
the
but I
one.
even remember going back
They
to
just
their
got too much
Ascension
work.
run,
to
in
put
a
in.
lot of those maps where he was playing the flashy
If you become too optimistic, dude, 2 months, chat, you can change so much in 2 months.
For himself and just multi-fragging. He has some very, very crispy
And you know
aim
the
on
map
him, as
pool?
well as the ability to be able to play within the team
I think
structure.
you've at least got to hold out
I
hope
have
for
to
that.
talk about the match MVP. We were eyeing him since map 1. Famous.
I'm not
has
saying they're going to
been,
do it, I'm just saying that it's
absolutely
possible.
phenomenal. just starting off with those op kills, obviously less ops as we want, you don't really see that so much on Fracture there.
They
but
keep
just
resetting. They do keep resetting, though. I agree with that.
We're
They need
part
to
of
like
the match MVP selection process,
stick
right?
with.
And for me, it was an
They need
easy
to find whatever
today
is working, and I think
thought
this looked
he's
good, and then you just keep going with that.
You
You can tell people just don't look comfy
Famous
on the rolls. Not the rolls, maybe
the
the
word?
agents is the easiest thing to say.
He has been called
Like the
inconsistent
Vi
in the past.
does not
He
look
has been
comfy on
inconsistent
Vice.
in the past.
But now into stage 1, he looks like a
Something
different player.
doesn't
I
look
mean,
comfy
I
on
feel
Teo,
like
in my opinion. I
he's
don't think the
been
ults are good.
solid the whole way through. He was
They
solid the
just
whole
need
way
time
through
on that
this
stuff.
series. I mean, he's leading Boom from the front.
They need
I
the
think he has
2 months.
good adaptability in terms of his agent pool as well these days. Like, I think back in the day, he was not really a
dude,
player that could play Neon as
Boom
much.
looked
He was more
good,
of kind of like
though,
Rage
as well.
Jet for Famous a lot of the time, but now he's really adopted his agent pool a little bit more.
But
He's
the other
playing a
teams
little
will
bit of the
also
Neon. I
improve.
think he
For
plays
sure, the
definitely
other teams will also
also within
improve,
the
but you
structure,
got to remember
and I
there's
think
like
that's how
3
Boom won
teams
that
that will
game. Like,
go
they
to
very much won
Toronto
it
that
with
you
their
have
approach
advantage
and with their
over.
team play and the
Like
way
in
they played a lot
theory,
of those mid to late rounds.
they have more skilled
again,
individuals
like I
than
said,
some of
that
these other
comes
teams.
down to their ability to play off
You
of
look
each
at
other and have really
history.
good protocols. So some great character development for Boom, and I think I'm really looking forward
Boom
to
against
seeing them
DRX
against
is going to be really
DRX,
close.
because that's going to be a team
Like a
that if they
55,
beat them,
45
there's
to
no
DRX
excuses,
maybe.
there's no, oh, this
It
team's
depends.
not
I don't know
playing
what's
well at
going
the
on
moment,
with
or
the
they're going
Estrella
through a
pickup.
transitional period, or they're adding some different players. That will be a legit dub, so I'm looking forward to that.
So once again, Boom is the very first team to qualify officially to playoffs. Again, one of
okay,
our
chat. Let's be right back in a little bit.
Ascension teams doing so. So this is huge for them. Continuous improvement every single time we see them. PRX is not out of the game, though. Still 2 more matches for them to go and try to secure their spot in playoffs as well. And after this short break, we are going to have another Ascension team, of course, from the other group facing against TALON. So we're going to have TALON and NONGSHIM facing off. So guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's fly.
This is VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's make some noise and light up the arena. Rise Pacific.
Need it. I'm talking one of a kind. Talking about blowing your mind. I'm gonna show you divine. Talking about making you mine. Hey, I keep it coming all day. I'm never stopping, no way. Just keep the beat on replay, and I'm gonna take your breath away. You can't get enough what I do. I'll show you something brand new.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are on week 3, seeing pretty crazy matches happening with our very first playoff qualified team happening just now.
So huge, so hyped that it's Boom as
It's
well.
Boom, yeah.
What a story, man.
What a story, what a story.
Yeah.
And look, NONGSHIM aren't going to be able to do that today just yet. They're still kind of, both of these teams kind of in the, you know, we're waiting to see. We're in the wait and see phase for them.
That's right. So we are going to see another Ascension team competing. Right now, they're going to be facing off against TALON. Now, TALON, we saw them last week. They're in a very strange, like, win-lose, win-lose, win-lose pattern. The last one was a loss against RRQ. And the first time, you know, we've seen this team look a little bit shakier. But, you know, to credit RRQ, they were also just really darn good last week. We have our 2 Thai rookies here joining the fray along with Primi here. Primi seems to be, you know, officially on the duelist. At least for, like, as far as we've seen for the 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. This is what a lot of people wanted to see from Primi. He's such a highly anticipated player joining this team, and I feel like he's finally kind of getting fully unleashed. But with this TALON team, it's a story of up and downs, right? I think sometimes they look brilliant, they look rock solid, it looks like they're innovative, but then sometimes, like last week against RRQ, I felt like the ideas weren't really connecting, and it didn't look put together.
Yeah, but that is to be expected for TALON. Like, I know they've got the core 3 of their old roster, but Jib Boys has had to role swap. They're bringing in 2 rookies. Like, for me, this is going to be a story of development for a team that already, at least placement-wise, they were consistent, but map to map, they're always inconsistent. Their approach can be a little bit hit or miss. Sometimes they can absolutely stomp one map and then look very lost on the very next map. So I think for TALON, it's really just going to be a bit of a development season, and if they can once again kind of make this team's placement better than the sum of its parts and actually flesh out their map pool and build up some consistency, then I'm going to be very, very impressed.
Now, NONGSHIM is going to be their opponent, and we know there's a man rooting for them at his Mega Watch party. This team, we've been seeing, you know, some highs and lows from this team as well, but overall, I would say they're looking pretty strong here. A team that isn't super into Waylay.
Isn't super into Waylay?
Am I mistaking them with someone else?
NONGSHIM? They're doing nothing but playing Waylay.
They love Waylay. Danbei
I
loves
wish they
Waylay.
weren't into Waylay. Personally, I would prefer
much.
that.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Danbei is their, you know, basically replaces the J-Ho drone.
Honestly, oh my god, wow, okay. I wasn't going to take it that far, but all right.
They said it themselves.
I love that from you, Vic, honestly. I want more spicy Victoria takes. Let's go.
NONGSHIM said it themselves. I'm just quoting.
You're just quoting. All right, awesome. Look, honestly, this matchup might be, if anyone's an actual Waylay enjoyer, I haven't been enjoying watching it personally, just the way it's been played some maps. Unless TALON, honestly, TALON's Fracture Waylay was fantastic, so we could have a Waylay off. But at the end of the day, for NONGSHIM, they're still the same core. I still don't think they've hit their ceiling yet, but they have enough consistency to be a very solid team in Pacific, but there's still more room for improvement. I still don't think that they've found the right style quite yet for their team. Once again, they're trying to be innovators. They're trying to be on the cutting edge of the meta and abuse what's new in the game, and I don't think it's really been transferring to a lot of actual impact, at least in terms of the Waylay specifically and the style that they're trying to bring. I think the things that win them a lot of games are the things that have always won them a lot of games, just the stability of the players that they have and the mid to late round and the way they play off each other and their general game plan.
Yeah, I've never seen a team utilize Neon better than this NONGSHIM team did.
Yeah.
But now the same thing with Waylay isn't quite hitting. So they could always go back to that Neon, but they clearly don't feel like it's quite as comfortable.
Now, we touched upon this briefly. TALON likes to have a little pattern here. Win, lose, win, lose, win, lose.
Should be a win then.
Yes, the math says it's a win. And now
well, we don't have to play this
the
game.
broadcast is over.
Okay. Thank you for watching, guys. You know, we love you all. We love you dearly. Buy the bundles and all that. No, I
the
think
bundle is out now.
yeah. Buy some Ascension bundles in particular. For TALON, I mean, I think this is just run of the mill for them. This is their like their inconsistency. They are an inconsistent team for me. the fact that they're getting these 4th placements and they're getting good placements so consistently, they're getting into playoffs, is credit, I think, to the coaching staff and the overall approach. And I think that this really is just going to be a little bit more of a long-term move. I think the win over Secret is something that's very good, at least initially. RRQ is going to be a tough opponent. I think NONGSHIM are looking susceptible and very beatable for Talon here. So let's see if they can actually take advantage of that, or whether NONGSHIM's going to firm up a little bit, as you would say, Morgan.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite possible. It's quite possible that they could do it. This was the head-to-head we wanted to highlight. Both these players, Waylay, Enjoyers, both being that main duelist for their team. But I think one of these things is not like the other, right? If we were to compare these two duelists at this point.
Oh, all I want you guys to do is just to click on Danby's profile and filter for Waylay. It's not pretty, guys. Like, the individual performances on this agent have not been good. Sometimes they're still winning despite his individual performances, but at this point, I really just want to see him play another duelist. I think he's going to be able to, maybe they won't be able to run the exact same plays, particularly on attack, but I think he's going to get more value because he's a fragger, man. Like, when I was watching this guy make people look silly in Ascension, he was looking incredible. And even some of the games initially in Pacific in Kickoff, he was still playing pretty solidly. So at the end of the day, like, I want to see if NONGSHIM is going to keep running this Waylay and keep going through with it. Because I think if it's going to be a Waylay off, Primi looked much better on the Waylay, and I think game plan-wise, Talon's Waylay on Fracture in particular was fantastic.
Maybe 3 times a charm.
I mean,
I think that's why I didn't remember. It wasn't great. It's like I erased it from my mind. And I was
that would be fair.
It's not worth remembering.
I think it's like -10 in openers most games.
Yeah.
Just, oh my god.
I do think it's worth noting, Talon are the only non-Korean team who have been able to beat NONGSHIM.
That's right.
In the past. So they certainly know they know the way around this team. They have managed to overcome it before, but that was obviously before the changes with Kalua, etc. being added. So things are slightly different, but they should kind of have the read. Is you know, in theory, the coaches should have a little bit of a head start in this matchup, but we're not sure. We need to wait and see how the Veto goes. That's a big thing. I think the Veto is massively important for this game.
Sure.
Knowing, especially Frost, how creative he likes to get.
He was really confident in his ascent last week. I'm pretty sure one thing that all teams and coaches do is when they lose a map, they usually have a lot of learnings from it. So I wonder if this is going to be happening today.
Okay.
All right, NONGSHIM doing them a favor there and just saying, you know what, you shouldn't play that.
I mean, I don't know if NONGSHIM should play it either, to be honest. Ascent has never been a map that I've been super confident in, and again, it was a Waylay that didn't really hit the mark. But Pearl is a sick map for them, so I like that Talon is taking Pearl out, that NONGSHIM's not going to be able to play that. They have been able to beat pretty much everyone in Pacific on Pearl. Haven to start things off for Talon. They've been another team that goes between Yoru and Neon Yoru Neon and playing the meta comp, so we'll see what they're going to bring into that one. And then Lotus for NONGSHIM. Finally, guys, we're not picking Split. I love NONGSHIM on Lotus. I love them on the rest of the map pool. I don't really like their Split and Ascent. I think the rest of the map pool's pretty solid for them, though.
Yeah, and then we see Fracture, so we saw that Waylay there before, so if we get Summer of 3, we could well be seeing it again. I do quite like the Haven pick, because NONGSHIM have been banning Haven. They banned it against T1, so I think this is Frost and Talon trying to kind of spot that weakness, see if you can catch your opponents off guard in this Veto, but all eyes on map 3, if you ask me. I think that Fracture would be an electric game, so let's hope it goes that far.
We're having another Fracture decider. I'm so glad we're getting a lot of Fracture before it leaves us in a few months, so I'm all for it. I'm going to miss Fracture a lot. Riot, please. It's not too late to change your mind about that.
I mean, I've always thought Fracture should be a map that should fit NONGSHIM's style, personally. They are a team that likes to be active. They like that coordinated aggression. They like to be able to, you know, send the duelist in and have the supporting utility, which is why I thought Waylay was going to be a great pick for them initially. So I would love to see them incorporate Fracture more into the map pool, because I think it fits their style a lot more than them first picking things like Split and try to make things fit on that map.
Yeah, in fact, let's pull up some of the data from Haven so far. I think we have that ready to go.
Yep. So Talon, I mean, you see them with the Yoru ISO, sorry. I don't know why I said Yoru Neon. Yoru ISO comp that's very popular at the moment. A lot of teams mixing that into their arsenal. Kalua is a very flexible player that can, of course, hop onto a secondary duelist whenever it's needed. So him and Primi can kind of go head-to-head in that regard, but they can also play, I'd imagine, the meta comp. For NONGSHIM, though, they have played a little bit of Haven as well, here or there, so not super unfamiliar for them, and they did take a win over Zeta but I believe that
Chat,
was
what are
during
the maps?
kickoff,
What are the
if I
maps?
remember correctly. So, and Zeta were not
Haven
particularly,
Fast, Haven,
you know,
Lotus,
hot in
Fracture.
kickoff, so I don't know how much I'll be taking stock in that result
Who banned,
specifically.
Yeah, we also
who
know
banned
that
Ascent?
Frost has spoken in the past about having multiple comps prepared for every map, so I think that's a big reason why we see a lot of this Euro ISO, is because the ideas are quite simple, so it's quite easy to run this comp
NONGSHIM
as well
banned
as a more
Ascent.
detailed, util-heavy comp underneath it. So I think they'll have a bit of a decision to see which one they want to play today.
All right, well, I believe we will be going on a very short
Well,
break.
I guess
and when
they
we
don't
come
play the
back,
map.
we are going to go into the second matchup of today with Haven between these two teams.
Yeah. I'm looking
Are you excited?
forward to it. Yeah, I'm excited. I think the main thing, I mean, I feel like TALON backing themselves on Haven is great. Even in kickoff, I remember them being super solid
They
against
must be really
Q1, and they
confident in
just
TALON
won
to
with
fix
the
this stuff.
ISO
I
Euro
think
as well, so
I think they
that's
probably
great.
just
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that.
the Euro ISO is great
How many
because
times
it
have
allows
they
your
banned it? Let's have a
individuals to
look.
really shine, right? And, you know, Talon have Primi, Kalua, these great individual players who
against
can make it work. And I also
RRQ,
think
they
NONGSHIM have great
banned
individual players,
Fracture.
but I don't really
Against
want to see that comp from
T1.
do
I
you?
don't know. I
They
don't want
banned
to see them play
Haven.
double
I want
duelist,
to see
but
Neon.
I've heard some other people say
Man,
they
they
reckon that they can
actually
do it. I've heard
kinda
some
play
people
every
say
map
they
and they
reckon
didn't wanna
Francis
play
is gonna
against it.
play a secondary
I think they probably
duelist or
thought that
something like
Talon would
that.
have focused
I
a lot
remember
on it this
Margaret
week,
playing
maybe.
Yoru in Ascension on
Yeah.
Ascent. I don't ever
And
want to
Talon
see
will
that
probably
again.
think that
I
was going to
remember
get
that,
picked.
actually. I remember that quite vividly because it was a nice moment.
Or they thought it would maybe be third
They
map,
did
so
win,
they spent a
though.
lot of
They
time
did
on
win,
it.
though.
I mean, NONGSHIM were unstoppable in Ascension, but they are trying to find that form again, so it's can you do it against Talon today?
That is definitely a question. All right, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to be going into match 2.
Talon, yeah, they're probably pretty happy with the map ball. Wait, 20 minutes? What happened to it? Oh, dude, I'll get some food right now, chat, if it's actually 17 minutes. Yeah, I'm for sure getting some food, so this is perfect. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. Maybe wrong timer. I don't know, I'll check my phone if it's faster.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
안녕하십니까? 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 저희 오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼스픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
어떤 미니게임 할지 예상이 되시는 분 있으신가요?
저요. 그 피구.
피구?
응.
무슨
닷지볼.
피구를 어떻게?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
네, 소바하니까. 야, 잘하고 와.
이겨야 된다 형.
아 뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와, 야 잠깐만 날려.
형이야. 화살은 내가 더 묵직해.
야야 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 젠제 화이팅!
더 크게 더 크게.
넌지 화이팅!
오.
야야야! 다 맞아.
야, 한 대만 더 맞춰봐. 형, 좀 떨어져서, 좀 떨어져서. 고수인데?
개보다리!
아니, 고수인데?
나와!
원래 지고 시작하는 거예요.
뭐래?
젠지의 경기답게.
오케이. 아, 패승승!
승승으로 가자, 승승.
우리 승승으로 가자 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자. 나이스. 하자.
와, 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 자.
못해!
제발. 내려. 여기.
저무생!
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 아, 하겠지. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아.
잘한다!
야, 왜 가도?
자!
좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
이거야 임마. 신노.
아, 김범이 화이팅!
화이팅! 응 아니야? 김범태 화이팅.
가자.
여기.
하던 대로.
뭔데?
여기. 저기.
그렇지.
Player
우리였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용해라. VAR 판독.
판독.
벤지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아 뭐야? 오케이.
손에 땀 나는데 이거? 아, 긴장돼.
그만 맞아, 그만.
화이팅 때 시작할 때 속이.
갑니다. 가자.
좀 봐.
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜
나이스 김한태.
야, 욕심이 나오면 어떡해.
무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야, 너무 묵직한데?
아 좋았다.
복수해줘, 복수.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또.
맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
난 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보.
노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니 상대가 더 느려.
어디야?
오, 빠른데?
스킬을 봐.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뭐야?
스킬 좋아. 못 참겠지, 늙어서! 못 참겠지! 안 돼, 따라가야 돼. 예측해.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해줘야 돼, 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이데이를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원과 함께 시작할게요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
도망가. 형도 공 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요.
어떻게 할 건데? 느린데? 맞춰. 우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 요런데 맞던데? 놀림까지. 이건데?
너무 빨라.
어때?
근데 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는. 생긴 거에 비해 날렵해. 아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게. 좋아. 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해. 약간 아쉬운데? 못 찾겠지 늙어서.
말했잖아 느리다니까. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
I have the spike.
어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 줄 건데? 우리 팀 나라용이야. 나 빨리 나. 응 아니야? 나 됐건데. 여기 이 클릭해 주시고 역행다. 나 역행된다.
나안 돌아가잖아.
눌렀어. 그때 큐를 안 돼.
넣어야 돼. 해야 돼.
아니야 역행 안 눌렀는데. 쉬운데?
안 되네.
나한테는 어려운데?
깔끔하게 이겼다.
깔끔하네.
확실하다.
나한테 너무 어려운데?
롱점프?
내 감각이 좋아야 되는데 이거. 내고 마음속 3초 생. 근데 숫자 됐거든.
확실하다.
파이팅! 1점 더 주면 안 돼. 3대 해야 돼.
안 내진다 갈보. 에이 먼저.
저는 준비됐습니다. 그래 시작해.
지금이에요.
지금이니. 레전드.
방한 거 같은데 우리?
확실하다. 야, 질 수가 없어요.
할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 너야 너. 담비.
역교 화이팅. 이겼잖아. 확실하잖아. 야 나리브 클로즈다. 잘하긴 했어. 인정할게. 내가 조금 더 잘했다.
격규야 이기면은 샤브샤브 사줄게.
가자.
형 우리는 뭐 없나?
불닭. 치즈 불닭. 형이 끓여줄게.
너 들어와 임마. 바로 들어와.
보내버렸어요. 다시.
몰스백.
아무만.
잠깐만. 이거 떨어진 걸로 인정해야 되는 거 아니야? 애교 불어봐.
한 번만.
야 넘어가자.
야 그런 말을 보면 어떡해.
너무 빨리.
아니야 내가 봤을 때 너무 빨리야.
빨리 했지?
지금 이 끝거리로상 내가 봤을 때 한 3.5초 정도 마음속으로 세야 돼. 지금.
감 알았어. 이제 질 수가 없어 이제. 불닭 없어 진다. 나 완벽한 타이밍 재버렸어 이제.
그러니까 3.5.
확인했어. 페이크 안 쏘네. 야수의 심장이 없다. 야수의 심장이.
3.5초가 아니라 1.5초로 들었지 너.
규혁이 3연승 하면은 소고기 사줄라 했는데.
그러면 완전 끝에 가면 이제 소고기?
완전 끝에 가면 돼. 오케이. 소고기 사줄게.
그 심장 가지고 뭐 되겠어? 난 될 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 너 먼저 해.
너부터 해. 너 먼저 하겠습니다. 나 눈 감고 할게. 눈 감고. 눈 감지 마. 아이!
너무 빨리.
와 진짜.
격규야 너만 잘하면 돼. 격규야.
할 수 있어.
격규야 너만 잘하면 돼.
3, 4, 5. 잘 가고. 이지.
쉽고 재밌었습니다.
아니 뭐 소바 이게 짬 차이가 아무리 나더라도 이게 기본의 실력이 있으니까 또. 네.
와!
트로피. 부럽다.
뭐야?
부럽다.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다.
우승!
He's gonna show you a picture together.
Mm-hmm.
You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it. Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
for sure.
Wow, this one is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
어떻게 엄마 오버 되나요? This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you
can on both at the same time, right?
So it's OP. No, at that time I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision strikes. これは覚えてます。Did we stack? You. これ覚えてる人いるかな？
It's the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
Yeah. No, me and Jinmung is quite. We competing each other so long time since 21.
Oh.
What? You. This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
You're getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 Valorant. I play Valorant since beginning.
こんにちは、TFM のジンブンです。バロラント始めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PRX and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz and I'm from TALON eSports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic?
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue cup, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
at the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim and I played against him and then his race was so annoying and I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, this
true.
guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate play like him.
ステッツ選手なんだけど初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to like qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのはティアンを上がってきて最初の試合が一番圧もかかってるしちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
他いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対上手くならないなって思ってもう頑張って変えたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players, it's like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old, I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jinbung. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I pressed tab 18 and 2, and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's
Superstar.
why I think like that. And then I checked my Instagram, not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo, first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first, yeah, when I was in the Vision Strikers. If we gonna made a playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
And then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he met me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we see, we crouch, we spray. And then we won, easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like, beep, 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 beep. Everyone, Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agent over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching is chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요, 바뀌는 건 좋은데
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고 바란스가 面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
스테이지 1も頑張っていきたいと思います。
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think Flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the videos.
Confirm.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
Rifle for Shiro.
Swing out, multiplayer phase here. That shield and Famous just sliding forward, able to find him with the classic. Crystal putting it back eventually, but it's Shiro barrel stuffing Crystal. Going for the Hunter's Fury. Knows that the counter swing is going to be pretty much instantaneous, and Shiro.
Seeing too much in terms of couple of years as well. So right now, sticking to this setup, especially Buzz still opping away the tops of pipes as well. Stacks is nearby. Oh, Buzz swaps over to the Headhunter, and instantly with that. Oh! It's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps him out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. He shrouded steps way past them.
LES on the reposition. Patrick Hu forced away as the flash comes in. Nice drag across. Famous going to be taken down. LES looks to absolutely shatter their hopes here on this C site. This ace. And it looks like Global, it looks like they're willing to die to give it to them. They do lose out on an additional player.
GG, the 9-3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PRX has the site currently. Munchkin though, happy to play out the first. PRX now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer, he's getting
Let's fly.
This is VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's make some noise and light up the arena. Rise Pacific. VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
I'm just about to give in. Oh, I can feel it under my skin. Oh no, now I'm looking for a way in. I'm done pretending. I know nothing happens in a heartbeat, but I've been feeling naive. Oh no, now I'm walking down 10th Street. For that energy, all my life I've been wanting to do so much more. Now I know I'm getting higher, 'cause you can't knock me down. Get higher, I'm gonna run this town, yeah. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. I know that one of them is for me. Higher, get higher. I know I'm about to be discovered. I'm done standing down, I'm doing better. I'ma keep on dreaming, keep on trying. I know I'm stronger. All my life I've been wanting to do so much more. Now I know I'm getting higher, 'cause you can't knock me down. Get higher, I'm gonna run this town, yeah. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. I know that one of them is for me. Higher, get higher. Now I know I'm getting higher, 'cause you can't knock me down. Get higher, I'm gonna run this town, yeah. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. I know that one of them is for me. Higher, get higher. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. I know that one of them is for me. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. Higher, get higher. Al fin salí de mi casa, sin pensarlo me acerqué hasta el bar. Nos cruzamos las miradas, te acercaste y me empezaste a hablar.
Hello everyone. This is a long break.
Recordé lo bueno que es estar sin él. Ven, mírame, ven y sorpréndete, que sé que estás. Quieres saber si estoy dispuesta.
Surely everything's fixed now. In like 5 minutes. Miss some good content. Dude, Pacific always seem to have like loads of videos ready, just in case. I think that 5-hour tech pause really scarred them. This is the longest break? I mean, it's up there. Pretty long, this one so far. It scarred you. And I mean, back then they only had one content video to show as well. Don't make that much content, that's true. Dude, the Pacific content is legit. Like, they really got it down. When is the next Plat Chat episode? Monday, I'm pretty sure. Dude, at one point I should look at pick'ems for that week. Okay, is this gonna be more content, or are we actually like back? I mean, if they need 2 hours, they got the T1 documentary.
바로 일어나서 제가 가운데 자리를 봤는데
네, 아직도 마크 선수가 앉아 있더라고요. 그래서 저는 많은 감정을
At lunch, yeah, we would set it early.
킥오프 우승은 거쳐가야 할 단계 중에 하나였고 저에겐 아직 가야 할
Do we know what
길이
happened or really?
때문에 킥오프 우승했다고 끝나는 게 아니잖아요.
남들한테 지는 거는
Talon turn up. Do you think they have a chance? I think the map pool is pretty good for Talon.
이번 스테이지
I think it should be close, just
제레스가 가져가겠습니다.
purely based on maps.
저희 알파조에 우승팀들이 많이 모여 이거 말이 좀 어려워요. 퍼시픽 챔피언들이 다 모여 있어. 저희 알파조에 퍼시픽 챔피언들이 다 모여 있잖아요. 오케이. 그 챔피언들끼리의 싸움을 눈여겨 보시면은 그것도 재밌을 것 같아요.
저희가 킥오프 때 좀 많은 시련들이 있었지만 그래도 방콕은 갈 수 있지 않을까.
PaperX are done for stage 1. There's still a chance if they win out, but I wouldn't hold out too much hope. Then they play.
제가 잘해줘야지 팀원들이 올라올 수 있다고 생각을 해서 제가 개인적으로 노력했습니다.
알파조에
They play DFM and Global.
팀들이 많아서
Wait, they actually have an okay chance. They'll be lower bracket though.
일단 당연히 젠지는 들어가고 그다음 PRX.
And GE would have to lose against
개인적으로 TFM이 올라가지 않을까.
PRX, Genji, and PaperX. That's kind of possible.
ペパレックス戦に勝った後は、周りからもすごく褒められたんですけど、自分たちの納得いく結果ではなかったので、マスターズを目指してもっと上に行けたらなと思います。
グループアルファにはみんなが全部のチームがパシフィック優勝してるチームだと思います。だからこそ戦うのがすごい楽しみです。
グループアルファの方が
It is possible, yeah.
多分6分の4が突破できると思うんですけど、その4に入るのが難しいかなと思ってるんですけど、最終的にどのチームにも
Do
勝
you
たな
think
きゃ
the
いけない
problem for PaperX? I mean, they're having a rough time adjusting to the current meta and map pool
About our group, I will say.
and roles.
I mean, it's the same thing with Omega. Have insane teams. Have
They're having a rough time. Like,
teams, so just like
people
I mean,
know
just
how
need to
PaperX play,
game,
so they're having to
the
change their
tournament,
style,
stage one,
and
start
it looks like
immediately being
it's taking a
stronger,
long time to like
being strong
find a
on
more
the-
traditional style of playing the
I
game.
think PRX is traditional powerhouse in Pacific. We let the other team take the trophies twice, but the third one is ours.
We're gonna do our best to qualify for a playoffs first and then qualify to Toronto.
Each player change every role, every map. You know, they.
Good teams
That's
on
what I
our
mean.
group,
They
just
change
like
so much.
Genji and DX and so on. So I think for
You can
sure
tell
we're gonna be
individually,
getting
like they
the
don't look
playoffs, like
comfy.
top four.
Well, some of them don't look comfy.
For me, we're keeping an eye on almost every team, on our group. But I'm focusing more on the top team.
Can we start? Dude, I think they're scared to put a little timer.
Defeating them.
I wonder what's going on.
Okay, so going into stage 1, since we have had more time to prepare, we'll be more confident and just trust in our practice. And with that, we'll take down the rest of the teams.
We play a match like in scrims. I think we're pretty confident that we're gonna.
Don't you think PaperX was on a decline in Pacific from some time now? Yeah,
It will be a different
it's
score
definitely
than
been a
what
slow
you're expecting.
decline. But again, it's people working out how they played. Ever since FPX
저희 첫 상대가 붐인데
like
그냥
held that
이길게요.
default on bind, and you saw them push like 12 rounds in a row, I think people just kind of worked it out.
I don't know who are they.
Victoria, hello. Almost ready.
For a stage
Okay.
1, destroying everyone.
For people on the inside, they're giving us the info. They're almost there.
Because we also think that they are
Replacing the
already
PC.
just-
PC
2025년은
issue.
PRX에
It's always the PC issue. Damn. Straight in. Nice. You told people. Wait. Mystic says I told people Talon's Ascent is the best in Pacific, and they didn't believe me. I mean, We won't go into it. If Talon fumble one more game, you're done. They just changed 2 players, chat. Give them a little bit of time. Their ascent was awful. But give them a little bit of time.
VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
Is this winnable for Talon? Guys, this is super winnable. We've seen the map pool. I'm telling you, with this map pool, it's a 55-45 to NONGSHIM. And even then, I'm not that comfy in the 55. I'd be tempted to go a little bit closer, but... It was one game you dig into Talon so much harder than other teams. Kinda unfair. No, I dig into people when they deserve to be flamed. That's it. Majority of the time, I'm pretty positive. But if a team really messes up and I can't see what they've done with their time or understand why they're playing something, like I'm gonna flame them. I would say I'm probably the most positive out of most people that watch this game. Really, it's not unfair. It's just justified.
He said he feels a lot of pressure being their bigger brother there, and he wants to be able to perform.
Like, I'll be honest, I don't care about players, don't care about where they came from, don't care about what region I watch. But if I watch something that is fundamentally crap, I'm gonna call it out. It's not like I'm being biased or anything. I'm just, I don't care about that stuff.
Now, that's right, NONGSHIM have been tested by Talon. It was Talon Esports that knocked NONGSHIM out of kickoff. So I'm sure there's a little bit of a revenge map happening here. NONGSHIM, though, this Ascension team is looking very good as well.
Yeah, they still yet to hit their dizzying heights of last year, I would say, but things are slowly coming together.
They're not even in the
for
same
this
group,
roster. I think it's just a matter of time until they find what's going to click for them again in the same way that it did last year.
Boom would
both these teams
Boom
in
would
the
probably
middle
be
of the
alright.
table,
Well,
so every win is massive.
it would be an awesome rematch.
Absolutely. We
should see it in playoffs.
Our first
And it might have a
qualified
lot that
playoff team
matters.
is earlier today. It's one of the Ascension teams. Boom, is NONGSHIM going to be the other
Okay,
one
some of the stuff that I saw in Spike Talk with
Veto
Frost
earlier,
worried me a little bit.
the very first
Looks
map
like there is a
on the
disconnect
table.
in terms of coaches and team. What I'm looking at, because obviously language barrier.
Definitely more room for improvement for both
So
of
it's
these
definitely
teams.
something
So I think this is going to be
they have to
very
like work on a
interesting
little
match
bit.
to watch to kind of feel them out, see how they're going to go and develop throughout the rest of this
I think that
round
this is
robin, and
mad,
whether
but this
either
could
of them are
also
gonna
be
start that
genius, the
upwards
ban of Ascent.
trajectory they're going to
They
need
might
to
have
be
been
able to
spending a
make
lot of time
deeper
on
run
it.
in towards the playoffs should they make it there.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think both of these teams in their current form don't feel playoff ready, don't feel championship ready, but that's the good thing about a longer season is they can take this week by week and now start to come into their stride. So that's really what we're looking for both of these teams. Find some momentum and get it going from now.
Now, Talon has a very interesting win-loss pattern. It's like a candy cane, win-loss, win-loss. And last match, they lost against RRQ. Does this mean a win?
You think
for
Primi
Talon
deserves
Esports today?
better?
We're just going by
Not really.
pattern.
I mean,
depends how superstitious you are.
Going by smoke signals, tarot
I think he has a
cards.
lot
I
to
know you love
improve.
the tarot cards at the moment, Vic.
You guys love the tarot cards because they speak truth, and I don't know what they say for Talon
posture check
today
then.
or
Got me
NONGSHIM.
out
And
here
here
lounging.
are the agents.
Yeah, NONGSHIM going back
Be
to
back,
a similar
don't worry.
kind of formulation than what they've traditionally run on Haven over
okay.
there in Ascension. Saw
Your
Darby on the Neon,
ISO
and I'm very glad
against-
that he's going to stick to that.
Or did they do the double drone
Over
comp?
across on Talon, we see them sticking with this Yoro ISO combo that we've seen from them before. Cruz did mention in the interview how Boaster from Fnatic gave him some tips for this comp, and we just saw Boaster fry Vitality, so let's see if they pick it.
Yeah, that's really important. You can't just use the comp and think you can do what the team does. So getting that advice, definitely very helpful. All right, we're going to go into the second series of today, and to take us through that is our casters. It is Quack and Komodo.
All right, thank you very much, Victoria. Yeah, we're going to be back into this one. Both teams raring to go right now. Both teams also, you know, 1 win, 1 loss apiece.
Yeah, and in the first series as well, both being able to reverse sweep it, but then the second series in the O2 fashion. So one of the teams is going to break the curse in towards this one, but maybe, you know, one of the teams on the stage is going to follow in pursuit
Same
of
casters,
another
yeah, they do
Ascension team. Maybe we'll
day on, day off these
Very,
days.
very good Ascension matches today. We shall see how it all fares out, though. I mean, currently, I feel like the biggest point, biggest analytical point that we can kind of point out is the fact that Demby not on Waylay.
Demby not on Waylay. Demby not on Waylay. No, Neon, I mean, a lot of people will think that he's like, you know, he's got he can only play Neon, but we've seen some pretty proficient things from him on the Jet, for example. It's just that the Waylay...
Okay, we got NONGSHIM on attack, TALON on defense.
They don't necessarily need to, and he does. I mean, to be fair, he does.
That's kind of nuts.
Neon, let's be real.
It's
the
true.
pistol win diff.
This is Komodo, and this is NONGSHIM versus TALON right on towards
They had
Haven, where
16
NONGSHIM starts out on the attack.
16 out of 22
Recon?
pistols was that?
Where's that going?
24
At least a little more
pistols?
information outside A long, but towards the back of B site. Took a while to get there. NONGSHIM poking just somewhat, but then to hover around the edge of this dark cover. A bit of a trade going through.
Cheeky.
Okay, a little bit crazy at the moment. NONGSHIM go for the fast speed tap, wait for the reaction. Again, this comp in terms of the ISO comp does struggle a little bit with the B stuff.
Is low, but does still have kind of the double tap shield.
And then it got wild.
Jit Boys though, with the crunch, trying to push his way up mid.
There was timing though. If Ivy did choose to take the duel against Primi, break the shield, get the shot, it would be a 1 versus 1. But he hasn't
The
seen
decision to dodge the drone and go into the smoke was incredibly bold, especially as it just revealed that the smoke was empty and then chilled in the smoke for a little bit.
Used to bunch up together. Ivy going in for the peaks.
Oh! What the hell? How did no one hit a shot on him?
Goes back and forth and even takes that Primi
Oh
with the
my
wall bang.
god.
Mate, I just
changed-
got Icebox vibes from him again.
He changed target midway through.
Thing on the
I feel like the
pistol
crouch
round,
saved
but
him
he's
as
come out
well.
with the 4K, right? Again, just another. Well, like I think that's a well-orchestrated idea from TALON. Don't get me wrong, it's a 2 versus 1.
Bro, it was non-stop crouching, it's hard to hit.
Peeking it out, but Primi, I mean, he wasn't even the first intended target. He's just missed his shots there.
Hey, they both did.
Also just incredible.
I'm telling you, the
mechanical
crouch
skill coming
saved
out
him.
From the player who has 4 frags already on the board from NONGSHIM. At the same time,
Okay,
though,
easy go
TALON
cleaning it up
not
instead of
backing down.
buying,
Got Kilowatt
instead of having 2 ghosts.
dancing with
They
danger
decided to
around the edge
buy
of this dark cover.
Yep,
Marshall.
gotta be careful if you're gonna run in
And this is
towards
something
two
that
duelists
Fnatic
and
used
a
to do
little
as
bit of a
well.
crossfire and you only have the Marshall.
Oops. Okay.
But if you do
Dude, it shoots so
it
fast.
just like that, yeah, not too bad.
So at least able to regain some control, NONGSHIM. I mean, the entire game plan for TALON, especially with double duelist, is to continue to find more.
I think the biggest thing for TALON at the moment.
Okay, every single time at the moment we're seeing instant reactions from TALON. This makes a lot of sense. This one's looking pretty good.
Heard of earlier and questions
Especially as we
about
don't
their
have a
ascent
trip
play.
here.
This is a good idea from them though, but patience from NONGSHIM.
Okay, not spotted right now either. You do have a Cypher, Jit Boys up towards C-Long.
Well, you did.
Did he
Now
check
it's
the
all down
camera
to
and
the
saw
timing
3
and
on minimap?
the rotations eventually. And
Okay, with
Margaret's
that
kind
as
of
well,
just
Envy
lurking
can
up.
pick up the orb, and
tense,
Envy,
Margaret
sorry,
back
Ivy even
might be
can
able to
get the
flank TALON as well.
plant as well.
It is a pistol after all.
I wonder if they're just going to let him hunt.
Positionally, NONGSHIM able to run circles around TALON. Slight collat does tag up Cruz.
Yeah, I'd kind of be tucking in a little bit and letting the
Repeat
Sova
as
send it.
well. Wow, he knows that Cruz is looking for the hop back up into him. So reloads, gets away with 3 kills.
And just at the end of this one as well here, Quack, this
Yeah.
is looking like a bit of a
Sova's
different
allowed to
start
hunt.
compared to the Team Secret game that we did have for TALON, right? Team Secret did pick up that pistol and then they answered back with the second round force.
Doesn't
up
matter
and
too
managed
much,
to
just
find
lost
it. So
Ghost.
for this time, at least in the beginning stages.
One
right,
away
it
from a
was
Sova
the
ult though,
changing
so
of sides.
definitely
TALON was
TALON.
on attack,
NONGSHIM
but
both
they're
going
not
to
gonna
be at least
able
speaking about the
to,
C
answer
ult
back with a
pressure
bit of a
for next round.
cheeky round here.
TALON have some
It's
kind
gonna
of
be
punish, they might want to do
4-5
it.
at the end for NONGSHIM,
NONGSHIM
which means
could
this is what they will be carrying into the bonus
use the pressure of
round,
it to
and
go
TALON
hit
are gonna
another
look to
site, or
bring
they
up
could
some
do
weapons.
probably what most
Now look at
teams do is just
Ivy
like
in round
smoke
3, 1
recon.
away from the
They
Hunter's
have so
Fury
many
already
drones
as
they could
well.
insta drone if they
That's
wanted
gonna
to.
be pretty cheeky if he's able to find that one, not gonna lie.
Like they could definitely use the
Have too much
Teo
of an
drone
answer
to
on
scout
the side
C,
of TALON if that's able to find,
and then use the
one of
Sova drone
bots
for the ult.
albeit a kill. So you want to see some sort of ideas come out from Talon. I think more importantly for me, I want to see some stability.
Yeah, you see Talon, everyone's like, well, they're getting this orb right now. So they got a 3-person setup to try and punish
You
this.
did mention a little bit before we started the game as well that Francis is now on the Teo.
Yeah, usually on the breach. Well, I say
NONGSHIM?
usually last time on the breach, but with the new changes that are all coming through.
Okay,
and
I like this from
NONGSHIM.
NONGSHIM. Using the pressure of them knowing that there's most likely a stack over towards C to just bust over towards B.
Pretty proficient
Prod
on
B.
the Teo.
And right now, just playing it safe around C. Does have the stealth drone, and with it being shot down by Primi.
Okay, drone, and they go for the split C. Wait, that Omen Flash is incredible. Wait, this is kind of nice.
Just a bit of a ruse.
It's like an old Vision Striker strat.
High now has to hold, but he's not quite able to do that.
They were very
Primi
patient with the Omen
just
Flash.
stuck and trapped inside this little cubby position while Jitboys tries to creep up around from the back. Primi able to gun down the first, and he's happy to take some duels, but
This is
NONGSHIM
huge.
knows better than that to give him the
Insta drone.
1v1s.
Well, I say
They're
insta
looking
drone.
for that 2v1.
You had drone towards long.
has
You
to be a
had
little
drone
more
into
space, not able to
garage.
do that.
You had 2-person
It's
prod over
NONGSHIM picking
towards
up
B
the
to check
bonus.
that
Really
it's
nice
clear.
ideas from them
Then you
as
had
well, right? When
wall
you're
up,
going up for a
Neon
little bit of
sends
garage
it.
stall, you're gonna
Then you
bring
had
Paranoia
in
on
through
towards the
garage,
C
the
side as
Omen
well
follows
to
the drone.
off-put
Then your
your
Omen
opposition
Flash,
so
and then
far. See Danby
we
opening
had
up on
smoke
towards Cruz as
from
well.
spawn
And
as
they just
well.
make it a little bit awkward. Margaret, I've
The
always
lovely,
been,
lovely
you know, a
strat.
big fan
It's
of
a
this
great bonus
guy,
strat.
but the way that he's able to just slip the net a lot of the times, I think he's only going to improve in his little lurk rolls.
And it was very nice for them to not do anything too obvious and use the pressure to maybe realize that B in garage would be free
More
as well.
importantly here, Quack, that's the bonus round going NONGSHIM's way.
Outlaw now being purchased up as
Maritz as well with the prime. Thank you so much. Yeah, they had Lurk, B, and Smoke. Smoke, drone, prod, wall,
as well was that
Omen Flash.
Talon, whilst having
Cool.
some of the optimal agent compositions that they're looking for, kind of go off towards other portions of the map sometimes, not knowing how to pilot these compositions optimally.
A bit of a disconnection between what you would assume to be an
Okay,
agent
Talon do the.
strengths versus weaknesses.
That was
and
like
I don't know
how
who
you play
to.
towards their strengths.
Don't know who to flame for this one.
We'll see if they've
Let's flame Bacan.
kind of
He does the
read up
liquid
more from their
save. I think
drawing
Bacan stole
board.
it from Apex,
Yeah,
like
well,
old
since it's been a
Apex,
week against that game
where
against RFQ.
you
Yeah, that's
you
it,
have
right?
a good amount of money and you could buy like
voice your
stingers or
ideas as a
something.
team and what you
You
wanna
decide
do,
to
have
just
your
full
coaches' input
eco,
as well.
and then that means that afterwards you get a buy.
Frost,
But
known to be
think when you don't
impactful coaches, but currently right now just
use,
off to the pistols.
I think people
Talon
with stingers are like insane.
for
That
the
I think you should
stack.
just be
And they're going to see no one's
using
home
the
as well. And
the bad
eventually
guns
that trapwire is
essentially.
going to be destroyed. And
GE was the
you've already got two
fast.
people,
Yeah, GE did it as well. Oh boy.
Doesn't really matter. Margaret's just going to delete them with the Outlaw. He'll farm up towards his own ultimate. And now it's anyone's guess as...
Second Son, yeah, went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I know it's just a pistol, but still, the fact that it was kind of Galata swallow.
Yeah, and this is my issue with it as well, because you're about to see like 1, 2, 3 kind of 4. They get full money, and then they also get super close to ults. Like they can choose who they want to actually get the ult points on.
Maybe they should have given him a sprayable gun for a close quarters duel. It doesn't matter. He still gets an ult port.
I will say every team that adopted the full eco into the eco rounds
So it's A-okay. This time, more
Stop
importantly,
doing
though,
it.
we're going to see Talon back.
But I don't think the
to
numbers
answer with the weaponry
really
and hopefully able to
really
fashion
support
up
it
an
well.
idea on their defensive side. We're seeing NONGSHIM already play with a little bit of the pivot
Okay.
timing, grouping up
4 people
together.
from NONGSHIM reach
Operator
full
out for
money
Killua as well.
at 4
Gonna
0.
be positioned more
Primi's got his
towards
ult.
the A side of things if he's able to
Silver
get on the
ult.
sewers line and gate crash out of there.
5v.
We'll see.
What the hell is this? Okay.
I like that smoke as
They
well.
they
Makes
salvo long, but at the same time they salvo the trip, and they do it deep because they know about the trip over towards B. That creates a little bit of pressure over towards B, and we can kind of see question mark now, which means that Cruz has to go check B, which means that Garage is now weaker.
On the Teo, Francis can lead with the drone and try and sniff something out for the team. They're not going to be able to find any garage space, of course, but they are going to be able to spot out 2 players there. So it gives you a bit of an idea as NONGSHIM on where you want to transition at the minimark.
Yeah, taking some time to bait out Thai's paranoia as well. So,
yeah,
That could alleviate some pressure. NONGSHIM then regroups back into C.
And salvos are online as well now for Francis, so they're going to be able to go and do one of their true, tried, tested C takes that you would expect them to be playing in their scrims.
That's right, explode back into the side. Salvo's already away. You've got the fast lane as well. Cruz instantly recognizes this and tries to play into a more defensive position. But here comes that kill contract as well. Primi trying to create a little bit more of an advantage for his team, but falls to Danby.
Yep, and remember, Margaret is on the lurk up the guts of mid right now.
Still lurking. Meanwhile, the remaining Talon players trying to regroup.
Yeah, might have to.
Using the position around
Well,
Garage.
they only have to save the op, I guess, because they did the eco thing.
Yeah, but Margaret is keeping Killua in check.
Yeah, that's why Killa's kind of backing off as well. Feeling like the call to a save, so Talon trying to head back into a safer position, but not expecting Ivy to be around grass. Good little trade from Thai. Now, where has Margaret slipped to? Wondering
It's
about
over.
You hear some footsteps as well.
It's
but knowing to stay
it's definitely not a great
so
start.
as to not peek.
Oh,
spots
I'll
the
tell you what,
third as
though.
well. Well, the quad.
He's slowly chipping
As
away at the
Francis
max
falls.
money.
Still, nonetheless, a good little round for
Yeah, definitely
NONGSHIM,
chipping away, but
ace picked up
still have
post-round
still
by
have
Thai.
4 people that have
it
max
doesn't
money.
really matter in the grand scheme of things.
And he's an omen
Nah,
as well.
if anything, they just all kind of get their orbs. Because they gave him so much money that even them all hunting and dying is actually more beneficial
It would matter
for NONGSHIM than it is Talon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's had a little bit of a, I don't want to say fall off or anything like that, but a rougher series last time compared to the
Okay,
first
so
one,
we've seen 2
where
buy rounds over
really
towards
came
C
out
at the
guns
moment,
blazing.
so for sure Talon will be
So
speaking
yeah,
about C.
we're going to have some coach intervention this time in the 5-0 that NONGSHIM have, you know, been playing pretty followable, to be honest. You know, it's just good old-fashioned play with some rotates, some good layering of utility.
100%. That's just NONGSHIM playing their composition now, especially now that they have this Teho in play.
It's to get
I think more
distance.
importantly, especially
Gabri.
that we don't have a waylay in play.
Another
times they're
great
trying
point,
to throw it
Komodo.
over stuff,
This
or they
is
just
why
get
you
distance with
are my co-caster. But at the same time, yeah, you know, taking a look at how Talon, it's not as though we can really fault Talon for how they're trying to play around the macro game. They have positions in place, especially around Garage. They reacted in kind. They threw out that paranoia.
G lost their mentor? Nah, I don't
NONGSHIM
think
just
so.
evaded all of that. So needing an extra layer to come into play to get some reads, hard good reads.
But do you think so many
against
teams
NONGSHIM
lose
and how
their
they're
map
trying
picks?
to pilot this composition.
Sometimes it's just a skill diff,
the
but
B-hits,
also we're just at the
garage
point.
pressure.
It should be less and less.
And off the
It should
timeout,
always happen at the
NONGSHIM
beginning
all
of
of
the
a sudden,
season, and then people work out people's map pool.
In towards A. Being pulled out by Killua.
He's on the line.
But
you do
also a
already have
lot
a
of
bit
the
of a cross
time,
from Thai,
at the beginning of the season, you don't know like where the other team stands on the map, so you might actually end up picking their best map. And also, if it's like obvious what your map pick is, then they can kind of like anti you and have a pretty good plan.
That's 2 individual
So that's
peaks,
normally
no
why
trade
like
potentials to come
you'll
on out.
see
So if that's an opportunity
a
for
map
Talon to
pick
capitalize,
for a
we
team
hope to see that
go wrong
NONGSHIM reel that
quite
in
often.
and maybe Talon can play a little bit more on that if they're gifted it.
Flash and jump peek. Meanwhile, you've got Margaret still.
I think it's
on
over
the
for
lurk.
PRX.
Mission,
I still have faith that they'll do right in stage 2.
And if you can get into C, it's good.
Is it over
You're
for them to go
already
to
seeing
Toronto?
Talon
For
adjust
sure,
to
they
player
don't.
retake over there
They're
if
not
they
good
do
enough.
need to. And I like the idea, right? It's 5 versus 3. You've got a dimensional drift if you do need.
At the same time, yeah, you know, he's holding these positions, hoping to see if someone would push into his crosshairs so that he can find that punish, find that numbers advantage again. But Talon are playing it safe. And this is, once again, what you're seeing off of the coach timeouts, which is very lovely sight. Talon now regrouping, all in full round spawn.
So the 5 versus 3, do you send in Killua with the dimensional drift? You do. Cruz is being
Yeah.
gifted at the operator.
Trying to
in
make
this
sure
one.
that they
Now let's see if he
keep
can get
this
a lurk
one.
or if Talon can get this retake.
Very, very nice from Jit Boys.
Boys who takes him down first. And
Dude,
here
how did,
comes
how
the
did
Euro
Francis do
utility.
that?
Francis, though, able to
Ooh, that
withstand
looked kind of nice
someone
from him.
until Primi comes in with a triple of his own, and that's going to be the
Okay, they're on the
first
board.
round
Armory
picked up out
by
of 5
gun
by
rebuy.
Talon.
Nicely done. Nicely done from them. They do not falter when the first kill and the second kill is found. There's a couple of
Guys,
that go around the seaside there.
what
but
are you
it's
lot
just,
asking me?
Back onto what's going to be a successful
Go
win condition,
practice.
right? Play on the back of that dimensional drift, sniff out all the information, get your team to get the kills.
We
where
got
needed.
Mini
Bit of
Boo
extra
says,
utility
love the
is always
haircut.
gonna be a helpful thing
Woot
as well.
that says, why are you watching all of the
was kind
games?
of wondering,
We got
though,
Boo
like,
that says,
why the
why
save
do you
was even
always...
selected.
We got Boo that says, why did you always crumble on lands? I know that that's inspired by Weber or
No, not at
Nelzinho.
all.
I don't know
You know,
which.
whether you call it jitters or just,
Nelzinho goes,
you know, not a good
why are you
idea
so
at the very
handsome and don't
beginning.
age? I'll take that
NONGSHIM,
one. There's like
I
a
mean,
compliment
I don't think
after
they
the
would
boo
have
flame.
expected Haven to
Dude,
come
that's
on out,
definitely
you know,
Weber
or
on
maybe they
Boo's
did, right,
PC.
because they
Oh
have
my
been banning it
goodness.
and they leave it open. You know, you're always going to have
And
those,
then
those sort
Rian's
of ideas that we put them on, but we never really know.
Bombadino
This is a bit of a
Crocker.
problem
What
for
the hell is
NONGSHIM
going
because
on,
Killer
guys?
is getting on a very
Go practice,
powerful
dude. Get on the
operating line.
server or something.
Able to get Crash away as well. Finds the first pick, and with the slide anticipated coming through. Additional support from Jit Boys, who places down a
Benji's asking we're
Cyber
going to
Cage
watch Spotty
continue playing around
Fortnite.
this spot.
Not even sure you're allowed
Meanwhile,
to.
Killua has already gotten away with daylight robbery.
That drone removes the trap wire that was in Garage.
Yeah, it's kinda nice from Talon, though. Little trap play. They actually managed to punish over towards C now, so they can't keep spamming C.
Try as they might, NONGSHIM, they have been shut off a lot of these entryways.
Yeah, and it's another 5 versus 3 situation, right?
Trying to at least
Rian's
get the
was the
smokes
best.
out, maybe to reposition and find a pick. But as Margaret continues to lurk, he gets spotted
Dude,
out
they're
by
just
Cruz.
all there together. Like, you guys ready? You got it typed out? Right,
well.
3,
So Talon
2,
are playing
1.
towards the time.
Press enter.
In a situation like this, they don't necessarily
sake.
need to take any risks and go deeper, though as I say that, Cruz starts to do so, finds the right kill. Does have Pretty behind him, don't forget.
And that's extra confidence as well for the captain of Talon. Unfortunately falls by Persia's hands. But thankfully you have teammates enough around the site as well. So 15 seconds left now for NONGSHIM. Continuing to push past. You got Primi inside of the smoke. He hears the tap. Looking for his opportunity. Springs. But the trade found by Francis. Of course, the round already picked up by Talon. But can they get more kills? Thigh
Okay,
will
and
deliver.
though, and
Able to double
they
down on
survive
this
with a
one
good
now.
amount of people, so
Again,
now the
another
money
good
really
pass
is
mark
getting
for
good.
Talon. On the back of finding some
Ever
opening
since the
kills,
timeout,
then
they kind of
there's not
stabilized
really
a little bit. They
any
managed
big
to punish
exchanges
over
on,
towards
right?
C
You've got
as
the
well.
operator pushing down when you have
Might
the
be
camera
back.
to find the first little contact of info. Ambi tries to answer back in kind pretty swiftly, but is shut down as quick as he was trying to begin it. And it just leaves not enough for NONGSHIM at the tail end of that in the 3 versus 5 deficit to bring it back. So wouldn't be surprised if they want to try and get something a little bit quicker happening now that
Practicing the
they've got
timing of the
overdrive, now
wall.
they've got the Armageddon. You can see that the setup around C is a little bit
Okay,
more of the
smoke over
passive nature.
towards window, and they got the op. They're in a great position now. They can clear over towards A, go pick up the ult for Primi.
This is a very
He gets
powerful
his
drone at the
ult.
moment to sniff out a lot
Okay,
of
I like this from
defenses. That
NONGSHIM.
essentially
Again,
plays
game plan for
everything
sure.
they've got there.
Abuse
They
over
don't
towards
even need
C.
to invest the Armageddon.
This time we got a
Cruz
trip
gains
to see if they
control
want to
of the
push
site.
close, and they can get a kill trip off of it, off of their smoke, which is kind of nice.
Still staying hidden, tucked away.
And
Smoke
they have
dissipates
really good
and
retake ults.
Boys will get away.
Camera
Oh,
goes
here
in,
we
so
go.
they know
Kill
where to ult.
contract. Primi missed his mark the first time. Will he deliver this time?
Oh, Shot.
Sharp shot.
Instant flick.
Good luck there.
Still though, Margaret instantly
Okay, well they
deletes
can go
Cruz.
fast over
No more
towards
hunters
site.
here
I
available.
think NONGSHIM have messed up a little bit in my
Sellers and
opinion, just
Francis
purely
to
because they're
remove
playing
these.
against smoke and play so
Needing
long.
to push further
Like
up
so many
and
people
towards
over
C
towards long.
Primi thinks
Like
to
as soon as
send
this
down
smoke
the
comes out from
convergence
Ty and they
shield
stick.
just to provide his teammates with additional cover.
Ooh.
Ult's baited out, tapped onto the
Tail
spike.
ult's nice. Smoke
Looking
is still
to
up. They're still gonna have to
retap, and that's when
spam.
Francis spams away with the Guardian. Killua comes for the trades. More trades going through, but Margaret
Damn,
collects on
okay,
all of
fair
these
play.
heads,
They
and
actually
NONGSHIM
handled this
will
pretty
be able
well.
to pick up another
Tail
round for their
ult.
belt.
Yeah, at the end
And then they
they're
got a
not sure
little
if
bit
anyone's
fortunate with the
actually
spam,
able
but
to be on the spike after it is tapped and they get the first
don't
kill.
I don't
you know, you're never
love
gonna
the
know if they
play,
are body
but
blocking
they
or
did
not,
handle
so
it well. The
the
tail
idea
was
is
nice.
all be in the open and take those fights.
Talon
They've
looked
got
like
the
they had no
numbers
K
there,
plan
and
as well, but
thrown Talon a little bit of a spanner in the
red
works
shield
there.
into smoke.
Nicely done though from
It's just the fact that they went for the
Pretty
shield
in the ult, at
play
least. I think you'll take that away,
once
that he's
they
gonna be winning those ones, hopefully
tail
more
ult. Well,
than last
tail ult
time.
came in once they shielded.
Fair enough.
But it's back, you know, to steady the ship on the side for NONGSHIM.
Yeah, it was somewhat of an expensive round having
The
spent
tail's
Armageddon, but
insanely
still
strong.
you can feel its
It's one of the
effect.
best ults in
Next
the
round
game,
coming
I
up,
feel
but
like.
once again, we have Killua with the
We said when it came out it
this
was
is
like a
bit of
top
different look as
5.
well. Margaret had
I think I
caged
stick
the
with that.
previous round. This time they're going to dark cover
I think it looks like
for
a top
the
5 ult.
silent creep up. There was a
Especially on
camera, though,
certain
down
maps.
sewers and
Like when you can't play vents on split, it's a nightmare.
Because it's a
See that
dark cover,
when
you
you can't go,
possibly
well,
anticipate more
we
than
didn't see it
one
today, but when you
player.
can't go,
And Cruz will send in the Hunter's Fury.
Damn, bro.
Jack does get away with
We
one
can't go
kill.
dish on attack
Killua with
fracture
an
as well.
offshot as well. The spike has has been dropped around sewer, where Persia does find a bit of a trade. Killer trades right back.
Okay, it's about time that we should start doing this.
He might have the spike, but
1-9
he's
loss
up
bonus
against
for everyone.
4.
And it's another situation where Talon find themselves for, albeit a moment, a small moment, a 3 versus 5 opening engagement going their way. So they haven't dropped these yet. I don't expect this one to really be any different. you play 1 versus 4, right? You just play on the back of where Francis gives you the information.
What's it going to be, Francis? Doesn't go for the tap. 40 seconds on the clock. You certainly don't want to head back too much because players could have set themselves up behind as well. So he goes in for the tap now. It's going to be met with the paranoia and shock darts, both of them.
And a drone.
Drone spotted out, tries to go in for a cheeky peek down in
Yeah,
towards
they're
Link,
handling
but
everything well.
shot down by Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way that you're going to be able to win that.
Dude, why did
right? When you've got the
Talon
dart
with this
available,
new
you've got the
team always have
offline
like
being held from
relatively
spawn as
rough
well,
starts
paranoia
into
ready,
maps and
shot
then need
darts,
timeouts to like
kind of being thrown everything your
sort
way.
everything out?
Good start from them, as
It's
I
kinda
mentioned,
common.
3 versus 5. So these sort of opening engagements, right, you kind of want to reel in a little bit as NONGSHIM. It might give you a little bit more value if you're droning early on to clear some forward lines first. You know, if you're wanting to go to this A site, for example, again.
Okay,
down
Danby
sort of
gets the
droning
hero
down line
Bucky
first,
out.
push them off the line. If it's mid, you know, you're not necessarily going to want to all run out in towards what now is the operator holding the line for Killua.
Ooh.
All right.
Dude, look at this! Look at this read, though.
Given the fact that it is NONGSHIM on a bit of a half buy with the Sheriffs in play, they are being
This
blocked
read
off
is
very
crazy.
quickly with the
4
utility
pass and
from
B.
Talon. Second
4
shot
pass and
through
B with
and
an op
finds
facing.
the spot. Francis's head blown clean off, and now 3 players left to pick up the pieces.
So it's another 3 versus 5.
And it just shows Talon playing a cerebral game of reading how NONGSHIM wants to work their way across the map. Initially, you know, previous sites, this time a slight rush in towards B, and it's quickly dealt with.
I mean, in these
Is that what he was spamming?
It
Is that
should
what
be
he was
bread and
talking
butter at
about?
the moment, right? It should just be 3 versus 5. We play retake if we need to. We've got the numbers. We're in another situation.
Don't know the
We've got
lore.
a
I
dimensional
have
truth.
no idea about the lore on
Absolutely
this.
can use it here
I'm
to
fully
try
lost.
and 100% the remainder of this round.
Cruz back into heaven. Great spot to send in more darts, possibly the recon to aid the retake as well. Still though, 3 players from NONGSHIM not out of the question yet. Trying to peek through, but the
Yeah, they take no
dimensional
risks
drift
on this.
definitely forces them to disperse so darn much. Flashes and
what a reveal.
fake outs as well. Cruz with the op does find one, and then the entire squad marches
Ooh,
into
that was
sight,
fast though. Fast reaction
taking
with that shot through the
names
smoke.
and just kicking everyone's butt, and that's going to be Talon, slowly but surely climbing
Okay,
their
it was
way
a
back
slow
up
buy,
to a
so
6.
I still feel like NONGSHIM can get a pretty
There
good
was a
half,
world in which there was
but
a gun
Talon can
available
somehow
for
get like
NONGSHIM, and that reveal
5.
comes out, and Margaret, you know, might even be
It's
on
pretty
the right
nice for
line
this
without
comp.
the Sheriff, not needing a reload, you know, could have got a lot of damage, but we're not in that world.
So I like the ult. I'm so fine with this ult.
Talon starting to get this idea on the defensive side on how they want to navigate.
They don't know
it,
fully
right?
about the
We haven't
other
really
guns.
seen good success so far this,
I think,
this split from Talon
think it's a
when they're
good-
starting off on the defensive side and how they're
I think when you
converting that
need
into a
every
win,
single
right?
round, I think
It's
that's
been
good.
pretty abysmal for them. So at least here they're making it challenging and forcing out some timeouts, forcing out some discussions. 6-4, still not a bad scoreline when you consider for NONGSHIM. And
Talon comp is attack-sided, yeah. It normally gets like 7, 8.
Against Zeta once upon a
Sometimes
time
more if you
over
got a
in
meteor.
Yeah, that's a while back.
I say once upon a time because, you know, albeit it's a while ago, it is 4 same agents.
The
right?
ISO on
Slight
Heaven,
difference when you
the
consider
ISO on
fence
Haven,
from
you just
the
kind of
breach
force
onto
into
a
areas.
KO.
Double
Play
damage
that
for the default, similar to
similarly.
what Breach does. Like
That's where I
it
do
weirdly
wonder, you know,
fits
you
a
do
lot
have
of, well,
more
it
options
used to
as
fit
well.
more of the
You know,
roles of the
comparable
Breach when
to
you had
Breach, for
double,
sure,
like
but
2 of the double
currently the
damages.
recurring theme of
But it
today's
still
games
kind
has
of,
been
it still kind of does the same thing.
early
If you need to
optics or
A default
early
and punish them on A,
presence.
you
Now we're
can.
seeing that in the form of Killua.
If you need to
NONGSHIM needing to carve
force
out a
into areas as
solution
well,
to,
like you actually have
push it
a
off
little
of
bit
his
more
sight
options than
lines
the
or
Breach.
find a way to get a pinch
The
onto
ult
it.
is
And that's
really,
something
really
that these
strong,
drones are gonna
like
be able to
incredibly
do, right?
strong,
It's
especially on a
helping the
3-site
outside.
map.
So I'm a little bit surprised
So you
that
can
we're
kind
not
of
seeing
prioritize
that,
this on attack a
invested
lot.
a bit more in the early stages for them to try and find the.
It has good combo with
find where the operator is or is
Sova.
not. There's going to be a big round in terms of
Especially
the
like
ult
that's
combo,
how you
though.
normally
We've got
default
4
over towards
available
it.
for NONGSHIM. And in this sort of time, when there's 2 rounds left in the half, you know, dip in towards it, maybe find them.
Who's the
Back
best
into A, and
ISO?
you have
I
those
think it's
salvos
Meteor
already
at the
sent out
moment.
to deal with, you know,
to be
Killua
honest.
he is holding A long, but he is not. This
There we
time
go.
he's
He's
over
carried
on
too
C.
many
2
games.
drones really early on, clears all of your pathing, ready to do a you know, big explosion in towards the site. Though, for Danby, his signature of kind of sprinting on in and sliding down, those traps would shut that down. Plant established.
Yeah, Yeah, not quite yet to be
Yeah, this
seen.
looked like an
Secondary trip
incredible
as
round,
well.
especially as Pajot
5 retake.
manages to save his Omen Flash, gets onto Heaven.
Another kill
This is a weird one for Talon. They probably have to like
Find the
full
right
retake
spot
from
for it,
Heaven
though.
or something.
Currently just Jit Boys to find some information with a peek out of Heaven.
Oh,
And
they
here
got
comes that
the
kill
wait, they got the
contract.
Omen.
With
He
the
lost
burst
again.
as well. It's Persia who takes him down instead, and here comes
it's a
Dabby with
shame.
the overdrive.
Dude, this
Continuing
idea
to
on the
laser
retake
his
wasn't
way
too
through,
bad though.
preventing Talon from jumping
They know they
down.
didn't use that
Cruz
much
can't
util. They
find any
they
space.
ISO
The rest
ult
of the
the
team trying to
Omen.
break their way through a
They
link,
probably
but
still had
simple peeks out from
Omen
Dabby.
smoke, Omen Flash even.
Cruz now continuing to jiggle, but the burst again from Margaret. And with that, NONGSHIM able to collect the site and moves forward onto a 7.
Yeah,
We have seen this a little bit with this comp. It struggles with retakes for sure. Like it helps. You can do it when you have like one of these ults for sure, but he has to win the duel.
So the difference is where we're not seeing these 5 versus
Premier at
3s,
the
and we're
moment
seeing,
is
drones
1 out
clear all
of
the space
3
that they need to,
wins
getting in toward the
with
site
his ult.
relatively
3 out of 3
silently.
at
They
his
do have
shield.
the key numbers to be able to just focus on these duels, let Danby do what Danby does best and try and jiggle around the site, get all the shots. Everyone watches their lines. Nicely done.
If I may, though, Komodo, I'm also a little bit concerned. We've seen Primi whiff 2 of his kill contracts now.
Yes.
He's been a little bit quiet since.
Yeah, he's getting
kickoffs.
wrecked.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
That's
Insta
fair. I mean,
drone.
there's always an adjustment period for a team when you
Didn't want to
change
go
2
for the
players
ult.
and you put him back onto a role that we're kind of expecting him to flourish in. There is, you know, a lot on his shoulders on this roster.
He does sound a lot more comfortable if you pay attention to the mic check videos that have been posted up. But still, right now at least, NONGSHIM looking to pull off an A-split push in towards the site. Talon reading a lot of the utility, have rotated on over, but can they hold is the question. Cruz currently able to spray them down. Now coming in with
Okay,
Jit
nicely
Boys
done
and
from
Killua.
Talon on
They
this one.
fend them
I
off
didn't
with a flawless pickup.
really
Guys, we've learned from Munchkin
love
that
the
you cannot
insta
push that smoke
drone.
on the
Like if you
on any
tag,
team side
just take it. I
into
think.
players. You can't do it.
I think I would prefer it. I mean,
Certainly
Talon
an
did
attempt,
very
but
good
still
to,
not a successful one,
like I saw
to
the
say the
Yoru
least.
TP over early. Omen takes the gamble. That all of the info covered from the Cypher, but
Talon, the focus is just shutting down the explosion attempt onto the site.
dude, they got 5. They actually did really good on defense.
Possibly needing to find a different form from just exploding. Form from, wow, that's a bit of a mouthful. But it is going to be that 7-5 first half, so not impossible for NONGSHIM to be able to close this onto the second.
Not at all, but this is where we put a little bit more importance on Talon trying to find the opening duels, especially that they are running the double duelist as well, right? How they're going to be playing with their own rotations, how they're going to be baiting out a lot of this trap and combo utility that we would expect NONGSHIM to have, you know, readily available.
The Talon rounds, yeah, they were clean.
If he gets to fare off on the next pistol. Of course, though,
Honestly, I feel like
Talon on
every
the
round
attack
one
now,
was like
especially with this
pretty
double duelist.
convincing.
It's going to shift some of the attention over to NONGSHIM and how they are able to read or receive some of these hits as well. Also would like to point out both teams in that current sort of developmental stage, as the desk, you know, adequately pointed out.
Yeah, and this group as well that they
The
see
pistol,
themselves
mate,
in
that was
as
the
well,
closest round.
right? It's
evenly matched.
It's a bit more evenly matched as opposed to the other group that we've just seen, right? There's going to be no immediate qualification team like Boom that just got out, unless T1 is able to just keep on going. But yeah, these guys, you know, sitting on the 1-1 mark.
But a step forward, yes, it's always going to be welcome, and certainly will, you know, give them a boost of confidence as they look to face, you know, upcoming opponents with the likes of Team Secret, possibly even Zeta for Talon.
Yep, and then for Talon, I mean, you've got T1 right
T1
at the
right
end.
at the end.
So that one's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, for NONGSHIM, you've got Team Secret and Zeta next.
Speaking of T1, NONGSHIM just last week did put a bit of a dent in T1.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go to map 3.
We're such a close game.
There's been a dip in Premi's
So
performance.
possibly seeing more improvements
I think
from
since the
NONGSHIM
new guys come
today's
in a little
games.
bit, yeah,
Talon
but
needing some improvements of their
it's
own
just
as
a
well,
new.
having that
I mean, it's a
drop
new
against
role for him
RQ.
as well.
A team that NONGSHIM themselves bested
Kind
from
of.
the very first week.
It's not what he's been playing
3
consistently.
map up. No overtimes, of course, when we consider an RRQ in the server.
I think
but
when you have,
still at the 3 map up.
when you change
at
2
the
players,
end.
it changes a lot.
Seems like a
though.
little bit of a extra.
You got to give
half-time
Talon a little
break
bit of
here,
time.
But do believe we're getting in towards it now. So let us resume and see for Talon what their attacking side is going to look like.
Okay, NONGSHIM at the moment, 1-0 on the pistols.
Mentioned before, they have this Teho. How they're going to use it. I've already tried, you know, past couple times on the attacking side with the drones as well as the salvos to flush Talon out of position, but currently Talon trying to launch their own assault.
Attack
Slow creep up C.
smoke.
Yeah, dart or drone needs to be pretty
Dude, look at the
timed here
read
for
from
Cruz. It's
NONGSHIM.
going to be the dart potentially. There's great paranoia. Look at that. That essentially stops the dry contact up.
And the triple stack as well.
Yeah,
not just a flash, but the fact that you have everyone ready to peek off of contact.
And Francis has just confirmed over at the A site with that drone that no one is an immediate threat to, right? So this does present the time in the round for NONGSHIM to have a couple of eyes around the map, see what info they can communicate towards the team and what becomes weak.
Insane read, yeah, dude. What the
So
hell's that
darn
about?
Useful with how you're able
There's
to
a
make use of
four-person
this
stack
data,
on C,
Already
right?
painting a picture of how the map is currently positioned by Talon. And that's why you have
So many teams have been hitting C a lot. It is like the most common game plan at the moment. I think in the last 3 days, every game plan I've watched on attack on Haven has just been C. Like C on the Byrons.
Call at the moment from what we're seeing.
B's on like against Eco, normally A against Eco. Sometimes B when it's all going wrong. When you've hit C too many times.
They've still got smokes available for die. That would off-put Francis.
And Francis also sitting on those salvos as well.
20 seconds. So you got the idea now with that smoke. You're going to play to try and stop the spike from going down. And that's what it does. 15 seconds. It'll be okay for Cruz to get the plant. And we'll go into a 5.
Ooh,
Whoa, hang on a
that's
second.
nice.
Maybe not. They could flood now.
He
They're all here.
did salvo, and then he knows because he instantly tapped the spike again where he is, so he spams him through smoke.
Francis able to fire back.
Damn, what is that last kill as well? Double pistol.
That's 2 pistol rounds where NONGSHIM have
Devastating for
found
Talon.
in multi-kills.
This was nice from Francis.
Kill that Francis has actually managed to
Yeah,
find, because
Molly,
that goes into
but
what
again,
will be a
the
5
spike was
versus
just
4.
like
Atlanta
instant,
salvos, a
right?
little
So we
bit
can
of time
only
for Talon
be
to
here.
breathe before NONGSHIM go in for the full retake,
I think
right?
he had to like jump around and do a safer
just
plant.
immediately flood on in when someone is still in a non-fightable situation when they're planting the spike, scurrying to get out of that one. You can see Jitboys didn't even get the spike, his gun back up, right? So that's how awkward and how great that one kill that Francis finds becomes.
And Dambi right on cue as well. That is just beautiful.
Oh boy, here we go. I think this does have to happen. Yeah, I think 9-5 is probably too many.
Risky.
Maybe.
But a big
I don't know. Either way, this is this is the round. Cage goes in, you TP early, so the Yora's here a lot earlier than you think.
As well for close range. At least the fake out going right past
Oh.
Dambi trying to get a good read for it. The flash does come out though, and Dambi not quite able to receive as well. Killua in for the second kill. Cruz coming out with its own as well, but then
Nicely
the
done.
sprays just
We actually had a 10-person duel on here. Fast rotate from NONGSHIM.
But you've got the
Oh
immediate
boy.
rotations from the NONGSHIM
Talon are
guys,
in
because
trouble.
when you see that wall go up, down towards sewers, you didn't really have any other blocking of the visions, and you got the cross of the players communicated, right? So that is the immediate, we need assistance, get here now, essentially. And it's good to see that Ivy is just coming up with all those kills as well, right? Everybody on this NONGSHIM side are really getting engaged with at the moment, or having their little moments.
And also
Okay, they go for stingers, but they can buy next.
Anticipate some potential plays coming through. I mean,
Yeah, I
whether
was
or
gonna
not
say.
it was the force buy.
Killer was
Now
going to
we
take a hit.
Well, this is very PRX-y of Talon, isn't it?
We just witnessed it, but
Dude,
we'll
this judge
see.
might.
Possibly. Coach
Guys, you
Benjamin
got,
as well,
you
trying to
gotta,
dive their way
you gotta
into
let
side,
that
but this is
ISO
Garage.
swing
It's all
fast,
small
surely.
and concise, all packed in, where the Stingers
Good trades,
will be
though.
able to find their mark. Still, though, Francis reading those exits out of Garage, he's able to spray them down.
You're going to have a quick flank from Persia here, and I don't think that they're going to...
It's not a false again. They can buy next. They saved a good amount.
Yeah, so Talon needing to kind of stay aware of what could be coming through. Now thinking to push further in, but yes, the drone out from Ivy instantly spots him out. Francis happy to receive and holds down the line. Ivy peeks out, finds the double,
Yeah, and
the
who wants the
round's a 10
defuse?
for
Do they
NONGSHIM.
want
Yeah,
Sova or
nice
do they
drone
want
to be able to kind of,
Teo?
you know, you go in
Sova.
for the information on the back of it, but
No?
it incentivizes Talon
Okay,
to try
Teo.
and push you and get you when you've
I think
got that
Teo's
drone
good
in
as
play,
well. It's
quickly
like
gets
the
off, but
the
you've got
hard
a teammate
shutdown
with you
on
as well,
C
and then
is
you've
very
got
nice.
the contingency of Persia in the backlands going for the flank if the fights around that site go awry. So really nice adjustments in the rounds to come out from NONGSHIM. Again, you know, very Paper-esque of Talon to go for that fourth buy. We didn't see it work for Paper-esque. We saw Alex get a little bit upset about that one this time as well. Is Frost going to be upset with the fact that that's another little
Jinx the
half
defuse
force
as
up?
well.
Doesn't go the way, right? Because it's
I was also going to question.
You drop the
Surely
next
that
2
doesn't
rounds.
count.
You've got a timeout to come out from Talon here. If this next round doesn't go
Can't
your
win
way,
a map if you lose
well,
both
that's
pistols and
5
bonuses.
potentially
Yeah,
dropping this map. And remember, Talon
I
picked
agree.
this map.
Oh,
they would
just
have
got a
to
quick glimpse of the coach cams as
do
well,
an
though,
absolute madness
well,
here.
Frost. Hopefully a lot more calm and concise, but needing to be decisive
I don't
as
even think they
well as
played
to
that bad
how
here,
Talon
Talon.
might
This was just
operate on
double
this
pistol into
attacking
her.
side.
And this is going to be the important time as well for a team like Talon now that is
Goodbye
going
runs.
back in towards the native Thai language, right? It's going to be important for crews to translate everything that's coming through from the coaches and making sure that the team is on the same page.
Yeah, a lot of lessons to be learned here, especially with
The G2 buy
on the other
for the Stinger
side.
Force.
I mean,
Probably the most
currently,
successful
at least
with
on
it,
the
yeah.
second half, NONGSHIM just feel as though they are maintaining their distance, kind of luring Talon in towards some of these plays where they're just able to set themselves up.
Yep. So this is the, quite delayed bonus
Is
round,
Waylay
one might
allowed
say.
in pro play? Yeah. We've
Close
seen a
to
lot of Waylay.
these ultimates right
And it
now,
certainly
but,
looks good
it's
from
not the
G2,
worst
to be honest.
equipment for NONGSHIM, right? So it's a pretty even duel, all things considered.
Very much so. And if they do pick this up, then I even see the game pretty much being hammered in and through. Cam instantly spotting out, so some of
Yeah, gonna
Talon's
find the
intentions
trip.
already being told.
Ooh, they take the
Hilda
timing of it.
sending into garage, instantly
Yeah, but dude,
spammed
I'm still
through.
just looking at
Trying to
NONGSHIM.
get the timing on
I'm
the
still
back
just
of
looking at
his
this
clone.
4-pass
It's
and
not gonna
hold
be
over towards C and
happening,
Garage.
Unfortunately, so that's one
Like,
avenue
A
of
is
how
so
you
weak
get
right
into a
now,
site
but
done. You do have
I
Primi,
think
and he really needs to try
definitely
and lead the
interesting.
team here, doesn't he?
Also, in
Definitely
terms of the
interesting when
macro
teams
game,
are trying to
not
game
too
plan
much of
spam
a
over
red
towards
herring, right?
C.
This is NONGSHIM knowing
Like them
what
leaning
they're
4
trying to pull
towards
off. It's
air
not
is
clear fake,
insane.
so
This
they're still
info
spreading
trip is
themselves
giving them
across
so
just to
much.
watch out for where Talon might push.
Yeah, and you may
It's
have
a-
missed
I also
it,
like
but
this from
Ivy did just
NONGSHIM. Most
use his
people
outro to
don't
reclear mid
like
after that
camera
was
through middle when they
destroyed
have
earlier
this
on,
trip.
right? So there is a lull of info right now that has faded away, and NONGSHIM fall back from the site.
They're
Still
coming
got
in
this
Thai,
trapwire
yeah.
here. Persia is on the
Fake
side.
and the
Smoke
coaches
to
don't know what
refresh
they're
in a couple of
talking.
seconds, but he kind
Coaches
of is
can't
isolated.
understand them.
Now that Margaret's here, though, they can fight.
Trying to refill that space where the drone kind of left off, but still the trade protocol is coming back through into it.
Bacon,
NONGSHIM
go
happy
to
receive,
Spike,
especially up
go
around
to
lake
the
areas
go to
and
YouTube,
on
go to the
site.
Spike talk,
And what did I
and
say
listen
just
to
before?
Frost
If
talk
that next round
about
does not go Talon's
the
way,
Talon
it's
game,
gonna
like the
make things
first minute.
extremely awkward, and that's even more,
buying up.
It's so
even
interesting.
more hurtful because of the 2 force-ups that
Because
we had
he's
in
like,
round
if
number-
I knew they
rounds
were
number
gonna go
14 and
in
15,
and play with this game plan,
timeout that
I would
doesn't
make him play
convert
double
into your
duelist.
team's way
Like
either.
he
So
didn't
things go from bad
know
to
what the
worse
game
for
plan
Talon
was.
right now. 2 rounds essentially, and this
Really
map
weird.
would be done.
On Talon's own map pick, you might, if you're NONGSHIM, you might even consider just buying
That was
an
my
outlaw,
question,
considering the
Bacon.
fact they're all probably going to be on light shields, but we will stay on the rifles.
A bit risky if you do go for the outlaw though, because Killua has the dimensional drift, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of need to respect this at the moment. You play off-site and you go in together. You've got an overdrive for Danby to throw in there. You've got the Armageddon for Francis, and on a map like Haven, that could be really impactful at A.
Give them that space, do your due diligence in working across the map. Where could some of the possible lurks be? Now they've spotted out Cruz. Simple trade being found, 4-on-4. Killua though.
Yeah, I
You
think
almost
the
need to feel like you have to use the Armageddon here to help
think
your
the
team get into the site.
You've got a lot of space if you're
language
Talon.
barrier is definitely pretty
Make
rough.
sure to hold on to that space and try to.
'Cause I think Cruz is now doing a
NONGSHIM
lot,
from
like
pushing through.
translation.
Armageddon being sent in by Francis, just to cause some havoc on the site. Dabby sliding in with the overdrive,
Yeah,
and he's
dude,
gonna
looks
be
like way too
able
good
to
on this map.
delete every player. A triple found in the
I'm not
round,
even that mad at
especially
Talon
with
on
more
this one.
support
I
from his
didn't think they played that
teammates.
bad.
Reaching
I'm like more impressed with like NONGSHIM, to be honest.
Quick decision has been made
Just
from NONGSHIM as well when they recognize they
Talon
can go for a
wanting
flank or they
early
have to come
to
back towards the side.
abuse
You know,
over
what abilities
towards
do we
C.
have? How do we try and
Pissed
navigate
around,
this? Well,
got
let's
4
lock
people
somebody in
here.
hell.
Big
Let's
buy
set up
rounds,
for
4
Danby
people
to get
here.
on the overdrive, and together as a team, flood the site.
And then when they want to go over
The fact
towards
that there
A,
was a
they
bit
got
of
to
a
set
recon
up with
scan on
the
towards Jet Boy
Cypher
did not help his situation
and
either.
push behind.
And it's just really
Like
good
they're
plays
just
from
they're just a
NONGSHIM.
step ahead every
Everybody
round.
doing what they need to in that sort of position, and now they have put themselves on
NONGSHIM have
their
every
back
read
point of their
possible. Yeah,
opponent's
they're
and they've got
just
7
for
of
sure
them
a step
to play
ahead.
with.
Every step of the way, every round, Talon tries to peek
Been
into
fun
a
to watch
site.
them.
NONGSHIM are
They're
there. They're here, they're there, they're every
reads are kinda
frickin'
crazy.
where, and that's going to be just Talon now trying to hold back with their last-ditch effort, the last buy that they could possibly afford. If they're able to make this work, work, then 6 rounds to try to claw things back into overtime. A-Long already blocked off, though.
Yep. Droning out mid to clear some information.
Wish
It's
Neon
gonna
didn't
get
get enough.
dodged.
I think it's still in a good spot
Standard
though.
for now.
Yep, and Margaret, I mean, in this sort of situation for him as well, he knows that he needs information.
Like the
in
classic
either
thing
garage
happened
or
where
over at long.
it was
How much have
really
they
like
destroyed?
too
But now he's
strong.
got the info.
It got nerfed and everyone
Especially
thought it
the
like
conversion
wasn't a
already sent
thing
out as well.
until they start seeing people play it and they're like, oh,
Currently not seeing too much
Maybe
though,
it's-
but
maybe it is
Persia
a
will
thing.
continue to peek around the A site. Spots out one, and here comes Primi with another kill contract.
Fourth time lucky.
Needing to hit the spot. Will be
21
able to
HP
find
again.
his
So
ground.
close, bro.
Retaps onto the shield.
Ivy Hunter's Fury though.
Trying to set himself up for it. Team in position, 4-on-4 for Talon. Trying to get themselves away from the spike, possibly play post plant around C long, and that's when the hardest Fury comes out. So trying to call that the site is somewhat clear. Does find Killua as well. So more trades
plant.
found now.
They
C
plant.
long being smoked
Yeah,
off.
they go over
Primi and
towards
Shit Boys
long.
needing to find the correct spams, but
Against an
NONGSHIM's got
Omen.
spams of their own. It's just Primi running out of bullets. Does
Okay,
find
this
a
one
tap,
was bad from
but
Talon
Danby
though. As much as I was
finds the
fine
map.
with some of their other rounds, this one
Final
was on
score,
them.
13-5.
God, they got wrecked
Not what I
though.
expected at all.
They
Did
got
you
wrecked,
expect this,
wrecked.
Komodo?
I mean, I predicted NONGSHIM. I didn't think that this map is going to be that much of a landslide on the second half. That was a flawless defensive run to come through from them. And if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, okay, NONGSHIM have just taken a page out of RRQ's book. A team that was really
Team
happy
Chobra.
to give a lot of the site
Yeah.
control to Talon to go in
Doing
for
good.
the retakes where they had a
The
lot
Chobra
of successful
buff, who
retakes.
would've thought?
That's the kind of same thing that we're seeing here from NONGSHIM. I think that is one of the weaknesses right now.
Chobra
of
just keeps them
Talon,
winning.
of
Even
this
RRQ are
roster.
doing good.
They cannot secure anything in the post.
It's pretty tough, given how the situation has been playing out. You know, in the first half, NONGSHIM being able to meet Talon with full force, down onto the second half. Like you mentioned, flawless wins all throughout. Just NONGSHIM being able to recognize every situation, every round, and every play. It's tough. They haven't quite been able to find the solution.
And I mean, I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, damn, he's getting
Is
some great
G2
kills
Waylay
in there.
good because of
Margaret's lurks are
Jorgama, or
insane.
is it
You know,
good
everyone's
because
getting
G2
these
are playing
assists,
around the
but
Waylay?
Persia,
It's a solid
specifically
mix
for
of
me in
both.
this
They
one.
definitely got the
Timing of
best
a lot of
stuff.
his smokes,
They
and
got the best
setup
stuff and they got the
positions
best
that he's
Waylay.
afforded for the team here, and his paranoias that were usually always hitting their line as well for the team. That's something that you don't generally get to see a lot of, and that was really impactful here.
Especially in that first half, we saw a lot more of it. But at the same
And
time,
the
I mean,
G2
a
players
lot
today,
goes
G2
to
are really
Danby
on
and
yesterday, in my
Margaret to be able
opinion.
to lurk their way
Like,
across.
really,
Danby
really
being
on.
able to just find those entries again. So, I mean, this has been the story for now. Those post-map stats will tell a
This
lot
Chobra's
more
world with just
as we
living in
toss
it. Dude, it
back
actually
over
is,
onto the
man.
desk.
The guy's out here doing 20-hour streams. Both of his teams are
Brilliant
winning.
day for the Ascension teams,
He just
isn't
can't.
it? NONGSHIM
He can't take an
securing
L
this
these
map
days.
very convincingly. I have to say they
Just
just had this
impossible.
read every step of the way.
Yeah, great map, especially as we get across into
Right,
that
chat.
second half.
What is the
It
next
was
map?
Very, very dominant.
I've fully
exactly
forgotten.
what you want to see from NONGSHIM. And I
Lotus?
think Talon not able to find their feet in this game, and it felt a lot like last week to me for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is kind of, it could be somewhat of a side effect of the comp that they're running. Like, that's the thing.
Wolves losing.
Even when T1 were finding
Dude,
a lot of
Wolves.
success with these double duelist
Did Wolves
comps,
lose
I
again
felt
this
like
week?
the approach was very straightforward.
Hey, I look at some of the
but
Wolves,
They just had such great individual players that they could bail
look at some of
themselves
the
out of,
Wolves
even when the rounds got
results
sticky and got
sometimes,
into the
and
XVXs. I
trying
think a
to
lot
work
of
out how
teams
they
that are
lose
playing these
games when they
double
win so many
duelist comps,
pistols.
like if they're getting out macroed or they're getting read a little bit, it's going to really expose them at the end of the day. So unfortunately for Talon, like
Wolves got flattened
similar
by
to what we
Billy
saw
Billy.
even in the last series with,
Wait,
I
where is
felt
this
like
game?
the Ascent comp from Boom, you know, once you
Oh,
show
they got a map.
something and you are going to play these more kind of like simplistic comps in some degrees, or they have some
man,
glaring
yeah, they got
weaknesses that the other
flattened.
team can
Holy hell.
exploit, and you go ahead and you play it again in the
13-5,
same map,
13-4.
it can be problems for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, you do in general have like
Wait, their
less
Lotus must
utility
be
to
nice
work
though.
with, I would
They lost
say, a
double
little bit
pistol
less
and one
room to be
Lotus.
It's a
creative
solo Sova.
strategically.
It's a solo Sova at the end of the day. You know?
Or you just put Danby back
God, they
on
got
the
so
neon.
wrecked on those
Let's
other two
go!
maps.
Yes.
Woo! He's back on the neon! He's
I'll be
back
back
on
in-
the neon!
I'll be back in a little bit.
Finally!
Christ, he just yeeted it, Penguin.
Finally!
You didn't deserve
No
it,
more
man.
Waylay! This is what we wanted to see, Danby! He's back! He's back!
He is so back. I like your enthusiasm, Morgan. I completely agree with you. This is what we want to see from NONGSHIM. Like, forget the Waylay. It wasn't working out. This is what we want to see. And if they continue on this momentum here, this is going to be a really good sign, because this was Talon's map pick, right?
It was, yeah.
This wasn't even peak Danby, by the way. I have to say, he's looked so much better than this, but it's so much more natural. Thank you. I feel like they're growing, they're listening. It felt like a NONGSHIM of old. To build a 13-5 talent, I'm very happy. I'm sorry to the
Do
Penguin.
not talk to me or my son ever again. Ever again. Unbelievable.
He was just so happy that Danby's back on neon, yet you wanted to fly.
He's got brain damage now. What's wrong with you?
The penguins that jump off the cliff into
Thank
the...
God he has a helmet on, or maybe it's a beanie. I can't really tell. Well, he did bounce quite well. Talon will also have to bounce back, unfortunately, on their opponent's map pick. Haven didn't go particularly well for them, but I don't know. It was a nice, well-rounded game from NONGSHIM. I felt like I was watching the NONGSHIM of old at the end of the day.
Yeah, in fact, let's rewind a bit and look at some of the best moments from Danby on Neon.
He's back on this. This is his signature agent. This is where he made his name, and NONGSHIM made their name in that Ascension run, right?
Yeah.
They dominated with this Neon. So I understand that they were trying to do new things. They were trying to get creative. But at the end of the day, if it works, keep running with it. I think this is where they should be.
I think they're trying to reach for like the same level of like the same ceiling or the same level of brokenness by trying to go towards the Waylay is what it feels like for me, when this is not as good as it was or as broken as it was when Neon was peak Neon, but it's still good. They're still a very good team when they're just doing what they used to do.
Like, the way I see it is partly why they did so well is because Neon was broken, right? But I also think Danby was the best Neon that we saw. So I do think there's a comfortability factor that you have to consider, where it's like, if Waylay isn't going to be as broken, sure, Neon might not be as good as it used to be, but Danby is very good at it. So as we get across to Lotus, hey, you can play Neon on Lotus.
100%, and that's exactly what I was talking about with the map pool, because we've seen NONGSHIM time and time again pick things like Split, and they've changed their comp. Going from kickoff to stage 2, you can go and look through all of the different comps that they played and the little kind of tricks and adjustments. Initially, they did try to fit that style kind of to Split. They had Neon KO, and they played against Zeta, and I was not sold by it, and they continued to pick Split and kind of change up what they were doing into the Waylay meta, where they tried to do that, and they did get some wins here and there, but they were never super convincing. So I would just rather see them go back to their patented style and maybe adjust the map pool a little bit, maybe mix Fracture into there. Let's play Lotus, let's play Haven, let's not go towards the maps that don't really fit our style, and if we are going to play them or the other team's going to pick them into us, maybe we can play some more defensive-sided comps, because they have quite a strong kind of backline in their team.
Well, we are going to see a Lotus, so good thing for that, and hopefully they keep that going. And you know, when devs nerf agents, it's not to make it unusable anyway, right? The whole point is to bring more balance. So, yeah, I mean, Neon isn't broken in the negative way, clearly, by any means. So Talon wants to play on Lotus. NONGSHIM, we didn't see them play in Stage 1. We saw them play it a lot in Kickoff.
Yeah, 3-1 overall. They did pretty well for themselves, honestly. They lost only to DRX in OT. They were able to beat Boom. They were able to play 40, 50 rounds, whatever it was, against RRQ. They played like a whole series on Lotus. So if anyone's got their reps so far, it's them. In the head-to-head, I think they beat Talon on Lotus last time when they got knocked out. Unfortunately, they lost the other 2 maps, and Split, the 3rd map, Decider, was not super promising. But this map feels like it's a good one for NONGSHIM. It feels like one they're very confident with. And for Talon, they've kind of been hit or miss on it. They beat a GE on it, but that was, I mean, again, I feel like a lot of wins against GE at the moment have kind of asterisks on them, because they're just a very up and down team as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a comfortable pick. If you're a NONGSHIM fan right now, I think you should start feeling good heading into this map too, because this is a map where they have been proven to be strong, even if they haven't managed to play it in Stage 1 yet. But, you know, I think they'll be very happy that this was left open in the Veto, and they were able to pick it.
Well, I can't wait to see the Neon head-to-head. That will be really fun. Hopefully they end up doing that, not Waylay, Neon, or...
I don't want to see Danby on Waylay ever again. I'm sorry, Danby.
Ever again?
I love you, but he's too good on Neon. He's too good on Neon.
Fracture's a Neon map as well.
I think this is one of those times where you don't need to change things. Like, man,
Okay.
I'm struggling.
Let's talk about... It's okay. Can Talon win? Can Talon win their map pick, even regardless of what, you know, Danby is playing?
For sure. Like, that's the thing with Talon at the moment, and I keep pointing it out. Even in the secret game that they won, on Pearl, they looked completely lost. They are just really up and down at the moment, individual performances, and it's just down to having this new roster, betting in some rookies. Some of the time they don't have, and as well, I think philosophically what the coaching staff does a lot of the time. I feel like the coaching staff, they can have some really hard hits, and you can look at a Talon game and go, holy crap, they had the perfect read, they had great preparation, I loved what they did that game. But then you have some, like the RRQ game last week, where it just doesn't hit, or maybe they've got a bit of a misread, or it doesn't get executed right in the server, and then it just doesn't hit. And I think, unfortunately, here on Haven, maybe a little bit too much rigidity, and NONGSHIM with a great approach coming into this game. I think TALON tried to expose their map pool a little bit, because Haven's been a very inactive map for NONGSHIM. They played it once this year, and then back to Ascension you'd have to go for their last time playing Haven. So that hasn't worked out for TALON, but hopefully we see them step up a little bit more here on Lotus.
Well, we didn't get to talk about predictions at the top of this series, so let's pull out the predictions and see who the crazy people... Oh, it's us. Me and Quack. It's not that crazy.
It's
Come
always
on.
you two. It's always you
Is it always us?
It's not. No, Quack's not always absolutely delusional. It's sometimes Clinton too.
That's true. That's true. But today we voted for Talon. Look, this split for the viewers is actually a lot more evenly split than it is on the talent pool right now. Why is it that the talents are mostly picking NONGSHIM here? Talon, besides last week, they were pretty good.
They're the known factor. You know, they're the team that we expect to be consistent here. I think that they're the team that you could definitely bet on, even if they're not playing their best, which they're playing a lot better today. Looking at these
Oh
comps,
my goodness, Primmy's on the Waylay instead.
Might I mention, guys, Talon has been probably the best team in terms of executing this Waylay comp, and they did execute a similar comp on Fracture with a lot of these same kind of pieces and same agents. So I'm keen to see how that transitions here on Lotus.
NONGSHIM, Danby is on the Neon, but
Ivy
Ivy's on the...
ISO,
I was
what?
the ISO? This is a strange take on Double Duelist for this map, with just that solo Fade as the initiator, so you're not seeing Breach or Teo, which are by far the two most common. So this is very, very different. This is a different look to the map for sure. I do think ISO can do a lot towards A. We saw T1 run it, 2 great effects, so I think I'm quite excited for this.
I'm very interested to see Ivy
What
on the
happened,
ISO,
chat?
because for anyone that doesn't know their Ivy lore, he is a player that sometimes can just absolutely pop off. Like, he had games at Ascension where he dropped like 20 and a half. So.
I would love to have some Ivy highlights after
Waylay
this.
on Lotus?
All right,
Wait,
we are
who's
going to
using
send it to the
Waylay on
second map
Lotus?
of Lotus and sending back to our casters, Komodo and my fellow delusional
Waylay for
Quack.
Talon. Neon ISO
Absolutely
for
delusional.
NONGSHIM.
I mean, what are you guys
Ooh.
talking about? It's still going to be a
Neon
talent game for
ISO.
sure. Just watch on Lotus. It's going to be a bit of a head scratcher for sure. I mean, currently
Definitely
with
has
the
some
double duelist
weaknesses, but
composition coming out from NONGSHIM.
could be kind of good.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the map
Talon
that
on
they,
attack,
played against each other
NONGSHIM on
before,
defense.
NONGSHIM got eliminated in kickoff.
Eliminated by Talent.
Yeah, so it was the opening map. It went NONGSHIM.
There's probably safer pathings on this map more than others. I guess for
Number
the
one, Ivy on the ISO,
Waylay.
Primmy on the Waylay, some trickling of lore. It's not
I like
the
this
first
from
time that
Talon,
Ivy
early
has played
abusive
Duelist,
over
but it is the
towards
first time he's
B.
played
Again, this
ISO.
is going to be open majority of the time,
We'll see
because they only have one
how
smoke.
effective this ISO is going to be, at least for now. Primmy trying to
Wait.
toy with the utility
Okay,
coming
well,
out
this
from
looks really
NONGSHIM in
weird.
towards the B side.
They
That's
got
that
in kind of
refract
safe over
being
towards
used
the corner here.
effectively. Meanwhile, Jit
And then the
Boys
spike was
continuing
going to
lurk
go.
and find some taps through. Does take down Ivy's shield, but Ivy continuing to hold the angle. Finds a double.
Oh, vulnerable going in as well. Remember the
Damn,
old
dude.
update
Vulnerable
and the
into,
Ivy bolts.
vulnerable into
But it's a 2
stun,
versus
but they
2.
actually managed to come
This
out
is
on
where I
top,
would
Talon.
expect things to settle down just a bit.
Just reset. Talon trying to find more opportunities and space somewhere else. Still needing to be careful, though, in case NONGSHIM might have pushed up. But still holding around Baby Door.
If they do decide to go to the C site, Margaret does have a trap wire, so they'd have to pivot all the way around towards the pillar side if the camera doesn't spot anything out.
If you're going to B, though, then you got to watch out for a link where Margaret is still lying in wait. Finds
shot,
first
that is.
tap. Instant dink as well. That is a lot of damage.
And now you play the 2 versus 1.
30 seconds left.
So in with the spike plant, you've got some utility.
Okay, so
Could hang
I do like
back,
this from
but
NONGSHIM though.
Need to play and time
They
this
saw the
carefully.
Cypher
Pink
here,
as well, so
then the Fade.
a little bit more as he
Makes
bends
pressure
himself
from
out,
here.
but not
This is
quite
cool.
able to find the flick back
So
towards the top.
they know the Cypher's
Fortunately,
here,
it's
got the
gonna
kill.
be Margaret who Goomba
Then
stomps on him
instant
instead,
decision
and
to
that's
go
NONGSHIM
wrap
picking up
around.
pistol.
Yep,
And
3
then
out of 3
Fade uses
pistols
util,
here,
so he thinks
you,
they're both here.
You see themselves, kind of
Didn't
finding a
really
couple of
work out in
good
terms of the
ones that they
surprise,
want
but
to
the idea's still
see.
great. Did a nice shot as well.
Before today, they were currently 50%
It's 3-0 on
the
pistols.
pistols, I believe. So if they've managed to find all 3, that just furthers that scoreline vertically, which you do like to see.
What is that one?
Certainly for sure. Just meeting again.
Dude, it's
Talon,
crazy,
of
right,
course.
Bacon?
Right before this, towards the first.
I listened to the. That's what I thought. I listened to the first 5 minutes of that podcast, or not the first 5 minutes, the Talon RRQ game, and I came out with like 50
Tail end of the
questions.
first map. Of course, we did see it on this very map, right? How RRQ were happy to let him in, let him play post, and let him kind of crumble in the post.
Now, though, maybe trying to
On
Pull up some
Spike
different
Talk,
looks,
yeah, yeah.
Talon, especially with the waylay.
If you go to Spike Talk and look at the Talon RRQ
Yep.
game,
And if Primi can't make
dude, I
Waylay
don't know,
work,
Bacon. I don't know. I find it wild as well.
Oh, this is a little bit of a tough spot. To
Yeah,
be
if
in
you
as
go
well.
to
gotta
Spike
use the drone,
Talk,
possibly
Talon
clear
RRQ,
out
just listen to like the first 2 minutes,
corners in towards
and honestly, you'll
B.
just
yeah,
you'll
you're
be
just
so
kinda waiting to see
confused.
what Talon are going to do here. Nobody of NONGSHIM's going to go too far forward from the B side into pillars and give them a duel, so they're going to have to recognize the trap wire here.
Or at least as a coach, I'm like
well, isn't it?
incredibly
Got
confused.
these long-range weapons, and they're maintaining their range as well, sending some utility into the site. Still, though, Talon happy to stay grouped up together, but that's where Margaret will come in to spray
Confused
and
in what
bring everyone
aspect?
down.
And it's
How
okay
the
that
team
Francis
works.
loses his life, getting a little bit ambitious there with the ghost, because it was just a ghost, right? They take the remainder of the weapons over to this new round. You also deny the spike plant from going down, so no extra ulti orb at the end there, no extra monies.
No extra anything, no extra win.
No extra nothing. No. So the gun round for them this time, they won't be trying their little shenanigans on forcing up upon forcing up and then dropping the next gun round. This will be a proper bonus round.
Okay. Let's see the bonus against the
Full
big
buys up
Byron.
for Talon as well, though. Cruz one away from the Armageddon.
Big rubble contest. Technically, you would argue going the way of Talon right here, with the utility providing them the forward space to stretch out in towards tree.
Yeah, dude, I don't know, Bacon. I don't think so. I think he knew the comp before, but
He's trying to get himself out of danger, but still Primi quick on the draw. The rest of NONGSHIM, though, already up towards heaven. Primi, especially as the
slow
waylay.
wall.
Oh,
Primi
he's dancing
takes
with
the.
danger
Oh,
right
it's
now.
nice though.
Able to get the third kill
Very,
as well.
very nice.
What was that tap?
Yeah, kind of just used the wall against them.
Margaret and Persia left.
It's a great shot.
Will smoke off tree to try to re-aggress. They've already picked up and upgraded some weapons, but this is where Talon get to erase all the mistakes from the previous map. You've got the composition for this post-plant.
I mean, you've got Salvos.
It's about damage now from NONGSHIM.
Should be unwinnable for NONGSHIM.
Oh, shot.
The smoke. Thigh
Ooh,
comes in
shots.
for the peak.
There were some great
He
shots in
will
this round
find
from
the tunnel
Talon.
to collect.
Yeah, nicely done.
Only
Just Primi,
one
the only
death as well, so the
casualty, and
money's
his
kind of
job
not
was
too
already
bad.
kind of done, right? Finding the space and building the pressure around rubble, going forward in towards the site where he gets a quick shot on towards Francis, and then somehow is able to just spray transfer onto the third kill onto Danby. See that one back in the replay there as well. Quite unfortunate if you are a NONGSHIM fan, but if you are a Talon fan, brilliant. They got the bonus round, the round that they should be winning.
Yesterday's American matches, they had League of Legends going on at the same time.
Nonetheless, we're going back in for another rubble contest. This time hit with the
A really good
ISO
stun on
shield
this
sending
one.
forward.
Primi has to get out of there. Do they
back, though, and
insta-react
that's
somewhere
when
else?
you
Looks like they want to go over towards B. There's a kill trip. There's two people here. The Tether into the ISO wall.
That trap wire at the front of sight, so you do shut it down.
Oh
Maybe
my
though.
goodness, that's a
The
fast
kill
double ding.
contract will fall, and that's now Talon looking for other options. Mid-round calls into the C site all of a sudden. Margaret only here to receive. He does have Francis nearby though, and that's where they find a single frag. Takes down Cruz. If you're Talon now, feeling the pressure, how do you regroup? How do you recollect? They're still trying to break their way into
How is he
the
winning
site, but it
all
feels a
three
little
of
bit
those
disjointed.
angels?
Down to Thigh, trying to collect on some couple of frags, but they are down to so low HP.
Oh,
Jit
big
Boys
reveal.
up towards Mound, and yet big reveal.
They
2
should-
on 2 though.
They should know that it's Mound and backside too.
Still within lethal range. Talon
Huh.
could find a chance
Dude,
to strike.
it's a crazy round from him.
Francis in for the
It really
sprays,
is.
close
I think
range
he
hit
wins
by
3
Paranoia.
50-50
No
straight
problem,
draws.
We will find the ace.
Yep, that's great from him as well. Really patient for the first 3 kills, holding it down from the site. And then at the end there in the 2 versus 2, right, a brilliant horde. Very
Okay, this-
self-sufficient for
okay,
him.
this
and
one's
just
not
dancing
even.
around
This,
site, assisting his
even.
team. Definitely want to see moments of brilliance coming up.
Oh, that's a
right?
late no swing on that.
Just in total control, especially up by Waterfall, holding that
Yeah,
angle.
I mean,
No
did good to
one was
isolate all
able
of the jaws there.
make their
I
way
don't know if
past
Ty was like
Francis.
incredibly
This time
low
maybe we'll see
HP and that's
some
why he didn't want to
boys
swing
back up
this,
Talon,
but
back up Primi
I think he's
in
just
the
going
play
to send
for the
it.
rubble control as he refracts on out. Well, we can't really see the same Thigh.
Oh, yeah,
This is the problem with the Waylay at the moment. Every single time I've watched what they're doing, it feels like Waylay goes in, TP's out, and then someone else is just in more trouble. Right, we saw it on the pistol with Cruz having the spike. We see it here with the
No one
Omen.
else from Talon got out to be able to help, right? It's the stalling of the utility. If you want to
Like, it's
reclaim
like they get the
space, I
info,
mean,
and the info is, well, there's a lot of people here, and I don't want to be here.
Oh
dear
and that's where
God.
he sprays at the right time. Bit of a spray transfer is now down.
Yeah, capitalizing off the fade ult as well, just shutting it down. Oh, they got a timeout.
There from
They got a
NONGSHIM
timeout,
around the
no
A
doubt.
side as well, getting the first kill. It doesn't matter that the saturate collects because Damn is just there, right? He's already ready to fight, and he's absolutely okay with having the fights thrown his way. Really, really good repositioning from Persia, I must admit. You know, the drone that starts to come on out, it'll find his position, but there's no, you know, quick communications that you can get for that really quick shot. You know, we're not reading minds here to get Persia out there and maybe bring some stability back towards Talon.
Just had no idea that he might be in that spot.
Yeah,
You know,
and
they
they go
were
for that
anticipating him to be, on the further
they go
end,
for that
but
full
now as the next
eco
round
thing.
plays up,
So
it's Talon with full
money's
pistols,
about to get
just
real good for
classics.
NONGSHIM. Double kill
up on
trips.
Like
One at the top as well for the TP or the Waylay.
You know, you'll usually see Shrouded steps on the top of the boxes, where that one you would hope to find, or if your Waylay is dashing in, that's where you would trap him as well. So some good kill trips to come through from Margaret here. If anyone's watching and you're playing against Waylays in your ranked, for example, if you're a Cypher, there's some trips for you.
Something to take note of, but at the same time right now, at the very least, Francis with the Prowler back, it does send Talon off across the map, possibly into the B site now. Camera just to check. But Ivy's in position, so is Dambi.
It's just
So is everyone.
Remember, unless you're investing a
3-person
lot of
stack
this
here.
utility to try and push NONGSHIM back.
Double damage is nuts.
Trying to at least possibly get the
Ooh,
spike
this was
down.
kind of nice
The
though.
refract will
With
help
more
out the
committed
rest of the team,
behind,
though,
ended up
and
being a
allows for Cruz to
distraction.
find a
Speaking
couple
of distractions, he wants to go
Still
for his
though,
shield.
close
They're
range.
about to
Cruz
win with full
continuing forward,
classics.
Goes in for the right clicks, pulls out the stun, and that's Primi now finding some kills. Picks up onto the Vandal, and you've got the spike. It's a 1-on-2.
Full classics to get the job done, maybe here for Talon. They hear the rotating door. Persia does have smoke and dark cover. The ladder used
Repositions
already.
with the Shrouded Step, and now back into stairs. Surely Talon expects this, but they will hold out from spawn.
Yeah, as soon as
with a
he
high-low.
taps
Yeah,
this.
smoke though.
That allows Jet Boys to reposition. Really quick call from them, but is it all bait for Persia?
Information is key. Just trying not to reveal too much. Reposition with the Shrouded Step though.
He
That's
thought they might be
completely
inside the smoke.
Well read by Primi.
Yeah, not able to.
Damn, crazy,
not
crazy
choosing,
round.
rather,
This
to
one, the
creep
Waylay
towards
really
the site,
paid off
go
though.
deeper,
The Waylay
play
distraction,
against
maybe
the
because there were
high-low
numbers
setup, for
behind it.
That was an incredible round. You know,
Ends up drawing the crosshair, gets them
That
the
was a
fast
round
kill.
That probably shouldn't have happened, to be honest with you. It's full classics
And
getting in
then
towards the site where the classics are
Ivy
getting the
messes
shots
up because
done.
he's
You
so
have
focused on getting his shield back
push a
instead
little
of
bit
shooting the
first as
person in
well,
front of
and
him.
there's trades that are coming on out, but the
His
thing is,
instant decision making was
Talon
rough.
are not aiming to get the spike down at the B site when they rush
Well,
in
when you
there,
do
right?
the full
They're happy to
classics and
play
you
the
win
duel.
this,
They're
it
happy to
really
play
pays
close
off.
proximity with the
2
right
guns
classics.
saved, 2
If
upgrades.
you're NONGSHIM, you're just kind of reacting with the things being thrown at you. So with a refract at play, all of a sudden, you got to watch out for the rest. But now, Talon looking to hang back, anticipating peaks.
Man, I've
from
never seen a
NONGSHIM.
team. There was one team that accidentally
Full
hit their
span through,
Fade Eye
back
like
in
down
towards
here.
trouble. Dambi,
Wonder if you
though,
could replicate that and
sprinting
get
ahead.
But
the
it is good
Tether
damage,
here.
right? That off puts Killua from potentially going for an early duel again here.
Would be so
Play more
strong.
on the
I just
setup.
think it's probably too hard.
Spot.
The timing must
on the
be
dark
like
cover as well is going to halt the proceedings over at this
impossible.
seaside. Remember, those
Near
kill trips are
impossible.
still going to be here for Margaret. This dark cover, when you see that played on top of the smoke, you would on top of the site, you generally expect Shrouded Steps to come in. We've been seeing that a lot from teams lately. So heads up play from Margaret to at least anticipate that from the beginning there.
Still, though, with that space being relegated, it also allows for Killua to pick up the Altor, who now has a Rolling Thunder. So looking to reaggress, possibly with fault line in towards A.
The Prowler, though, the fact that it gets someone so close to the pillars and you see the cage, you're not incentivized to expect it to be the full play.
Yeah, still now, time ticking. Persia will be able to eliminate Thai as he tries to launch an assault. We're back in towards the C site where Margaret is lying in wait. You still have those kill trips.
Ooh, gone over
Dodged
it.
fully by Primi. And that allows her Jit Boys now
Oh my
to
goodness.
relay back into
The
the
slow-mo
site.
Neon
Rolling
ult.
Thunder and everything else.
See the
dumped
breach ult
in.
got him out of the ult.
Jit Boys, Primi finding
That's kinda
frags for
crazy.
themselves.
This
and
is a
just
lot of
Dambi
low
onto the
HPs
other
here.
end, not quite able
Lot of
to
low
assault
HPs.
himself back in. Still though, will certainly give it a go, but Jit Boys shuts it down.
Oh, a couple of bits of
Dude,
timing
they
for Talon to get
spammed
on in.
so much util to back a site here.
NONGSHIM,
It really paid off though. They realized the fast flood was coming in.
From Cruz, which puts
Saw
a little bit of a spot
had the Omen ult,
when you
had
also
the pop of the
consider that the
Neon
Saturate
ult.
did catch Danby there. But the fact that Margaret's kill trips don't work out the way you would hope as well really makes things a little bit difficult for him to re-navigate around the site and try to find some value as the Sentinel.
Certainly is tricky given how that light speed works. But still, so far we're seeing great ways for Primi to
Okay, it's a nice
use
little
this waylay.
A take though.
For NONGSHIM to peek outside of C Mound, up around this dark cover.
No way he got none
Triple
here.
peeks into the slide.
He did see the foot early, but
That's a weapon picked up.
But they get the idea that Francis is playing
yeah, and they get the gun, get out of there. If Ivy gets another kill, gets his ult. Instant reaction wasn't really here. They already had A control. They opened door crit there. Further question mark. Now they're going to re-clear this thinking that one person's holding it.
Setup is at 8, so there is a bit of a change here. Now you're playing towards numbers. If you're Danby and you see them over at the C site, you kind of fall back. You play with your shotgun. You see if you can get one to keep some favor for your team.
Yeah, you saw him.
He has the shotgun as well, but no slide, so...
Poja still has a smoke.
Bit of a tricky spot to be in, but Talon cutting a lot of noise. At this point, NONGSHIM should have some question marks in their heads, so setting themselves up for a potential C hit.
Just spamming the Bucky to try and make them not go here.
Burn down the clock.
And Salvo's just used as well, right? So you would
Open
have
the door
to
to create pressure from B. It basically comes down to a 1v1 here.
So the closest opportunity is going to be Primi around this A site, but it's an outlaw.
Can he duck that?
Trying to, but you're going to have to time this so well. Margaret on the other end. Oh, he's going to buy time instead. Stay alive long enough for the rest of the team to recollect. It's a bit of a 5-on-4 nonetheless. So
Comes a lot down to Ivy getting a kill.
able to hold.
And remember, those salvos
Just one kill would snowball this whole round for sure.
To reposition to tree, but they opt to go forward first.
Okay, shield popped. Now pushing in. Talon then extends their range. Primi using the outlaw to his advantage.
Hey, very
Kill
nice.
as well to hold the angle. It's just the somewhat of weaker weaponry trying to push their way through. Francis in for the tap, but spotted out by Primi.
Yeah, this is nice though. Nicely handled from Talon. I like the re-clear of C once it went aggro.
Can't help but wonder if...
Yeah, this was very close to being scary, right? One kill for Ivy, that kill then would have given them Cypher ult, then he would have been able to ult off the Cypher ult. And then it's like a 2-on-5.
The idea maybe was toyed with for Margaret when the traps did get destroyed.
Or 2-on-4, I guess, when they 1v1.
So a well-navigated round at the end there from the likes of Talon, not deciding to backpedal after the space was found by Primi, right? Just really silently walking up towards A there. And we're going to have a timeout at the 4-4 mark, this time for NONGSHIM. Well, for the first one of this map.
Yeah, still somewhat even, but it is Talon beginning to find, well, shades of red. Both teams do have red logos, but again, being able to maneuver around the map with this waylay, I mean, it has been quite effective. You have to admit, maybe not so much on Danby, but with Primi and with proper team protocols
10
around
seconds
this,
into
he has been
post-plant.
somewhat
So the
baiting out
util
utility
delay
around
would be
Rumble,
harder.
back, or
It
even
would end up just
dashing
going
into
the other way
B side,
round.
for example, back on that pistol.
Yeah, a couple of the earlier duels, right, when he's going
That would be the
for
death of
the
EMEA.
waylay by
That's actually
himself
so
and just,
true.
you know, disconnecting.
They're
right?
getting
They're
that
not really
spike
in.
down
The
average of
value
10
that
seconds
we're
anyway.
sort of seeing is when he's with the team and they're able to flood in behind him, right?
I mean,
Really,
it would be nice for Pacific teams though. They'd be ready for that
What's
meta.
probably going to happen around A.
I don't think Riot would ever do anything like that crazy, unless it felt like it was getting really stale and they didn't know any other way of fixing
It's
it.
just Primi. That's a lot of utility.
Yeah, that's a lot of info though, so
spent.
they can insta-react over
Then
towards there.
Talon fans out.
With the util that was used, they did fade eye here, so they should know there's a 3-1-3 with just what
So he
happened.
won't have a shield going into it, but remember, if he does get the kill, he'll have a shield coming out of it.
Sure, but still, the bit of a lurk already eliminated. It does alleviate some pressure towards this C site. Margaret, knowing where his opponents are coming in from, pops the cage and then falls back into a safer spot. NONGSHIM looking to retake with numbers.
And he can't play off his trip there either, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's so good.
Remember, Primi
What do they want to do? Take some space? Tap with the spike, take some space. Dude, look at NONGSHIM. They're like, they're going to do something. They're going to try and do something. They got so much util. They haven't planted yet or even attempted to plant.
All the info, neural theft.
True. Talon looking to extend their reach. Oh,
What's the plan with the ult? Or are they saving the ult?
ISO utility
Oh my god, what a shot.
Primi, though, still able to land a nutty shot. But that's the kill contract now coming through.
Ooh, Primi killed Margaret as well, and Ivy lost the jewel. Damn, they gotta save this.
No longer into that alternate dimension. Now it's just left down to Dambi and Persia.
Dude, Primi did great. Both of these kills are insanely important.
Ivy not having a good.
This kill off the jump peak, and then Margaret was flanking, locked him in.
Kill contract that doesn't go his way here.
That's still such a methodical round coming out from Talon, off of NONGSHIM's timeout.
I want to see that ridiculous shot that just, you know, a jump peek out.
Killua? No, he's doing bits, man.
I certainly hope that we will get
He wants to get ulted.
take a look at that during the replays, but still, I mean, the way this entire round was piloted by Talon. First of all, you have Primi just to bait out all that utility, then the rest of the squad. Oh, right there.
Yeah, I wish we could see that from Primi's point of view if he was already ready for it, because he was strafing towards the corner side of sight, right?
Yeah, it looked like it was fast reaction from
By the
him.
way, Talon are going to be able to find the lead
Okay,
here.
lot of money. Lot of money. That eco round that they won,
No, we can't.
that just changed
give
everything.
the desk the fuel for the waylaid. We can't do it.
Why not?
My camera is destroyed.
I don't know.
Could be good. Could be. It certainly is looking good for now, but I will hold my tongue because the score line is still rather close.
We were just highlighting why Dambi shouldn't be playing it, right? Because Neon...
Different player.
Yeah, not wrong.
Still though, Rebel control now for NONGSHIM. Margaret has been...
Well, look how deep they are in lobby, though.
Holding this responsibility to hold down C.
Oh boy, it's crazy timing on it. Do they insta-react over towards C? Do they re-clear? They like a re-clear at the moment.
Punch off that one.
Yeah, and you give the spike to him. You don't want to overstay your welcome when you've got the player advantage. You've also removed smokes now for Talon. You've removed crews as well, so no salvos and drone that you got to contend with.
It's going to be a little bit tougher if you are to retake Rebel, especially with that smoke in their faces.
But Persia is by himself, and they're just going to contact out to him, so he has to hit these shots. Quack.
Nice shot.
He will. It's a clear and concise off angle, simply held. Perhaps if Jit Boys might have bought some attention, especially around B, but unfortunately it wasn't quite there. So now maybe Jit Boys using this slight positioning or time to sneak into the B site.
I don't think Francis saw him whatsoever.
Yeah, not quite, but you've got Primi still.
Okay, now he saw them.
And that's a bit of a tell already. You still got to watch out for where Margaret could be
Tap of
approaching
the spike, walk over
It's just a
towards
tap,
C,
15
Veto,
seconds,
make them
and then
speed
you're
up.
running it down into the C site.
Yeah,
Margaret's
but
still
they should
somewhere.
know, right,
Where
in
are
terms
you?
of how
What are you
long
gonna
it
do?
took to hit them.
Not entirely sure.
This Veto
That's
really
swing from
saved
Jit
them a little
Boys,
bit.
Unfortunately, into his own death. 5 seconds. Primi looking for the stick, and with that
This is
stick
nice. Tap of the
comes
camera,
kill from
instant
Margaret.
reaction.
NONGSHIM tying up the score.
This was nice from NONGSHIM. I didn't mind, you know, the 3v4. I kind of liked that idea
when he tries to re-pull the primary weapon
with the
out.
two,
So
because they were like trying to pull the third pass and rotate.
And a wise idea for them to push the lobby as well, right? You're kind of catching Talon a little bit off guard with that aggression.
Yeah. It did get a little bit worrisome at some points, but I do believe NONGSHIM playing the macro game
The
right now.
post-match conference, Alex said they're battling with their mental demons. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of pressure at the moment. They used to winning as well. Used to winning, getting wrecked.
So that was the call for the rest of the team.
They're changing a lot of stuff.
Talon possibly needing to
They're one of the most
retool
popular
their current
teams,
approach.
so everything they
Yeah,
do
well, they
is
have
like
already found 5 rounds, right? And that's
under
what
a
they did
magnifying
get
glass of
against
people reacting.
RQ, though their defensive side was a little bit lackluster. So I am hoping that they've fine-tuned that a little bit more going on the flip. But 2 more rounds to play in this half. Again, we're going to have a bit of rubble contest that NONGSHIM are ultimately going to win. And Primi didn't actually use light speed this time.
Yeah, they kind of didn't use any util really to take that.
Post up a line early.
That's something
Omen,
for
smoke,
NONGSHIM to
fade
take
eye.
note of as well. Primi wasn't here, so he's got to be somewhere else, and that refract is still in play. So positioned up towards C, he's trying to find Margaret. Meanwhile, the peek out from NONGSHIM outside of B, though,
The dry
instantly
triple
punished.
swing.
And then the mid-round to crunch down Francis's position. That's Francis gone, saturated into the C site. Margaret peeking out, unfortunately, to his own death. Persia
there's a lot of dry
firing
peeks just in this.
frantically to try to survive. But with that, an open sight
in this game
onto
in
C.
general.
false sense of security, unfortunately, for NONGSHIM there when Francis throws in the Prowler and it doesn't spot anybody deep enough at the pillars. They try to throw everything at it.
I don't mind the triple swing, to be honest.
It's just a little firm how do you do from Talon that they're ready for.
The thing is, though, I would say I think you should pop the shield when you do it if you have full A control.
If you do remove this gun from Persia,
Because they're either here or here.
You're still going to have to see the full rebuy
Or
from
here.
NONGSHIM. No overdrive for Dambi.
So, like, you what, 66% chance?
Does. He's at the right position, technically, if you look at the way that Talon are kind of consuming positions around the map.
A big long smoke to try to throw Talon off his scent as well, but now already spotted out. Flesh out of position. Thigh. Okay, we'll jump on over. Brimmy holds the opposite angle. And that will hurt your chances at buying back into the next round.
Well, you got to buy in the next round. It is the last round of the half. It mainly is the difference between what the rest of the team is going to have, right?
Can't buy one up for his teammate.
Can't get one over towards Darby. Wouldn't be surprised if they want to go for a bit more of this A rubble control, get the orb, get him one step closer to the overdrive that you might have available if a plant goes down, for example.
We'll see. Before now, again, this Waylay and how much it's able to do, or maybe not even that, just Talon's protocols and how they want to
Aggro A, set up the judge close.
Rebel control conceded for now.
Yeah, and Dai's going to commune that over to the team that he saw the convergent wall. So you know that the ISO was around the A site. Don't know
Attacking comp for NONGSHIM.
Who has the judge in
Yeah,
hand.
you would imagine.
Now they will with the drone. So you get an idea that both duelists were towards the A site. Where would the Cypher be? Generally wouldn't be at the same site then, so you kind of assume maybe over towards C that he's been
Definitely forcing CB.
That's
Wow.
how Talon can kind of formulate a plan around this, right? Let's avoid the duelist headed
No,
towards an
the half
opposite
check.
site. But Persia
Okay,
will
the
be
trade
able to
came in
strike all
though,
of a
and
sudden
honestly,
as
an
well.
omen for a
For
Cypher.
the trade, the duelist now
I
continuing
find
to
it
push
so
out.
weird that
Hungry,
NONGSHIM
thirsty.
here, once they'd set
That's
the
where they get
judge up,
punished by
like
Talon.
tried to
Yep,
push
Talon is
with
just
the
gonna
judge
pivot
for
towards
two.
this C site together
Like
as
if
a
you
team
look
to
at the
play things
jewels that you're gonna get,
Absolutely. You got a little
especially
bit of
once
a
you've cleared
potential pivot
here,
from Francis,
never
though, but he's
gonna
only
come out
got
on
the
top.
Guardian. Rolling Thunder now sent out by Cruz. Or not Cruz, but still. The entire
Yeah, definitely
site,
some
everyone
questionable
collapsed
decisions
on
from
into
both
it.
teams in this one.
7-5 half.
Looked like Talon did incredibly well to get 7, especially after losing a
In the
pistol.
later stages, right? 4-1 at the very beginning.
That
You might
eco
have
round
joined us
changed
midway
so
through
much,
this
so
map,
so
and then
much.
the right idea to play with a lot of the rotations, to kind of play a little bit more patiently for Talon and expect that NONGSHIM are going to be playing a little bit more towards this A extremity as well, right? Really trying to press the issue, get forward. Finding some good space for the rotation.
As an NRG, as an NRG fan, are you cooked?
I know how that is a little bit before. Last time on Lotus,
A little bit, but it's
lackluster
probably
for
not
Talon.
as bad
So
as you
you're
think,
expecting maybe with this slight change up
or
in
as
their
bad as the
comp, that
G2
they've had
score
the
line made it looks, but
maybe expecting
pretty
this
bad.
map of Lotus to come out in towards this Veto.
Who do they have to play?
100% sure because had seen NONGSHIM picking up in towards Split, for example.
MIBR and
Split
Lev.
first day at
Oh,
the
they
very
gotta beat
least, but still.
MIBR. Yeah, it's pretty cooked.
Trying to see how this composition currently will play out for the team. On the defense,
They
that
beat
kill
Lev.
contract hasn't quite.
If they beat Lev and Furia
landed
doesn't
impactfully.
get a win.
Yeah, Ivy on the ISO was definitely
And
not on my
Lev doesn't
bingo
get a
board
win.
today, gonna say. But again,
First ISO
we've already had
there.
some
Lev
shaky
Furia.
ISO play today too, right? And we've seen
Yeah, honestly,
in recent history,
it's not as bad as I
at least
thought.
the ISOs be a bit hit and miss. So maybe it's something new for them.
Not if
maybe
you're
it's
T1.
not.
They just need Lev and
Yeah,
Furia
I
to
think
not
they're just an
upset anyone.
exception, though. Really, let's be real. Let's see what he can do though. You know,
But they're also going to playoffs
NONGSHIM
in
on this
lower
attacking
bracket.
side, Ivy and
So
Darby,
fourth isn't
bit
like
struggle.
a.
It was a bit
Fourth
of a
isn't
question
great.
mark for our desk. It's a bit of a question mark for us as well. But
yeah,
we'll see how this double duelist fares out
3-0.
on the
Let's see if
attacking
Talon
side
can
for
actually win a
NONGSHIM.
I'd
pistol.
actually really like to know like when Ivy played the Reyna and the Jet that he has dived in towards before. Like how long ago was this? With
dig.
what roster? You know, I got to dig deep
for that one for sure. But at least for now, a lot of noise made outside C-Mount.
But are you going to go with it? That's the thing right now. Differences in terms of our initiators, where Cruz gets that drone up through mid, different than the Prowler that Francis was throwing. And you're already seeing a big rotation from Talon towards this C site.
Somewhat getting the read for it, but this is when Margaret goes in for that lurk once again.
Yep.
Ooh, early flash.
Heavy over rotate from Talon.
In his lurks, but does he expect Cruz to be on this slight little off angle? Good reposition.
Spotted. He swings
Dude.
for it as well. That does hurt.
Why do I
for
see so many
sure.
duels with
Margaret
people looking
feeling the pain
unconfident
from
today?
that one. And then the salvos to flash out those footsteps closer in towards A main. So Talon ready to strike. Unfortunately, not quite as swift and precise as they needed it to be.
Needs to make sure he doesn't refactor to that spot.
Yeah, so that's going to be NONGSHIM able to get the spike down into A. How will they play it, though?
Look at Francis and Cruz.
As well as Dabby continue to push further up front. Cruz, though.
Yeah, Dammy's
on a
going to
bit
get
of a
caught
tear
out
in
here.
his pistol. Dabby feeling the pressure,
Oh my
needing
god,
to
he got
push on
2
out.
before he got caught out.
Is it enough for his team, though?
It might be enough.
2 on 3. Cruz
Purge
is
still has an
relatively
Omen
low,
flash.
and Ivy is, well,
in no man's land.
Somewhat sussed out. Have an idea of where he
Dude,
is.
Purge
And he does
could
have that double
flash
tap as
for
well.
him. That's a
Meanwhile,
nice tap to the
Purge is
spike.
being hidden,
Oh, that
but
was nice.
the wrong
This is all
timing
good.
for it. Jit Boys will be able to
Ooh,
strike
they
it
played
in
this
the back.
really good.
Cruz then to clean things up. Talon picking up the pistol.
As soon as they see this one here, the straight up pressure of the spike, and obviously they can kind of look at the spike and go, well, we got the best position for the afterplant here.
Very disconnected.
Like as soon as we got this control, they then have to make a
You get
move.
the idea that you want to try and see Danby push up in towards the spawn.
1-3, 1-1 for the
towards
pistols
team,
here.
But apart from that one, you know, Ivy is not playing an agent that can really have some great impact on towards the post plant when he's all the way at the rubble. You know, he has to run in, especially with Persia losing his life. A little bit questionable in that sort of scenario. You know, if he finds the right little lurk timing in there, okay, sure, but it's not
Danby
be
buys the
reliable.
hero Bucky
It's not so much
and
of a
Primi.
post-plant agent, more of a slightly initiating duelist kind of agent. So you need to be pushing up front, especially alongside Danby. I gotta imagine that's what it is, but still, right now with a bit of a slight half, you got Danby on the Bucky, and he's just non-stop assaulting himself forward. Takes down Jit Boys.
That's so silly,
That's
man.
already a bit of a frag. Spike down as well.
Only Danby would
Like
do
firing
that.
off
Now
warning
they
shots the
clear
whole
towards the
time.
holes as well, and they pilfer a gun.
Outlaw whiffed.
Oh
and
god.
Danby seizes
Oh
the
god.
opportunity to slide further in.
This gun is
Triple
too
down.
strong,
Stein
man.
to shut him down.
He's bringing back the neon
reeling from
Bucky.
the
It's
losses.
going for another clip.
Trades found by Francis now.
And they know Cruz is here because he just opened the rotating door.
God, he's
The
so
camera's
good with
just
it,
gonna
though.
Catch him smiling.
And he's going to have to save.
Yep. Unfortunate. What a round
5
from NONGSHIM.
HP, got 2.
What a...
It's just Dabby. Well, I mean...
What a NONGSHIM round. Honestly, only
Yeah,
Dabby
dude, it
would
turns
do.
into such a scary round when this guy has a Bucky.
It took him a couple of shots.
Waylay can't do that.
That's true.
Waylay cannot do something like that.
You know, Big Time kind of talked about it. It just looks natural for Danby to be on the Neon. Yes, but I do wonder, you know, what's going to be that natural look then for the likes of Primi and the rest of that Talon squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of growth for Talon as well, right? Incorporating the 2 new players from the Challengers circuit and how they're going to look. You know, Primi still relatively young in this roster as well, right? So you really do have a lot of newcomers
Well,
coming in towards Talon
That is
that Cruz
it's a
has
great
a lot of
round.
responsibility.
Gotta start looking at the money now. This might get pretty close.
So far, able to...
Margaret now gets the Outlaw.
Live up to that
Can
mantle,
one-shot 4 out of 5.
As the rounds continue playing out, we'll see.
They round the
This
corner as
round
well
is
to
one
try
where
combo it.
economy not quite favoring Talon for now.
Big
They
trap.
do have that 4-1 on towards the A site.
Big trap if they hear an orb tap or any footsteps around the rotate door. There's info that a breach has been spotted.
Jiggles as well, Prowler now. Camera from Jit Boys, though, still seeing that nothing much towards the C site. Until...
These are the sort of situations for Talon as well, right? That you're kind of really hoping they come towards this A side, or if not, they're going to have some significant time to set themselves up around C. And you are waiting, as you mentioned, for this camera, right?
Yeah,
When
it's
it
a nice call
eventually
from
locks out
NONGSHIM.
something, you
It's
get
a nice
the
call
full
from
rotations
NONGSHIM.
happening, they
Talon
finally start to
kind of
do
worked it
so.
out kind of early.
Got
They got to
trips
rotate
as well.
on the go.
Maybe not quite the
If they can get
guns.
this good plant, then it's a done rounds,
Some
but...
damage. Spike going out around stairs. NONGSHIM fanning out.
Okay, with this
Guardian
plant,
Primi
don't think they
needs
need
to
to, like, they create
deal
fake
breaker here.
pressure.
Play
I don't think they
close,
need
play
to go
safe,
and
get
take
some
it too
frags.
much.
But Margaret not allowing for Talon to do that.
Nah.
Waterfall, you're trying to regress in with the paranoia, and it does work out for now.
I was worried about this. Especially with this good plant, they don't really need to do that. Nice damage from Talon.
As I said, it needed to be Premi with that Guardian to get something happening, but unfortunately just not able to stand and deliver there. So NONGSHIM, they will find the 2 rounds. They will knock on the door of Talon. We're finally going to have some weaponry to see what they can do on this defensive side.
Still kind of making it somewhat doable. Yeah. Some of these kills, you gotta imagine he's close to his ult as well, but I do wonder how effective that could be on a retake.
Going to favor the 1-4 setup yet again because they didn't show it in the previous round.
Well, back in towards that Rebel contest. Oh, and it's just Talon not
To get a little shutdown with them from the salvos. You only have to worry about 1 point.
In for the kills, and now
Ooh, dude, 11 HP
somewhat
on
of a
this.
loss for NONGSHIM.
Yeah.
3 players are gone off the wayside.
Premi.
Cruz as well jiggling, might have spotted out by the mini-map.
Oh, Margaret, though, he's going to run into the potential trap wire as well.
I mean, Margaret had to do this, though. Margaret had to take some space. Okay, instant reaction. Cruz breaks the trip behind. So they got to speed up, and now they have no map control, so Margaret needs to make a decision.
That eventually come online.
Like this from Cruz. Opens the door, creates pressure behind, but they can just clear this. They can camera clear this and then now hold it. Omen ult, like he might have gone behind them, so they might speed up over towards site.
Yes. Baited with from the shadows on Persia. So still trying to keep himself positioned around. Cage out from Jit Boys, and they're looking to push out of it. There it is. Margaret, though, off to the other end. Bit of a trade down to just kill a
I just like this round in general, it's nice.
Those heads.
Very
up to 9.
Very close to being taken out as well, and then that situation wouldn't have been possible, right? So a little bit unfortunate, but a really nice idea on when you open that rotating door over at the A site from Die to take.
Could have been close, yeah, it could have been really, really close. I do think they got the good plant right. I do think they probably should have double gone Mount. But
just a bit of the micro as well with how Thai is able to peek off of one end. You've got Kilo around the back. Kilo, who, by the way, off of that
I think if the Omen is down, you can just go here. Especially if they re-cleared it. They kind of won the battle of pressure.
More towards the A side.
And that could be a potential.
They planted mid-side. It was like here, right? Like here?
NONGSHIM
Somewhere around this box. They definitely can see it from Mount. Yeah, I think it would have. I think they would have won the round, to be honest.
Let's see what information now is Talon that you can find. You conceded a lot towards A, finding a little late lurk in Darby.
Lose A control,
to the front of B
instant
as well,
drawn to C if they are trying to split over towards B. And at the moment, I'm looking at Talon. They got no map control. They got no map control at all. They're trying to clear question marks that are on A right now as they're getting C hit.
Ultimate idea is getting towards this C site, forced the only soldier back in Premi. Good saturate.
An attempt from the shadows from Thai as well, so
Jesus, Jesus.
Especially in with the utility.
Oh my goodness, there's so much going on. Holy hell, the breach of
shut that down. Now here comes
yeah, dude, it's nuts. It was Veto for the Waylay ult.
Killua especially finding a lot of these sight lines. Now just down to Francis. We'll find one with that last bullet from
on
the
this
magazine,
one, really, really
but
nuts.
Cruz
Killua's stun was incredible, and oh no, it was the breach ult. Okay, Killua's Yuta was incredible.
As well, trying to push back in towards the holes, trying to find the space, right? Trying to find the kills as well, but just stunned up. So that's quite unfortunate for him in that situation when he pulls out the overdrive, and even Ivy caught out repositioning back towards the site. So a couple of moments where these NONGSHIM members, they're caught off guard just a little bit.
Even the flash at the end here.
Situation where there's no trades available, but I flip it on over towards Talon. And they're forcing a timeout here
whole
from
set of
NONGSHIM,
good
right? They're really starting to play with
this.
the rotations, play with the numbers, recognizing their own successes. And if I'm Talon right now, I'm kind of thinking to myself, let's just play post plants. All right, we're finding these members caught a little bit off guard in the timing. So if we're getting quick post plants where we figure out where they're going to be landing, it's not bad so far.
Yeah, especially if they're able to read a lot of NONGSHIM's intentions. Premi and that little duel back there. Still though,
What the hell's going, man?
out of
All
this
I see is
timeout,
Saint
what
type
could NONGSHIM
Yo,
be
you couldn't
looking
beat an
for?
egg.
Again, you've got the double
And then
duelists. They
get
haven't quite been
banned.
able to make it work as fruitful as they wanted it to. Rubble control has been contested before.
That's actually a sick ban though, fair
We've got
play.
a lot of the B and C sites being locked down by the likes of Cruz, maybe Jit Boys at times. And Primi, who still can do so much, especially with that refract at
Okay,
hand.
always scary when they get the judge out, and this is just a straight up
on his ult as well.
buy. I
Let's
do
go
think,
back
honestly,
towards
with
the A
how
side, by the way.
NONGSHIM play, the Bucky might even be better than the judge with
does have the Armageddon
his style.
available. I want to.
But
Yeah, that's one of the things I am interested
probably
in.
the money diff that kind
Convergent
of
pass
owns you a little bit.
combos.
Ivy has ult, so they can definitely like ult and then capitalize
Well,
off
for
of
now,
it.
though, at least they're on opposite ends of the map, and
Oh,
it's just
we can do
Davy
that.
sliding in.
But
Quick traded.
And his team isn't able to, you know, reiterate back immediately.
I think,
They've gained rubble
like here,
control.
does Ivy not need to have his ult out
Speedway into
and
the site.
then
You can go at it a little bit slower with
ult
the
off the
prowlers
info,
and with Ivy
maybe?
as well if he wants
I
to
don't-
pull someone in towards the gulag.
I have to imagine that's
They go crazy
kind of how you
overwhelmed.
would want to masterfully make use of this. Right?
Look at
Buy
the
some
timing on
time
that, by
away
the
from some
way.
of the opponents.
They perfectly walked through the
Take
smoke.
Primi away, possibly. Still though,
Ooh,
that's gonna
Ty
be
got
the
caught off, but still won the duel.
Waylay out somewhere, and at the same time, Thai now trying to hold them off.
Yeah, they need to get in towards the site though, because it was a 4 versus 4, and they've got the site control, but they're looking a little bit deeper for it.
That's time
Don't do it.
away. Numbers dwindling as well.
Don't do it.
So kill contract might
Oh,
be
he really wants to do
working
it.
against them right now if they use it in a bad spot. But still, with the spike down, trying to reposition up around tree. Primi taking that duel out towards baby door. NONGSHIM beginning to run out of options. Ivy trying to jiggle, especially with the double
Big
tap
double
shield.
damage shield.
He's blinded as well.
You got shield,
Sends
you can
out
take
the
some
undercut.
control.
Just a delay. And unfortunately, not quite able to hold down Tree any further. It's just Francis who
I do
has
think-
to turn towards the
I
back,
don't
and
know.
Thigh
I know
will
Talon
find that
won-
frag.
I
off
definitely
an
look better
elevated
on this
angle.
map,
Talon
really.
moving forward into an 11.
I'm watching
NONGSHIM are
Ty
really
and
trying
I'm
to
watching
press a little
Killer.
bit
They
deeper
look
to find some advantages.
kind of comfy on this
I
map.
love the fact that Primi is really keeping Francis in check outside the baby door. I mean, I saw the convergent paths, and he's kind of
Just
dancing
the-
around
just
it,
the
right?
Util's
He's
been
saturated,
great.
actually caught Francis, but he's not going too far forward, right? He's not overplaying his own hand. He's stalling for time for his team to get over here, and he's winning these
Why do they
duels,
not
and
pick this map?
ultimately,
I
Ivy
imagine
is
Prax were
not
going good on
having
Haven.
success on this ISO at the moment. It feels like as soon as Danby is kind of removed from the equation, NONGSHIM crumbling a little bit to try and reclaim some space, reclaim some advantage positions.
Oh, yes. Talon being able to play this sort of
The attack, Bucky.
post-plant game. Primi and Cruz leading with the kill feed, but still,
Dude, he keeps
here
playing
comes
his own
Davy
little
once
1v1
more.
game. I mean, he keeps getting
Team
one.
not quite there to follow up, though.
Oh, but we're going to get the
Dude, this is what should have happened last round when they had the guns.
The one that he did take away is Thigh, though. So now
Okay,
able
and
to find
then-
that one right back into
Yeah,
it.
with
Just
your
kill on the
team,
site. Primi up
heavy
towards the top
overwhelm,
heaven.
tunnel
Spots
vision.
him with a crosshair placement, though. Saturate lands squared. Ivy's
Very
feet. That's
nice
the
from Primi on
triple
this.
found in the
Yeah, they
round.
should have done
And just
exactly what they
Margaret
did
left.
here, just the round
He
before
might have
with
snuck
guns.
up in towards the B site, but the spike's down on the
And
ground.
it's like they realized they didn't have the guns when they
Very
fought
difficult
site.
situation for him to try and win a 1 versus 3 from, especially now that that door's closed. He needs to re-navigate around the site, and eventually, you know, as Talon, you make a decision here. You look towards the choke of the A lobby,
and that's just a clear thing to do.
Or if he gets in towards the site and he picks up the spike, well, we're just playing it as a 1 versus 3. You know, we should be winning those 100% of the
Precisely
time.
that. You got the
Map
fault
3 then?
line,
Looking
you got
like
the
it.
saturate still. Is that the refract? No, that's a refract.
You're also not playing positions as Talon right now, where Margaret can really find a 1 versus 1. They're all collected together. It's really nice, like crossfire triangulation
where they
around
can
Rubble
regroup
there.
as well.
And now it's map point.
5
Talon looking to
chances.
potentially trade each other's maps here. And we do get another look at potentially Fracshot, where we know Vic wants it because it's going soon.
Liquid
feel like
content,
Vic's
yeah,
not alone.
but
Come on.
I need
I
to
like
check the sponsor conflict to have the ads on my screen.
I thought
I'm
you
still
were
waiting.
gonna. All right. Well, we'll see how it all goes when that map does come back in. But for now, at the very least, Talon looking miles ahead with how they were playing as
How's
compared to
Talon's
before on
fracture?
Haven, especially with the Waylay into
I
play.
don't think we've seen it with the new
Back
new
in towards
guys.
that rebel control once again.
Not
and you've got
100%.
paranoia and everything sent out just to
Oh
try
my
to
goodness,
deal
where
with
are
what
we?
Dambi might be trying to pull off.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for the past 2 rounds now. This time,
I mean,
wrench thrown into the plans.
Definition of insanity, trying the
They
same
have the
thing
best
over and over
fracture in
again
APAC.
and expecting a different result, right? This time in a game of Valorant, I
They
mean,
played
there's
Team
kinda-
Secret and beat him 13-2.
defeats that.
Oh, okay.
It's plausible.
You got 4 players this time.
Wait, is that the game where
Trip up
Envy
towards
actually
Killers as
still
well,
kind
though,
of
and
fragging pretty heavy,
intentionally
but they
bringing
got
it. TALON
wrecked?
trying to pull NONGSHIM away.
Wait, that wasn't with the 2 new guys though, right?
Camera still around C.
Now it's just about these timing rotations again. TALON have been very successful in repositioning at these later stages of the rounds
just join?
to the right
Oh
spot.
yeah, it was because we had the Pearl whiff. Oh god, yeah, that Pearl Wild Oreo whiff. Burnt in my head. You're right.
Towards this C site that Jit Boys is going to be dispatched of, so it's going to be the opening frag for NONGSHIM in the post plant.
And Jit Boys tried to play sneaky beaky. Still though.
Yeah, I would love to see Cruz not use his
go
ult
back
here
to
unless
the
they kill
side where
Danby
can these
overextending.
NONGSHIM players be certainly thinking about Mound, but Danby hiding inside of the smoke, that's something that they might not quite anticipate, and Danby will spring. Out for 1 against Primi, now to hold the angle passively.
How's this guy have to do this in 5 HP?
Will be able to collect onto a
Oh my
second.
god.
Killer for
He
the
did
trade.
so much.
And you also have Margaret for the flank. Off a timing
And this
as
time they're
well.
playing
Does
like
TALON read
heavier
this?
off site
Not
as well.
quite. Francis able to hold. Killa able to flick as well.
So
but
I will
the
give it to
round
NONGSHIM.
nonetheless
Like
will
I can
head on
see
over
them
to NONGSHIM.
learning as they
a little
go.
bit unfortunate for
Right, we saw
Primi
a
in
couple
that
of rounds
duel.
where I felt like they would have won if they
Definitely
had
been the one
gone
that
off site here, especially once they
closed
killed
things
the
around the
Omen.
C-side and made it
We
a
saw
little
that
bit more
round with the
claustrophobic.
Judge where they went out towards here, and then if they had
towards
Omen, sorry, if they had ISO ulted, they would have killed this guy and won the round. But then they did it the next round with the
Bit heads up
Bucky.
for NONGSHIM,
They
able
are
to find the right timing to
they are
dispatch
proving
Jit
that they're
Boys in the
fast
site and
learners,
then lock
which
it
is a
down.
good sign. And they're learning on the fly. Or like without a VOD review.
Good positions, good shots coming out from TALON, good work from Primi a lot of the time.
And a bit of that mental conditioning from NONGSHIM in towards the A side.
It's just the fact that the mistakes have to happen for them to learn.
Yeah, the 1-4 setup. Once again, all the utility raining around.
Look at that from Primi.
Dude, he just
finds Danby in towards
just
the back.
gets sent
Killa
in.
with additional support by
He just
everyone,
gets
all collapsing into this one
absolutely sent
position
in.
where now the armor gonna get sent through. Margaret, if you are him, you're just wondering what just happened. My teammates are all gone.
Oh
I'm
my
getting
god.
hit, I'm getting
He just accepts it, puts the
and
knife
Killa
out.
finds the
Okay, nicely
final
done from
frag to
TALON. They
bring
look
that
good on this
scoreline
map.
down to a 13-8.
There was like 2 rounds that I didn't really like from
we are
the
trading each other's maps here. We do get
from
the
the
third
Waylay,
in this
but then everyone
series.
started
Pick
like
one crack
following
shot,
it
we're
up with
gonna get it.
numbers,
People
and it
want to
actually
see
started
good
looking pretty
Waylay
good.
play. I will admit it.
Yes.
Right? It was good Waylay play from Primi. That's fine. I can sit here, you know, on what's the meme? I'll sit here in my comfy analyst chair and I'll just say, you know, the bad things, the good things and everything. But no, Primi really had a good showing on the Waylay here, finding a lot of great space, a lot of great duels being set up really nicely from the late from Thai, from Killua, and from Cruz. Your initiators and your controller support really playing and
Genuine
providing
question,
dividends
is
here
Sliggy
for
good at
TALON.
playing this game?
For the first
Rhea
showing
says
on,
yes
on
somehow.
Ivy, though, on
What
the
the
ISO.
hell?
I'm gonna be brutal on this one. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it.
Yeah, it certainly looks pretty rough at times. He did find more
There
of
was
his
no
kill
need for
contracts
this somehow,
towards
surely.
the end of the map, though. But still, nonetheless, as a whole team concerted effort, it wasn't quite truly there, and it didn't quite find the strats that they wanted to pull off, especially on their attacking side when TALON was just making quick work of everything. There were these rounds where we're seeing Danby finding opening picks, Persia finding some opening picks as well, but down to it at the very end.
If you call
TALON
Diamond
was
3
able to
good,
regroup themselves,
can't be Diamond 3 right
especially in
now.
a
Dude, I
lot of
haven't
these
played
close-fight
this.
situations.
Yeah,
I haven't played this set. How am I Diamond 3? Oh, I played a ranked 5 with Mini. Did that rank me?
Right, it's now essentially the old best of one. Going in towards Fracture, NONGSHIM got to choose between that or Icebox, remember? And this
Dude, I
is
played a rank 5 with
too.
Mini and Bacon.
Yeah, not entirely, but still,
Like
I
a
mean, we'll
month
see
ago.
how it all fares out in the final map. For now, we'll toss it back over onto the desk, and I gotta ask him, I'm not entirely
Radiant?
delusional,
We hit
am I?
Radiant, but it was like 3 years ago. So, and we haven't
I don't think
played
you're delusional. I
consistently
picked the same thing
for
you
like
picked,
3.5
Quack.
years. So.
But maybe the gentleman here, our analyst.
But honestly,
what do you
these
think
days,
now?
I don't
I
think I
mean,
could get
good
above a
look
more
from
3.
You know, I can't take anything away from TALON.
It's always Mini's fault. It literally is always Mini's
Waylay
fault.
was
You're
not
right.
something I expected to look good, but once again, TALON are the ones who are able to make it work.
They asked
Really
for peak
impressed
rank.
by Primi
I mean,
in
that's
that map.
true.
I felt like especially as you get
Radiant's a
towards the
Radiant.
second half, they start to look great again.
Yeah, for sure. I was amazed by their ability to be able to retake.
A
They
ranked
thought they had a
mod
great
stack.
game plan on attack as
Honestly,
well.
if I'm
I
diamond
felt
at the
that they
moment,
read
maybe we
the
do.
way that NONGSHIM wanted to play a lot of the
Nah, I'll
time.
do it in
And you even saw it,
I'll do it in the
that
off
last
season.
round of
I'm not gonna
defense
play for a
was the
bit.
perfect example of.
I might
don't
play
know
some
if that's
TFT on
prep
stream. Yeah,
for
I might
how
do that.
NONGSHIM wants to kind of set take in towards the door like that. You saw Danby do that multiple times, go straight up into tree like that, and you just had the Omen sitting up on top of rubble, or the Waylay sitting on top of rubble, waiting for him to run into the door. Like I feel like either whether that's
Giving you
on
the
fly
pity
adjustments
TFT
from
stream,
Cruz
exactly.
and being on top of things, or whether that's them the coaching staff really prepping for how NONGSHIM wants to play. They were really on top of things. So I really love the read you got from
TFT set is
Talon
fun.
there.
Yeah, it
You
is
saw
fun.
a lot of it during
It
that
is
game,
fun.
where they were waiting for the front B aggression, or the way that they were able to retake effectively on that defensive side was super impressive to me.
Absolutely. In fact, let's take a look at some of the player stats here. It was pretty evenly neck and neck earlier on, especially in the first half before Talon started pulling forward there, ending it into 7-5 half.
I mean, we have to highlight Primi here. Look at
Wow.
this. 24 and 12.
Yeah.
Very,
the longest
very
I've taken to
dominant from
upload
him.
a
I
VOD.
feel like he hit so many fantastic shots that only Primi could hit.
Yeah,
the whole way through.
I think honestly this agent kind of suits him as well, because the thing with Primi is, like, a lot of people have criticized him at times for being someone that doesn't want a hard entry a lot of the time. But Waylay is this character where you have a get out of jail free card. You can kind of hard entry at times, but then you can
Fio, I'm not
refract
playing that
back
game.
and be able to
Do you know what,
play
Fio?
the
I played that.
doors
I played a
he's very
variation of that
comfortable and
game
very good
once.
at winning from
I
that
don't get the
position. Like,
attraction
it's
of
almost
it.
like he's going in, scouting, getting info for the team, and then he's able to
I
refract
didn't
back
think
and
it was
take
good.
some of those aim duels
Not my
and
kind of game,
gunfights on
man.
his term, or coordinate with the initiators or the other players on Talon to be able to set up how they actually want to tackle a lot of those situations. I think it actually
I'm such
works
a
very
bot,
well
mate.
for
It's
him.
a
Yeah, that's
it's
a
a
fantastic
game made
point.
for
In fact,
bots.
we
It's
saw
not
a
my
lot of that
fault.
happening on C when Talon was on attack, right?
I mean, yeah, I think the C executes for me. It comes
Okay, I'll
down
be back in a little bit,
to
chat.
one of these kind of old TAC FPS fundamentals, which is when you're down in players, you just charge into the small site, and if you win a couple of aim duels and get into the post plant, then Bob's your uncle. Easy rounds at that point.
It's so
Bob's your
crazy he
uncle?
managed to get up and
Yeah,
over
no,
both.
Bob's your
sides.
uncle.
Bob's your uncle? It's a classic.
I've never heard that before. Sorry, I totally interrupted
Sorry,
because I
the
was like, what?
Commonwealth is against you right now,
Yeah.
Vic, and actually it's very rude that you've interrupted your majesty right now.
You go up and over both traps on the Waylay. It's
Yeah.
really this, you know, up and over and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, Bob your uncle, apparently. Not even plural at this point. But yeah, you could see they just brute force their way into that Seek site, as you see a lot of teams do game plan-wise. And I think for Talon, like I said, it was a very patient game plan. It was one where either they would go towards the C execute in the mid to late round. They were very confident in the way they played those post plans. Even on defense, retaking C, they were very, very clean. So it's clear Talon's very comfortable with that site. But also, I felt like they punished a lot of the aggression. Half the time, NONGSHIM was like shoving front B, and they were getting fault lined, or they were just getting absolutely domed as soon as they peaked.
Well, now, Uncle Bob, what did you like?
Uncle Bob.
Did I use that right?
So
I don't think I used that right.
not at all. Not even close.
You butchered it so
I mean,
hard.
there's one thing that I did like, and it's the same thing that I was very happy about on map 1. And it was that Danby is still on the neon.
Oh my god.
He didn't win the map. He didn't win the map, but he did look.
They lost, yeah, okay.
It doesn't
What's your
matter.
point?
It
What's
doesn't
your
matter.
point, Bob?
We have some replays that I think we can get into in a second that we had to pick out because
Oh my god.
Danby is back.
He's back
on
on his
form.
BS.
Look at this. He's got the bookie. This is what I want to see from. This is Danby for me. When he's messing about on Waylay, he's jumping about on other agents. I don't care. This is what I want to see from Danby. So it wasn't enough to get them quite over the line in this map, but I think it's showing a little bit of a return to form, a little throwback to that old style.
Oh, for sure. Even that small detail there, he's like surfing on the side of the door. For those that don't know, you can run like strafe into the door and you speed up even faster.
Yeah.
It's like these tiny little mechanics that he's perfected on the Neon when you open the door like that. Like, that's what I want to see. That's what a lot of people became fans of
Yeah.
NONGSHIM, and it is their quintessential style. I think because they haven't done it in a while, people forget, but the amount of rounds that these guys used to win with a shotgun and a couple of sheriffs was ridiculous. Like, they won whole games off the back of big swing rounds won with just little weaponry.
We saw a lot of shotgun in the last match, the first series, that feels so long ago at this point, and now seeing Dami with a shotgun just seems unfair almost. Now, Fracture is going to be the last map of today. We got to see Fracture earlier today, and we're going to end it with another Fracture banger. And because we love Danby on the Neon, I hope we get to see that again on Fracture. Otherwise, I will be with Morgan and be a little you know, sad about that.
I mean, NONGSHIM last time around, they haven't got a dub yet on this map. They've lost to DRX and RRQ so far, although they have not looked terrible in those games on Fracture. They're all playing the classic kind of style of the Breach Teo with the Brim, the core of those agents, Senti, as well as the choice of Raze for the Duelist. I'd like to see that change. For Talon, though, the graphic says it all here. Against Secret, they smashed them, and their Fracture game plan was super unique. Very, very on the cutting edge of the meta. A lot of set plays that looked really, really well drilled and well thought out. And there was just no answer from Secret. They did not know what to do in that game.
And I think especially if Talon didn't want to change their comp on Haven, that means that they weren't really worried about an anti-strat. So that I don't think they're going to be sticking with this comp as well as we head into Fracture. And Primy's just been warmed up very heavily on the Waylay. So
I mean, they only needed to show like almost none of their defense, because I think it was like a 10-2 attacking half or something. They rolled them on attack.
Yeah, so I think we're going to be seeing this come through again from Talon. And I think if you're NONGSHIM, you got to be a little scared. Primy's Waylay looked very, very scary.
Yeah.
You know, we've spoken many times about how we think that Talon are able to run this better than anybody else. So I think if you're NONGSHIM, you should be a little bit frightened. But Danby, listen to me. Listen to me. Don't fear my son.
Danby Waylay.
I think...
Stay on the Neon. You've got this.
I mean, a lot of people are playing Neon on Fracture anyway. You know, like you're seeing T1 player, you're seeing... You literally just saw Boom player. Like, a lot of teams quite happy to run that. So I don't see any reason why NONGSHIM shouldn't run it. What they shouldn't run is the double duelist, though. Because, honestly, I don't think it fits their team at all. And I think a lot of teams are just going, let's just throw double duelist in there at the moment, even when it doesn't necessarily make sense for their personnel, the players that they have, and their style overall. And I think that it didn't really go great for them on that Lotus game. I would have liked them to just keep things the same and make some small tweaks instead.
Really? You don't like NONGSHIM on double duelist? I mean, the double duelist that they picked for Lotus was definitely questionable. But either way, I think we're going to get a pretty crazy Fracture. Both of these teams are, well, I mean, NONGSHIM is just such a fast team.
Yeah, you know, we said this before, but Fracture should really suit NONGSHIM's style, and I do think it suits Talon's style as well, because you're able to be tricky with that util, and there should be a lot of good setup in this game. So I think this is a very, very exciting map 3, to be honest. I mean, I really like Fracture. I'm sad it's leaving the map pool.
I love Fracture. I don't want it to ever leave.
Okay.
But we're getting it right now, and we're going to find out what the agent picks are going to be, if NONGSHIM's going to change things up, if they're going to keep the Neon, if they're going to go to Waylay,
Give me
if they're
the
going to
Neon.
do something else.
Give me the Neon.
Okay, so Talon does seem like they're going to stick with what has been working for them, and I'm keen to see more of their defense that they've got to start out on, because they did most of the work on attack that last game.
Danby can hear me from down there on the stage. He's staying on the Neon. Let's go. Backing it up with like the classics across the board. Sorry, you see Breach, you see Teo, Cypher being the choice of Sentinel for both of these teams, which is harder to play against that Teo, but you know, at least it's even across the board. But Danby's on Neon.
Well, this is good. I think everyone is on the agent they should be on. These are the comps we want to see from both sides. So I think we are going to have a really long and exciting Fracture to end the day. And to take us through it all, it's Komodo and Quack.
You heard in the interview with Boom, they said there was a miscom.
I would just like to point out, though, for
and they
big
wanted
time,
to play
you know,
Lotus
just a couple
instead
weeks
of
ago, he
Ascent.
was kind of saying, Rome wasn't built in a day. Let's put Danby on Waylay a little bit more. But now he's all like, Danby Neon all the way, yeah.
I have so many questions as to how that can even happen. Okay, we got
NONGSHIM
NONGSHIM on attack, we got Talon on defense. We got 9 ghosts.
Not built in a day, but you got stepping stones, and it looks like we're
Both teams at 1-1. This is a big head-to-head.
Teho, Francis was on Teho, now on Breach. We've got some tree control immediately from Talon, and of course to highlight as well.
Sava, insta dash.
Is on the Neon.
I do love what the desk was pointing out about Premi and the way that he's using this Waylay, which is, you know, intentionally how Waylay was designed as well, Jun Cuervo. But still, we do want to see currently how NONGSHIM are going to work their way across this Fracture map on their attacking side, playing it very slow and steady.
Cruz is going to do this.
Is a little bit isolated at the moment.
Prim, you want to come join him?
Up upon by Francis into the stun. You should be dead to rights. No one can trade you, but you managed to hop on out of that one. live too far.
Yeah, look, go Heaven. Premi just cleared all of this. They know they just have to focus on 2 choke points. Honestly, if they kill Danby, the round's won.
Which then Premi might be able to find a way
Yeah,
to
the
strike
round
back.
should be
So,
won.
especially in with that saturate now, able to collect a lot more space, and then for the rest of the team to
Yeah, nicely
swarm
handled.
down onto
Shout out to Premi. He had like silent impact here, really.
Yeah.
Just because he cleared all of this as they site hit. So no one had to worry about any of this.
But they did drop their round after that one, so maybe we'll see if that happens here or not. Or if not, for Talon, I mean, a start for the final map here wouldn't be too bad, right? We already saw that they had a pretty not needed defensive half, I'm going to say, against Team Secret after their attacking side was pretty much flawless from that 10-2. So we'll see what the defenses are looking
3-2
like, but
on
I
the
mean,
pistols.
the fact that Cruz is able to get out of there and not lose his life, while stunned as well. They had the first protocol to gain tree control, which they want to do yet again.
And that's definitely one of those things where NONGSHIM needs to be able to read and adapt to Talon's defenses as fast as possible. Right now, just completely running it
Could
down
like
and
wall
secking it
plant.
into B
Definitely wall
tower,
this.
where a little bit unfortunate.
Why would you not neon
The
wall
entirety of
this?
Talon is here and ready to play and refrag back. Still,
they
though,
did good
Margaret
damage,
will
though.
try and
Maybe they
attempt
didn't
for
need
a
it.
couple more frags before falling to Jit Boys.
Yeah, I think one of the things for me in terms of stability for NONGSHIM is it feels like they haven't really found the right recipe of agents on how they want to play this map though, right? When you're considering kickoff, how they played against DRX, you'll call it a close map.
Yeah,
in
the
the
bonus
13th
isn't
time,
great. Jit Boys gets
but
his
they had
own
a couple
Bucky
of
out.
different agents in the mix, right? Where Margaret was playing onto the Killjoy. That's like kind of the only change in that one. And then the last time they played it, right? Danby was on the Raze and we had swapped roles for Francis and for Ivy. So we're chopping and changing a little bit, but it still does kind of emphasize a little bit, you know, how comfy are we on this map, right? We haven't found exactly the right agents and exactly the right style that we want to be finding for this map against a Talon who may have found what works for them.
Possibly. At least for now, though, starting things off, they have done quite a bit to Talon's economy. Now hanging back as well, 1-4. Just Ivy to hang out around south side.
And they're not going to really find any momentum up through drop to get out in towards the site. They don't have some crunch
Don't create that
control
much
either.
pressure.
They've lost
It's literally only
over
dish at the
A
moment.
lobby side of things, so a little bit more passive up towards the B
Dish.
side of things here, using
Broke
the
some
rope.
trips.
Always risky, considering what's
So
creeping
after
up A
they
at the moment.
have dish pressure and they surge one, they create a bit of pressure over towards B. And then now,
Too much found, and now Talon all of a sudden peeks out with that flashpoint. Premi to
there's
stun
good
as
info
well.
though if they can
Faultline
get
will
round the corner and get out.
one or two of these players as well. Still, though, being able to hold this slight crossfire. Then comes the trades. Persia,
Yeah, nicely done.
able
The
to
breach
find
damage was sick
numbers
though. Cruz
for
though might have
NONGSHIM.
actually just got the
Cruz,
kill that
though,
wins the round. Gets a
fending
lot
off
of
from
map.
drop
Gets a
as
lot of map
well.
control again.
Incendiary to
In 20
stall,
seconds,
in
they got
with
to
the
send it
special
all the way
delivery
through.
as well.
20 seconds though to essentially get
Cruz
in and
knows
get
that he has
spike
pressure
clamped
here and
down.
he's going to insta-go
Incendiary's not gonna
join.
keep them at bay for that full time,
Yeah, I
but
like this from him.
damage has been done, hasn't it?
Dude,
A 3
everyone's
versus
doing it.
3 when the
Everyone's
spike
doing the
starts
pressure
to
of
go
dish
down.
into
You're gonna see a group up
join the rest of your
towards
team.
lobby at the moment where it is just going
Definitely want to
to
see Jit
be
Boys go fast, seeing
That's
as
where
he
there are
was
some
seen
guns
last over
scattered
towards
across
her.
the floor, though, so you can see
Which
why
Jit Boys
Talon
is,
wants to take
yeah,
this
I think
spot,
Jit Boys
but
should be out here
gotta make
jumping.
use of that weaponry. Cruz able to take that burst down against Ivy. 2 on 3 left, and there are more guns found now, especially for Jit Boys.
Yeah, no matter
but
what happens,
Thai
Talon
will
played
get
this really
taken
well.
out. So needing to mount this entire retake out from main, it's a little bit tricky. The angle is instantly felt and dealt with. Persia now trying to hold the angle, but he is kind of pinchered into this
very
one
nice
little
round
spot
from
where
them.
Cruz finds a
This
burst.
is cool.
Gets
Great
the
bonus.
defuse just in time as well for Talon to pick up the bonus.
It gets close there, 0.65 at the end of it. Difference if the spike was maybe planted a little bit more open and Persia could have gotten out the incendiary. You saw him try and contend with it, but you got to do all your trigonometries to be able to try and get that incendiary at the right spot at the end there, it feels like. Quite rough, right? You got a lot of great damage that's being thrown in towards that round by Talon, who go from fast to slow. You got a lot of numbers around the A site. You got some really good repositioning from them. The fact that they are grouping up back in towards main to do it together, right, and not just trying to play 3 different angles to try and keep NONGSHIM locked in towards the site. So yeah, they'll set themselves up nicely on this defensive side. Now this round should be a gimme, where then you'll also start to consider ultimates coming in towards the next rounds, right? Cruz is one away from the Armageddon.
I mean, should farm this.
Gimme. And he will be able
See, that's what I'm saying. I think it
to
shoots too
take
fast.
one away. Oh, the stun slows NONGSHIM down as well. Danby couldn't quite do what he wanted to do. So back off in towards B, in towards bench and arcade. Margaret is kind of lying in wait as well, but
yeah,
he's alone.
The lurk value at the moment is not going to bring too much for Margaret, unfortunately, because you spot out information as Jitboys, yes, but you're still running in towards the cypher side.
Yeah, you got all those trips online as well. Kill trip found. Just down to the...
Did they look drilled on this map? It looks nice.
Francis with the stinger picked up. Persia.
Salvos to bail on May out.
Not
Cage
quite the best
to
opportunity to use it just
get the
yet.
kill off the kill trip.
Talon beginning to surround them
Kill
as
takes
well.
some
I mean, look at this
space
coming out
again.
from the tree. So in towards tower now. Jitboys takes back a bit more space. Margaret in for the peek. But at this point, if you're Talon, you know
Yeah, it's the
exactly
top
where
of the
Margaret
spike.
is.
Yuto
The lone
goes out.
survivor.
Dude, they're
Smoked
nice.
off, blocked off. And Primi to hold a shorty onto the other side. Dives in to find the shot now.
Looking real good. I love a lot of their
start this
decisions at the moment.
Cosmetic stun.
Right, it looks like a lot of times they're getting a kill that allows them to take a lot of map control.
Again, that's the round that they
We saw it with Cruz earlier. We saw it with Jitboys in Heaven there.
But that's kind of the pass mark indeed. Really want to see what NONGSHIM are going to be able to answer back with as well, right? Because Danby's trying to get on in, trying to find some space. Ivy's still looking a little bit rough at the moment. I know it's a small sample size of rounds on this one so far, but you know, he needs to bring in some value here. Teho is going to be one of those important agents on this map for NONGSHIM. You know, when Francis was playing it specifically against RRQ, you know, you got to remember the value that was brought in for there, for all the space, for all the duels that he was getting activated in to provide a lot of that space for Danby to get in close proximity and take those fights.
And apart from that, to be able to possibly soften up sights as well. I mean, dealing with how Jitboys has his trip set up might allow for Danby to find easier entry. At least for now. At the same time, though, for Talon, just for Primi to be able to hold down entire positions by himself, especially, you know, with the way that he can stun.
If Primi's in a flow
I
state,
chuck
you
that.
don't
I was just
kinda wanna
admiring
play
the
map
art.
that'll stop him from being able to do so, right? You want
Not
to
allowed to do
activate
that?
him, you want to really set him up for success with the kills to then refract out, or to saturate and go for more.
I mean, speaking of Primi flow state,
Okay, two
so much of
two
this.
important.
Last time playing this against Team Secret, it was Primi
ults.
leading the entire kill feed by 7.
They've lost so many in a row that they could lose another one and buy the next.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest highlight for me in that one, that it wasn't necessarily Primi getting the opening kills in that series, though. Jitboys
Salvos go out from Ivy to try break trips, as we can see no one over towards B.
now, though, Talon
Well, I say no one over towards B.
passively.
Cypher over towards A.
listening for info coming out from NONGSHIM. So once again, stealth drone, this time a bit of 3-2 split.
And you're going again.
Trip, yeah, and this is what I want to see earlier. It's the best ult at the moment from the Teo. Really, really nice. Yeah, this is what we were begging PRX to do.
And actually placed in a way that it flushes NONGSHIM into
Very,
the
very
site
nice.
just for a kill
Yeah,
and
for
a collect
sure
up
the
to
best
last two
Teo at
as
the
well.
moment. Like this guy. Force him into here. You can have Teo, Salvos if you wanted. But the way that they do it is just multiple people with a stun, dueling.
Die in the ult or run into a spot where they have no real time to collect what angles they need to look after. They can't get utility out. They have to just be
Yeah, and this was a little bit rough against NONGSHIM. I think teams at the moment, it'll start becoming more common knowledge. But like on Split, you can't go vents, and on Fracture, you just can't take dish, in my opinion. So it's still very early. We can't expect all teams to know about it yet, but it will eventually be like that.
Yeah, and it's not the dash on out for him either, right? It's just run and have it available.
Was
with the saturate
Q for the ult? I mean, on this one they just used the sound of the orb, right?
And they're in the salvos too, man. They just destroyed. Completely consecrated. In with the salvos, like you mentioned. Now Danby, though, trying to fire back against Talon. Does have a bit more space, but is it safe? That's the question. You still got Cruz somewhere nearby. You've got
I don't know how we got that third kill. I felt like it was fully through smoke.
The incendiary's not quite sent out either, so all of them just hovering nearby. You've got a minute to work with.
And the thing is, how do you get a plant here as
Maybe
Francis
from
to get
the
Rolling Thunder
Cypher ult, but
to potentially get Danby into the fight to win?
Can you get that spike down? So they pick up the alt orb.
Yeah, that can be
yeah,
used
which
to buy some time when you
suggests that
wanna
they
go
want
for
to
the
use
plant,
into
but
this round.
You have to set up Danby here.
Yeah, they're actually going to go aggro with it.
Talon backing away from that range. In with the salvos as well, but Demi looks to get
Very
ahead.
nice.
He's
It's
by
a little bit too
himself.
obvious.
Despite the stuns, Cruz able to collect. Just Francis now. Oh, he got off the spike plant. 1 on 3. All of them right in front of you, and it's just
nice.
Thigh with the op shot
They look
through
good on
into
this
his
map.
head.
Danby has not been able to find really anything, but I think more importantly, I'm most impressed by how quick Talon are getting out these combos of utility. When the Rolling Thunder is there, just look how quick Killua and Cruz are with the Aftershock, with the salvos.
Dude, what
just
the hell is
right
that? Is the
spots
straight
as
through
well
smoke?
to, again, push NONGSHIM
It's a good
out
shot here
into
as well.
a really
Oh, I listened to those comms
difficult
as well.
position. I know. Like, how do they get out of that? Up the rope into a potential player in heaven as well? Like, a tower? It's just not working for NONGSHIM.
Not working for NONGSHIM. Working out incredibly well for Talon.
100%.
Full tie squad. They're flowing together as a team. Meanwhile, NONGSHIM now further splits 2-2 and 1. Now, given the fact that they don't quite have the buys in this round, this makes sense.
More of a default for them. They can play on the back of the passive approaches here with the pistols that they are expecting that aren't necessarily going to be too quick to get up in your face. And as long as they're playing the distance game, right, and spotting out if anybody of NONGSHIM are getting close to you, you'll be okay in this sort of round to continue this flawless defensive run.
Precisely that. So now information
Premi gets another important 1v1.
just for Jit Boys to try to hold, but ooh, bit of a burst
Oh,
down from
timing on
NONGSHIM.
this
Will be able to
is
take down Jit Boys.
pretty
That
unlucky.
is a weapon picked up,
Great
but
kill.
Premi back in
No
with the
chance
op.
to consider
Feeling a
someone
bit
on
of
the
a
right.
pinch, though. That's that stun. He does send it out, but also coming up from the back, it's going to be Ivy who takes Premi out. 2 on 4, and a bit of an opportunity for NONGSHIM to turn this around on its head.
And now they've got Armageddon and Orbital Strike.
Okay, well, Thai, though, tries to flush a player out of position with that Incendiary, but
It's their
Versus
best,
able
their
to
best
avoid
chance
it.
of the round so
Salvo's
far.
back in as well, and that's going to be the frag. So back to a 2-on-2. Thai with his own orbital
They
as
still
well.
got Ivy's
Do we know where
all.
Margaret is, though?
No, not at the moment.
They
By their
got
positioning, they're gonna start to
salvos.
clear things and try and bait out Ivy with the
So
salvos.
They got
and
the
the Armageddon.
salvos. Do they get it half? Cruz. Cruz tanked it for half.
Back in slowly.
Here comes the ult.
Cruz getting off the spike now.
Oh,
beginning
I
to
think
look
he's got it, is he
somewhere.
not?
Armageddon sent out just
Damn,
by further time,
dude,
and
he
Cruz
got
sticks
it.
the defuse at the very
Cruz,
end of
what a
it.
hero.
Just as the Armageddon collapses onto him. Opshot found as well, but Talon sitting on top of 7-0.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Ivy isn't able to get that one out as quick as possible. I mean, I saw the salvos coming, right? There's time for you to get the half defuse there as well. And then there's wind-up time on the Armageddon. Yeah, you can try and get it as close as possible to the spike, but
God,
it's just
close.
the stick
Real close.
really quickly accumulated that Cruz can stick that one there. And
Very
this
nicely
flawless
played
run
from him.
really starting to become a problem
Dude,
for
and
NONGSHIM.
as well, in terms of just like, sure, the win of the round is great, but you gotta be looking at all their ults that they've just used in the last 2 rounds. Like this is actually, I don't want to cuss it, but if you're just looking at like where they are ult-wise, like this has so much 12-0 potential this half.
So you've essentially cleared 3 positions around the map as Talon at the moment. You hear some
Big change-up
info
though, they
from
get the op
round
out.
A, but again, you've just got the trap. That stun sends them back.
For some more information, and now stacking up in towards main. NONGSHIM, though, trying to backpedal.
And as Talon right now, you're trying to funnel them in towards more of where your traps are. It's either 3 players contained around lobby, or you're going into a B site where you've got Jit Boys with his traps available, and you've got Premi who's pretty close with the ultimate to bail them out.
NONGSHIM were trying to deal with some of these traps, especially with the salvos out from Ivy, but to no avail. The salvos just alerted to Jit Boys as to where NONGSHIM might be heading
look at
in
him
from.
go.
And now, the only option left, back into its A main, where Thai is able to hold. Dambi, though, almost for the burst. Coming back in for
What
the
is
slide
that?
instead. Back into a 2-on-2.
It's meant to be
Premi
enough.
off to the races into the site.
Gotta get the plant here because the flank rotate is eventually coming
That was
out
like one of
for Jit Boys. Here
longest
comes
range
the
ones we've seen.
Gotta watch for Margaret
Do
as
they
well,
tunnel
though, but
vision?
Premi
I
at least
need
quick
Margaret to be
look for that
facing.
deletion onto a player. But here comes Margaret. Takes down Jit Boys by drop.
Not a good
Still
plant.
knows
Did he-
where he is. Yeah, and that's where Premi is able to stick it all the way through. Margaret didn't quite hear it, so
Nah, I
slowly
think he
creeping
did.
forward,
I
does
think he
find the
did
frag.
hear it, but I
Once
think he
again,
threw the
round
gun
handed
to
over
open the
Talon.
door,
Oh, man,
and
the
if
fact
I
that
think he
Premi
thought that was going to be enough to get him
immediately
off of the
catches,
spike.
in the convergent pass.
I think he
just
threw the
funnels
pistol to open the door.
right on towards him, and then you recognize, hang on a second. Margaret's
I was watching
just
him on
been
the
seen
minimap.
over
He
at
like
Saints.
stepped
He got the
towards
trade.
door and like
I
paused
can
for a
just
little
stick
bit.
this defuse. It doesn't matter if I die after time. We've got the round, and we are absolutely laughing. That is an 8-0 flawless run so far. I'm kind of questioning a little bit this Veto right now.
Oh, there,
from
he
what
has a
we're
pistol
seeing
here,
from
so maybe
NONGSHIM
not.
on this attacking side.
Would prefer it if they went to the icebox?
Potentially so. Potentially so. I mean, the way that we've just seen this
Back-to-back
map played out by
stealing
Talon
of
against Team Secret,
diffusers.
not affording them any real space to get anything in towards the map. And the real struggles that we've seen from NONGSHIM against DRX.
He threw a cage.
And
He threw a
previously
cage,
as
it
well,
opened the
right?
door.
Like,
Yeah, so then he thought the door was enough
I
to
don't
make
think
him
there's much you can
think
do
that
with a
he's coming
timeout
in.
like this with the way that Talon are
And he's
rotating
gonna walk
around the
close
map,
on the
what
second
angles
tap.
they want to challenge together as a team, and how they want to
Dude.
clear in the beginning and the
That's
middle
rough
and
for
the
them.
end.
It's also one of these scenarios where you're heading into this with without much information, without much intel as to how Talon plays on the defense, kind of like what the desk mentioned. Big Time was saying, you know, Dambi, do not fear my son, but it is what it is right now. The timeout's being called. We'll see if they're able to reroute this. I mean, Icebox definitely is a consideration, but
I mean, it has to
we
be.
have what we have right
It has to be right now. You know, it has to be the 8-4 half for NONGSHIM. It has to be the pistol in the second round because we've already seen destruction from Talon on attack.
Possible answer
Primi
off of the
Outlaw.
timeout. They're looking to
Only
take
one
more
person
space
can get
around
one
arcade,
shot.
possibly to find
And
pinch onto what has been one of the bigger problems.
like
Primi,
NONGSHIM
the sniper.
want to take arcade, but they don't really.
Operator to look at the line.
I mean, they have
He's gonna be
info.
running the Outlaw.
And that's just the read from Talon. Adjustments back in, the triple stack, now they're pushing into tree.
Yeah, they're retaking some space to make things a little
But
bit
this
more
has been what's
workable
been good
for
about
the
Talon,
Commerce
right?
player.
Every time they
Still though,
lose
with the sight
somewhere, they're like
relegated to
gaining
NONGSHIM.
space. And then they
Team
gain
is
space,
happy to try to get
and then
the
they
spike
push
down
under as well.
somewhat for free.
Definitely got to keep an eye on this. This is the big
Utility
change up
step here
from
and there, but avoiding the trip
NONGSHIM.
No
It's
ultimates
Margaret
here
on
for
one of the
Talon, right?
latest
So this
lugs
is
we've
a
seen.
Straight up 5 versus 5 standard utility gun round.
Where you got Margaret sneaking out from the back as well. If his timing is pristine, he could find advantageous numbers for NONGSHIM, and there it is, 5-on-4.
Still got to clear a lot of these angles though, and that's time that works to NONGSHIM's favor.
And Jet Boys is getting killed from the right here,
Boys
but he might be able to take someone down before.
Clearing out from
No
tunnel.
one facing.
The rest of the Talon squad moving upwards from tree, but instantly found by Dambi. Just Killua left. He knows where his opponents are, but he's alone. And without much utility, that's not much
still
that he
got
can
one.
do. Francis to find the simple trade to
Okay,
put
let's see if they
NONGSHIM on
can.
the
See if they
board.
can get
Finally
4.
there, converting on
They're
back
still far
of
away
their
from
timeout.
Olds.
They do
Dambi's the
so quite
closest, one
nicely
away
up
now.
and towards the site, and I don't know if it's the idea of Talon wanting to take the tree space or if they feel like they're forced to because of the haste pressure that is built up at the arcade area. Regardless, you know, you got to be clearing your corners when there's a Teho in play. They might not necessarily be on the site. A map like Fracture, you've got a lot of these longer lines that you can fall back towards for the likes of, you know, a Breach, a Teho, a Brim if they've got the lineups.
Also around where NONGSHIM didn't have
Jet
to spend too much
Boys.
utility to get to site.
Bunker's in heaven. He's got the
You got to
judge.
consider, right? They have to be consecutive now on this attacking side.
NONGSHIM have
That's
good
the
money.
question. NONGSHIM trying to pull off a similar strategy, but on opposite ends of the map. So 1-4, slow creep up into tree. Talon, though.
This time it's not proactive information gaining from Talon. It's more on the passive, shouldering approach, waiting for NONGSHIM to get in, and then they'll act.
Precisely, especially with those trips at hand. Jitboy still angering down the site, and you also do have Thigh right around the corner. Cruz as well, if he can find a pick or an Altdorf, that's going to be Armageddon. Jitboy's now with the Judge, suddenly sounding off, and that's going to be NONGSHIM. Surprised as heck.
Jitboys.
Francis able to find at least
Oh,
just one.
boy.
Here comes Cruz out from the spawn area, finding those frags.
You ever encountered
now
a
you've got
cheater in the
Elves
game?
online
I mean,
for
yeah,
Cruz as well
but
in the next
I
round.
don't
One
play
away
enough
from
for it
the
to happen
orbital
much.
die. So you think about this is the second last round of the half. You got the last round of the half. You know, those ultimates can be pretty impactful to get you the win condition. So it's just back to the old Talon, working the map really nicely, getting a good idea on the positions, and then at the end of it, when they do relinquish control of the site towards NONGSHIM, just playing the angles, ready with their crosshairs at the right spots, adjusting.
Dude, if they
for the
lose, if they lose this, they
really
got
comfortable for Talon right
such
now, but
low
we'll
money
see
for that
if
last
Dambi
round.
possibly with this overdrive could force them into some
Was he
Just
allowed to play
comfort.
Heaven?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
but you
team
can see
really
like
set
now
up Danby
they
with
put the
the
salvos
overdrive
over towards Heaven.
with the Vandal to find an opening kill, and then consecutively they just need to find more than one.
They're sitting tight for now, trying to bait some utility out from Talon, but still, that's where they get caught. Persia, unfortunately, gunned down. Dambi tries to slide on through, but Cruz and Thai all expect it. Finding those shots, finding those frags. It's down
Oh
to
my
Francis,
goodness.
who finds one,
Wait.
and two outside of the smokes. That's the Rolling Thunder.
It's incredibly
Sends it through,
doable. Hits his
but
teammate with
Talon
the ult,
avoids
but
it. Now backed into tree.
dude, both of
No
those kills
smokes
are
available.
outrageous.
It still is tough for NONGSHIM to get the spike down safely.
Ivy is low.
I like this from Jip boys.
30 HP for him.
They need
will
some more
dodge a
map
bit of this
control.
early Utility.
Salvo's back on
I can use the orbital if he does want to, but it's the 2 versus 3.
Dude, Talon been doing this all the time. Their reactions are great.
Time to be bought by the orbital, and this allows Jip Boys to start to get that flank a little bit closer.
Timing for Jit Boys. He knows he can play it safe. At least for now, fault line sent out, but oh, with the peak, Thai just holds it down right. Francis.
God, they look
one
nice
against
on this
three.
map. They really
Desperately
do.
tries to go in for the flicks, the
Everything's
peaks,
really
but
good
still,
from them.
quad being found by Thai.
Every single duel that NONGSHIM found themselves in that round was essentially a 1vx scenario, right? Pushing out, the members of Talon were just ready in crossfires of some sort, whether they're holding hands for the later ones or the ones in the middle of the round, they're just ready. The fact that Francis finds those two, okay, outliers, right? Didn't see them going for pot shots, they happen. Really well positioned round from Talon there.
The only consolation prize in that round has to be just Persia finding some shots outside of the sky smokes, but that's that. Last round of this first half now,
Ooh,
and they're looking
Primmy's
to
locked
just
in.
dump everything into tree, into this B
Oh my
site,
god, that
but they
slow
get
is
slowed
nice
down.
though.
Yeah, that is a huge counter.
It just feels like that's been happening a good amount of times every time they're trying
Well, he
to
does kick things into overdrive and just continues forward,
speed
though.
up. Oh my
Clears
goodness.
out tree,
Speed up and
Margaret
kill
finds one
Primmy.
in towards
The
Canteen,
slow's
and
just
that's
coming
hero
in.
theft.
He's happened like 3 times.
Themselves a couple of seconds to slow it down. If Ivy does get one kill here, Quacky will have Armageddon.
Oh, okay, Cruz knows that he's got it tripped. Has to watch out for potentially where Margaret
Yeah, it looks
could
strong
be,
against
but
the Neon,
at the same
you're right.
time, you've got Dambi continuing forward as well. This throws Talon off balance.
Cruz is
Trying to
incredibly
reclaim some
patient on this
space
one.
outside of Canteen now.
Does he get this
Thai
kill
and
as well?
Killa able to find it.
Okay, they know he's there,
Zero
right?
flash.
I'm looking at Margaret.
Still
Yeah,
no,
they've
now
dueled already.
Salvos just to buy a bit more time. Cruz playing off of timing, but no. He's been spotted out and gunned down by Margaret. Thai for the trades, and with the spike ticking
Oh my,
away,
he
Thai
almost
just
he almost
continues to
did
flush
it.
down.
Dude, they got
NONGSHIM
2.
to collect
Oof.
back onto a second round win.
Well, you flip the way in which Talon did it, but it's another 10-2 half here.
Chat
on
guaranteed this?
Fracture,
Yeah, I think so.
seemingly a map that they
Dude,
are
that ascent was hard to get out of my head.
comfortable on.
That's for
Of
sure.
course, for those that might have missed it, it was against Team Secret that I'm making this reference to, where Talon
couldn't
had
click
10
them
rounds
after
on
seeing
the
that
attack.
ascent.
Kind of destructive as this was, and we're questioning, all right, well, we didn't get a good sample size of what their defense was looking like. I think we have now, guys.
Yeah, we shall see, won't we?
What's happening?
10
RRQ
and
can't
2,
win
definitely
against
not the
NONGSHIM,
scoreline
but
that you
2-0
would want if
Talon.
you are
NONGSHIM, who
NONGSHIM.
defeats
Not
RRQ
what I
2-0, is
expected,
losing to
given what
Talon,
we've seen so
and
far
Talon
in
can
maps 1
defeat
and 2, where it was
RRQ.
more backwards and
If it-
forwards. Yes, there was
It's
a lot of
almost as
rounds
if
in a
people
row
are
that we did
insanely
see,
good at
but,
some maps and insanely
maybe one could make an
bad
argument
at
that
other
NONGSHIM's
maps, so
map
it becomes a
won
little
At
bit
the start and the end, they had a lot
random.
of these
Not random,
consecutive
but...
style of rounds, but I don't think it was
And
this
also there's like a
destructive and
week in between
clean,
as well.
More importantly, like we've seen from Talon now.
Yeah, definitely not once Primmy stepped into form with this whaling. I mean, it just kind of fits, you know, Thai agent, Thai
There's a
player.
lot you can do in a week.
Thai star.
I mean, the way that they're just
You don't think it's that? Oh, okay.
like
Well,
the crossfires that they're getting,
I guess
the right
Talon's
utility,
Ascent and
stave
Fractures
off
are
any
the same
aggression
level.
from NONGSHIM to keep them guessing. The corners they're locking them into as well, and having trap utility ready.
The one that brings to mind for me, though, is the stuns. I mean, it's not just Primmy as well. You know, the entire team is finding a lot of it, and it stalls.
It's the Dambi counter right now.
Stalls Dambi's engine.
He wants to get in. He wants to high gear it up. He wants to sprint at you. He wants to slide and remove your head from your
Plat
shoulders.
chat tomorrow.
But literally, you look
Tomorrow,
at the composition
same
that
time
they're
it's
running,
been
right?
for the last 2 weeks.
Stuns from Killua, impeccable so far. You've got stuns from Cruz. We've seen a couple come through. More importantly, Primmy on the waylay. The saturates, I mean, pretty much all of them that we've seen have hit Dambi.
I wonder if we have a tracker for that, but you know what? We're starting things off with the second half. Let's go, NONGSHIM. Already trying to gun up for some information.
It's only up from here, Quack.
3 players. Cruz knows that he's in a bit of a hot seat right now, so zip lines all the way over onto Dish, where he will Rendezvous with his team. Here comes Primi.
The plant.
Light speed
It's the
onto
plant
top, and he's
strat.
sticking the plant.
Yeah, here we
They've got a
go.
post for this
Could still
position.
refract back.
He does enough,
Aftershock,
because
salvos,
here we go. Can
but
we
they have to use them
insta-stick
now
this?
early that Primi's gone.
Yeah, there's the
Breach
aftershock.
damage, or they got it half early. I think Talon might be done for here. They got to use all their util real early.
Hold close with his off angle where Talon might not expect
That's
it.
everything.
Oh, Killer jumps down, and now the defuse gets stuck all the way through. Dambi picking
Okay,
up the
that's
round
done
for
from
NONGSHIM
NONGSHIM.
without, you know, kills truly
Talon did
found.
do this
Personnel
last time,
still
right?
spamming all the way,
The
just trying
same
to collect
pistol?
as much as possible.
I think I remember it
it's
now.
very big, you know, pistol EDG vibes to come through on that one, right? Where last time we got to see Fracture when we had the Waylay, we saw them get quickly in towards the B site. Similar idea.
Because I'm looking at NONGSHIM, they look pretty ready for that. Margaret playing under, waits for the plant, goes up instantly. Tap of the diffuse, got half.
To be able to get it to half as quick as they did, right? They're still trying to set themselves up after going contact in through the drop location, in through dish, to get up, you know, all of the utility, the aftershock, the salvos, the incendiary.
So execution maybe needed to be tweaked a little bit.
If it was
still.
2 milliseconds earlier, it would have
Yeah, possibly. But you're happy if you're NONGSHIM on this one.
Fnatic
Dambi
did it
now
and
in
it
with
works
the
too. There's
outlaw,
loads of
takes
teams that are
out
doing this at the
Cruz,
moment.
blocks out this,
Sorry,
no,
EDG
position.
do it, C9 have done it, Fnatic do it,
funnel them back
Talon have done it
to the other side
twice.
of the map, in towards the trap that you've got.
I think there's a
Margaret.
lot of teams.
And a couple of the supporting cast here for NONGSHIM as well. He smokes
NRG,
Persia,
Lev, there you go.
Francis as well. Just running in with the Ghost for this round.
Certainly. At least though for Talon to try to regroup, go into these CQB positions. Still able to take down Margaret. That could be spike planted.
Well, this is where things get a little bit awkward, yeah, because it is less a weapon.
Yeah, this is. Oh, okay, well that makes things pretty easy.
So they can't establish it now.
Good little spam coming out from Francis. Hey, how about that? Now Ivy to hold Canteen. And Talon trying to scramble. Primi though, very close range, but unfortunately out of the smokes. Instantly spotted. Just Jit Boys, and this is the round done.
Hey, you got the plant. I think you're okay with that as Talon.
A little bit more extra money, some up points, but nonetheless, possible chance
Let's see
for
the big buy rounds.
Talon to
NONGSHIM.
for NONGSHIM to strike back against Talon.
What's the bonus going to be? They get an extra rifle into it.
Have to get not just
Pretty
all
good.
rounds in a row that they managed to do in 8, but the way in which they were doing them, balancing out their own economy to ensure that they've got buys upon buys, changing positions. You know, a lot of those successes were the 1-1-3s or the 4s that are taking a lot of the space in towards like A, or good decisions for some arcade holds as well. You know, Primi, huge success on a lot of those spots to lock it down, get activated in the duels.
At least so far in these 2 attacking rounds, it's not really quite there yet.
So this is going to be a really important one for NONGSHIM.
Hey,
Try
fast
and get back
aim
in
in.
towards this game first and foremost. You know, 1 foot in front of the other.
Fair enough. Primi though, oh, so quick. Light speed, and Ivy was not prepared for this.
No, and I mean the kills for Primi don't really show it too hard at the moment in, you know, the 7 I believe he's got so far. But the space and the pressure that he's built for his team here.
Right, all of a sudden, look at the mini-map. NONGSHIM's thinking, I gotta stack up on this A site. And that leaves B a little bit more open. Cruz beginning to investigate. I think he's
Dambi's in
spotted out
trouble.
Dambi. A possible pinch out from Jit Boys now, but Dambi with the
that should be
movement! What
illegal.
was that?
That has to be illegal.
This neon, and
That-
when Primi's not
that's-
around to
I have
slow him up.
no words.
Well, regen shield for now, so he's down to about 30. You could still die to a single bullet, and Cruz
It's
is
so
something
far
more.
away,
I know
chat.
that Cruz has slipped through here, unfortunately.
that's right.
So it's a kill, it's all the space, it's an audible call. They can set themselves up for a post plant to their heart's content. They can plant wherever they want.
Fault line, incendiary, salvos again. You just got to make sure that NONGSHIM does not stick to spike.
Gotta saturate too. That'll
Okay.
just slow you up. I mean,
well, if he is within range, Primi, at least for now, trying to hold out towards south side. NONGSHIM all towards the north. We do have Francis around Canteen, and he's trying to set something up with possibly the flashes in the fault line. He's got a full kit.
Yep. They
Gotta help out tower at least.
Gotta get a wriggle on.
There's the fault line. Cruz gets ahead of it, but still Margaret able to find the frag. Now Francis's position alerted, but here comes Primi in with a stun. Somewhat lands, not quite.
Body block incendiary.
Stun, trying to body block it.
Lands just in the
They
nick of time, and still Primi able to find the frag at the end of it. Talon will move
They
forward.
tried to body block it while stunned. It ended up like popping earlier and just melting them.
You've also just got guns ready for the Talon members to start.
The molly like popped on him.
Crazy composition.
Crazy comp?
Yeah, for the attack. You got so much in post-plant utility.
Yeah, it's, you know, old post-plant vibes on Bind where you'd never see your enemy. You just only play post-plant.
That's
Oh my God, look
absolutely
at that.
wild.
Yeah, but it kind of, you know, doesn't have any weight in the round, really, does it? Because the post is just that much stronger from Talon.
Just saying, it looks cool.
It does look cool, but...
Put that one for the TikToks.
Convert it into a round.
Yeah, we need the round.
Yeah.
4-11.
Okay, this is, I mean, this is
Surprise
everything now.
You can't make a
It's a
mistake
NONGSHIM,
as NONGSHIM.
must win.
Absolutely cannot. You go for a little bit of a soft handshake towards the B tree. You reposition yourselves as well for an arcade.
Good morning,
You
Keeper.
see
Hello.
nobody there.
One of the last
The late morning, but
few.
we'll accept it.
Camera for Talon. Camera for NONGSHIM as well into its A main.
This should give NONGSHIM an idea on where Talon are around the map, right? You don't see anything north side. You've not got your trap wire popped over at drop. So you know that they're either B at tree or they're A lobby. And the bait plays at the moment are trying to draw rotations towards this B site.
Be entirely right about both.
And NONGSHIM are second guessing themselves. This is a fake by Primi.
Oh, and that's exactly what he can do as the Waylay. This is beautiful for Talon.
But now NONGSHIM are starting to
Is
rotate
it though?
back to the B
Kind of
side
just gives
where
you a
Talon are
giant
looking
heads up
to
that they're going to the
transition
other site.
Yeah, they're already in position. In terms of timing, Talon's kind of got the drop on this one.
Oh, it's beautiful when you
Thanks
win
to that.
that.
Cruz finds a trap on towards Francis. Persia, though, alongside Dambi and Ivy trying to anchor down. 30 seconds and Talon has to push up. Relay Bolt, and that slows them down. You're running out of time, Talon. Persia in for the spams. Orbital Strike ripped and ready to let go. But Dambi holds the slight sliver. Double found. Persia coming back in. Thigh now to frag everything out, but you're not able to collect on the
almost a
final
crazy
one. Persia stands
1v4.
tall.
Sure, the idea from Talon works pretty well. The idea from Talon is like good, but I think if you don't hit the site within the next like 5 seconds or like 5 seconds, it's just done for.
It's not over just yet, right? They haven't seen Talon get to round number 12.
Unless you're then gonna fake it and actually like fake the A and then re-hit the A. But
And what some successful early conditions are going to be, gathering the map control at 1 or 2 locations around the map, seeing if Talon are going to be there. These are the rounds that you want to just hold everything towards the next as well, given that it is the pistols of Talon.
It is possible. Well, we will start off with early aggression, but Dambi, yes. At least
no way, it's going to cost him. Oof, almost. In reaction, insta speed up over towards site.
Towards B tower. The saturate finds its mark yet again. Margaret, though, it does take a bit of time, and now he's back online where he finds the collateral. In with the
You got the
Phantom,
lineup.
in
He's
with
calm
the
with
third
the
kill.
calm with the
Dambi for
shots
one
though.
apiece as well.
Yeah, even whilst hindered,
Talon
though, the
probably
cage is providing enough
getting a
protection
timeout. It's
for him
getting,
to just get
it's
out
not
of
getting
dodge
close,
there
but
and hold
a little
true.
bit scary.
Got to say, it was against those pistols, right? So these are the sort of rounds that you really shouldn't be losing too much.
PRX cooked, or do you see improvement? It's a little bit of both, mate. I do see improvement, but I do think they cooked at stage 1. Hey, they're not.
They have to have a really good
If you're
grasp
thinking,
on
can they go
what
to
space
Toronto?
around the map they want to hold, or how to
That's not a thing, really.
re-get space if they give anything
I'll
up
give
and
them
Talon find it.
2%.
There's quite a bit that you could possibly do if you're NONGSHIM, though. I mean,
I think that's a generous
ultimates
2%.
are beginning to come online for both teams. NONGSHIM a little bit closer. Armageddon, Orbital, all very useful.
Stealth drones being exchanged. Defensive side up through the dish that'll get destroyed, but the one over to the B side for Talon all the way to find all of the info and space. Dambi just caught unawares, off guard on an island. And now you've got all the information from this neural theft to potentially even just speed things up to B. And look at that, immediately being sent in there. And
Guys, owning them.
Gorgeous.
Masterful play, and the stars
They had
align for Talon to set this up into
the
our
door and they
series
react like
point.
this.
Margaret, though,
Dude, Jitboys is solo
try
killing
his
everyone.
darndest to fend that off. Spike down as he holds the off angle against B tower. His own neural theft being sent out as well. Now beginning to peek out, trying to catch them unawares, but still, Cruz and Thigh happy to hold a bit of a high-low.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 chances for Talon.
There was a time limit there for Jitboys as well to come for the flank, so that's why they're going for the 2 versus 2 tower play.
What
but
percent for
low on
Talon?
HP and
Ooh.
not really able to find
Kinda
it.
not
Map
too bad
point,
though.
Series point here for
Problem is NONGSHIM, Talon, Boom,
They've got a lot of them. 6
RRQ,
It's just an
all very
incredible round,
close.
especially coming out from Jitboys. A little bit unfortunate for Dambi to kind of get sussed out, but That's the price that you got to pay at the very end of it. TALON looking to close this one out. Dambi pulling out the
Genji? I think Genji's...
Yeah, it was something that was really successful.
Maybe I'm
Primi
biased
to
a
get
little
on
bit,
couple
but I
of
think
lines
Genji
would
might
a
be
bit of a
better than
scare
them.
tactic as well, right? Now Dambi's going to dispatch of Primi, so bit of a difference in duelists. I wouldn't call it a duelist diff though.
I've been liking what I've seen from Genji recently.
At the very least, it is one less problem to
They
deal
look
with.
like they're improving a lot
Well now, just to
from the first time we saw them playing Boom.
invested in towards A lobby.
Yep. And you got to remember too, you talk about ults starting to come online, right? Look at what TALON have to play with. They don't need to invest them here. But if they do, they will get them back if NONGSHIM run this deep gauntlet.
Always got to watch for Francis, though. He's been one of the pivotal players, especially when he's holding up towards Canteen. Right now, undetected.
Tai's taking
Still
so much space, though.
Smoke. Dabby might have been flushed off, but he repositions
Oh my god, how's he allowed to do any of this?
Cleaning things up just a bit.
Yeah,
He
looks
got
really
the salvos
rough.
as well to possibly flush Francis out of position now, and that's going to be the fault lines that have already eliminated. Now back into the site, Killua flushes himself out, spots out the next player. Margaret in for a trade. Down to Jitboys and Margaret. Cypher versus Cypher.
Jitboys has been pretty good though, but Pond isn't great for him.
Oh, he got off. Gets off at the right time, but Jitboys!
Very nice, man. He had a good map.
Corrects his aim at the right moment.
He had a
Right
really good
guy in
map.
the right time.
Unfortunate for Margaret at the end there. Quack could have stuck
Okay,
it, but
nicely
of
done
course
from
he doesn't
Talon.
have our bird's eye
Got
position
to 2-1 in the
view.
group.
I think the biggest
Maps are
takeaway in
looking
this
pretty
map
nice,
at the
especially
moment is that
Fracture.
Talon have a defensive side, they have an offensive side, they have a great idea on how they want to play this map in Fracture. Primi, valuable on the waylay here, whether or not that will continue in towards the next couple of maps as well, because he technically is the least amount of kills in the server on that map there, but the rest of the team, I mean, Dai is topping that one there with all of those kills. Great lurks out from Jitboys. Cruz and Killua's value and attention to detail on the timing of when they want to put out that utility was impeccable. That was a really well played map from them. For NONGSHIM though,
NONGSHIM? I mean, they just got outclassed on this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking about how Dambi wasn't quite able to get online. A lot of them
Who's
completely
that?
stalled
What
and
happens,
stopped.
man? The
Thanks to all
Chobra.
of
You
these
think
studs coming out
it's
from
okay? You get a couple of
That
wins,
will
but
be that. I
then
mean, a very well-deserved
the Chobra
bow.
cast will come for you.
Moving forward and improving as every week comes by.
Slowly start
Do
losing that
have
X
the
factor.
series closing out 2-1, and the final scoreline on the map of Fracture 13-6.
Just loss after loss.
We'll take this
Couple
win.
of wins,
they'll
get
their
you
one
some hope.
championship
Maybe
point
they're
on the
gonna
back of
make
this
it.
win as well. You know, the goal for them, hopefully playoffs. You know, that's what we're gonna do. But we know it's gonna be growing pains. There's a lot to learn for this team. So picking up a win here in that 1-1 will make them
Back
now
into that
2-1.
narrative,
Well, at
yeah.
least we'll try to learn what talent has been cooking up as well as we toss it back over to Jen on the stage.
Huge congrats to Talon.
NONGSHIM can still make playoffs? Oh, for sure.
Now, Primi, if
Let's
I
see
can
who
have
they
you
play.
over here, and Cruz, thank you guys for joining us. All right, you know what to do. It's too
They
heavy
got
for
Team
me.
Secret and Zeta, probably the...
네,
I mean, they are
탈론의
both
프리미 선수 만나보도록
bottom of that group,
하겠습니다.
right?
승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로
NONGSHIM is with
2승
them, though.
1패를 신고하게 됐는데요. 먼저 오늘 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Primi. Also,
I didn't rage. Oh, they showed some nice
joining
stuff.
us for translation. Now, you guys are now 2-1 in the leaderboard with today's win. So, can you tell us how happy you are with today's win?
เรา 2-1 แล้วในลีดเดอร์บอร์ดรู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ ก็ถ้าชนะได้ก็น่าจะได้เข้าเพลย์ออฟเร็วๆนี้
feels good and hopefully we keep on winning so that we can make playoffs.
너무 좋고 계속해서 좋은 경기 펼치면서 플레이오프에 진출할 수 있었으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고
Cruz
이번에
really
또 타이
does-
선수와
he
킬로아
does it
선수의
all.
합류가 있었는데 프리미 선수 입장에서는 이 두 선수의 합류가 좀 어떤 영향을 미친다고 느끼는지 들어보도록
Translating for
할게요.
the coaches,
Also, let's talk
translating
about
for the
Killua and
interviews.
Sai, the two new signings on the team. They're doing pretty well. And I feel like you have less pressure. You're more freed up as a player as well individually. So, you know, what do they bring to the table? How much game changer are they, especially for you?
เหมือนเพื่อน2คนใหม่แบบว่าทำหน้าที่ตัวเองได้ดีแบบมันทำให้เรารู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกเล่นได้ง่ายขึ้นครับผม แล้วก็ทำให้ทีมชนะง่ายขึ้นครับ
So it makes me play more freely and I feel like it makes the team win easier.
조금 더 프리미 선수 입장에서는 정말 자유롭게
Doesn't look like he plays that freely with it though.
팀 전체도 이 두 선수의
Feels like
합류로 인해서
a
훨씬 더
majority
수월하게
of the
경기를
stuff
치르고
he's
또
backed up by his
작전도
team
수행할
apart
수
from
있다고
those two
얘기를
rounds that we saw in
하는데요.
Lotus.
그리고 프리미 선수 웨이레이를 많이 보여주고 있는데 어떤 웨이레이가 좋은 웨이레이인지 뭔가 웨이레이 잘하는 방법 웨이레이에 대한 철학을 한번 들어보고 싶고 그리고 현재 타격대 메타에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 파악하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. We've been seeing a lot of waylay from you. So, you know, what do you think makes a good waylay? What do you think you need to do to be a good waylay for the team? And also, what do you think of the duelist meta right now?
เห็นเราเล่นเวเลย์บ่อยมากแล้วคิดว่าต้องทำไงถึงจะเป็นเวเลย์ที่ดีให้กับเพื่อนแล้วก็คิดว่าเวเลย์เป็นดูลิสในเมตานี้หรือเปล่า
ก็อาจจะคิดว่าเวเลอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นเมตานี่ครับแต่ว่าก็เล่นกับทีมดีครับต้องสื่อสารเยอะๆแล้วก็คุยให้เข้าใจกันครับ
So I don't think Waylay is the meta, but I think that if you communicate with your team well, she's really good and it's going to help the team succeed.
일단 웨이레이가 메타 주류 픽은 아닌 것 같고 좀 확실한 메타 픽은 아닌 것 같지만 그래도 팀원들과 소통을 잘 하면서 잘 사용한다면 정말 좋은 픽이 아닐까라고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 마지막으로 다음 경기 제타거든요. 각오 한마디 들어볼게요. Next up is Zeta. Anything you want to say or what's your mindset heading into that one?
เกมหน้าเซต้าแบบว่ามีอะไรอยากจะพูดกับเซต้าไหมแล้วก็ mindset ที่เราเข้าไปแข่งเกมหน้าเป็นยังไง
ก็ขอให้ทุกคนเล่นได้เต็มที่แล้วก็ชนะก็พอครับผม
I just want everyone to do our best and let's win.
잘하고 이기자라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 프리미 선수 만나봤고요.
Cruz is the guy that accidentally got too important at work.
Thank you, Primi, and thank you, Cruz.
Yeah, he
Good
is
luck
the
next
MVP at the
week,
moment.
And that's it from us on stage. Good night.
Okay, chat. We are done with the day. Who are we raiding? For people that are around in 7 hours, just under, we have Americas. If that's not your time zone, we've got one more day of Pacific as well. Chobra? Yeah, let's do Chobra again.
Their fracture was phenomenal. A masterclass.
Let's go see Chobra.
I think so too. Honestly, might be a little bit of a respect band coming out for some of these
Chobra's
teams
playing
as
his
they cannot
games.
figure
Yeah,
out
another
how to
20-hour
structure.
stream
They
probably.
started out on the defense and looked super impressive.
Guy's an addict,
a lot
man.
Of, you know, ballsy sticks
He's
as well when
addicted.
it came down for like the last couple of seconds, just holding down the spike.
Do you reckon he's already on the game, or do you reckon he's stuck around for the interview? Let's find out. Alright, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate everyone. I will see you a little bit later. I'll see you tomorrow, depending on the time zone. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Goodbye.
He did a great job. A real
Thank you so
pleasure
much,
to watch.
guys.
And we also saw so many really great util combos, I thought, across the board from Talon. Like, this is what we talk about them being a util heavy
YouTube chat,
team,
subscribe if you can. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you all soon. Bye bye.
And that's exactly why, you know, full credit to Cruz and the coaching